ahead of it, though. Will they expect this? They do see get shots on target, but everybody's still alive. Teleports over the nano, but they can't get through. 2 dead, 3 dead. Only 1 left. Thrifty pick up the first round.
Oh, that is not how AU had planned that round, especially after how they played the first half and how they played trying to get the ult orbs. It's been costing them. It's not been working for them. And so now trying to get themselves into a better position. Blast is just going to teabag, seeing that owl come out. But here we go. Now it's the slow push onto A, as one is holding up mid. Deluxe's going to find the first kill onto Deluxe, and that opens things up for AU. They decide, they get the pick onto A. They make Thrifty think they're going towards A, but now they
just 2 on target, 10 HP. He's gonna get peeked. He's gonna get not found out just yet. Footsteps are stomping. There is enough. Deluxe picks up 4 and even gets the dink, but Killa securing it. 2 HP. What? 2
not
HP?
Even close. Not even close.
Not even close, baby.
But that's actually pretty massive there from Sylph to be able to take so many, from Deluxe to take so
middle there. White will find a trade, but Akame finds another one back, trying to back up, is able to escape for now. Akame and friends gonna push up onto this catwalk, but awaits them around the corner. Could be death. White does find one. Akame trades it out though.
Yeah, he's going to be able to heal up as well. Tries to keep the operator in hand. Hits the final shot. 4K for the assassin, Akame. And things are looking pretty good now. They've picked up a couple in a row. They've, made...
We thought we were going to have ourselves a long series, a very battled back and forth series. As you can see below, 14-12 in overtime on Bud, 17-15 in quadruple overtime on Ascent. Asia United say, nah, let's just end this. We want to take our money and go home. And they end Haven 13-2. Congratulations to Asia United for winning this week's Pit. He doesn't have position on the spike. He can't get himself in onto the site quick enough. It's going to defuse. And not only will it get the defuse, but Thrifty will get the kill, or the kill will go over as well to Badger to finish it out. AU take map number 1. 14-12. We have ourselves a series. This is going to be amazing. Asia United coming out strong. But hey, Thrifty looked good too. It's not just a...
It hurts. And it's so hard to come back from that, especially with the economy they're facing. They need a miracle play to happen.
Yeah, they do need a lot to come through. This is a great start, though.
Well, that could be it right there.
Yeah, and look at that. Sylph able to take out Spook, but look at the damage. Oh, no. Oh, no.
That's the reverse of what it could have been. Clay, the last one alive. Or onto the...
Just when we thought that they were gonna be struggling, this round finds a kill through the smoke. Badger finds 2 through the smoke. Sylph will finish out the round. That smoke comes down and Badger just starts free firing.
Match point.
Yeah, flawless on top of it. Just everything breaking their way. Now have to force buy on second round of the half that they lost. Look at that. They have no money. Economy shambles. They're looking like Bitcoin after Christmas. It is just in tatters. I don't see a good way for them to pull this back if they can get an off-site. Back out for this one-shot. Vandal does get the reload off. It's a 2v3 situation, 3v1 situation. Looking like AU's going to be able to clutch up. The defuse still has to come through. They don't know exactly where Blast is going to fire shots. Gets 2, gets 3, gets the clutch. Bringing it to overtime.
Blast with the spray and pray across all 3 members of AU, and Asia United is shaking in their boots. It's gonna be a nice boom bot as well to try to find out anybody who's gonna rotate in through the D side spawn. So good job here, Thrifty. Again, aggressive. The Bucky is gonna find the first kill. Bucky gang on the board here for Beckham, as Doobie's gonna find another one. The long range Bucky finds the second, finds a third. Flawless goes Thrifty. Bucky gang in the house.
And just like that, they're going to be able to swarm this A site. But Yeji has something to say about that with 2 Spicy's health being extremely low. Yeji just coming in huge, getting 3 and 4. Make that 4 kills to
Never connect. Oh, next.
That's a
collateral. Next is gonna take down 2. Gonna take down a 3rd. Eccentric's gonna take down 1. Next is going absolutely massive 4-piece. Beautiful. Eccentric. Oh! They went triple kill! Quad! Oh my goodness! Hunter's Fury getting a quad kill.
Where they are, but we have Jet who's got the moon boots on, sending it, taking next out with a swift right click. Can he get one more? Yes, he can. Going onwards with another one. That's
another way.
Able to maybe find one. No, he's gonna sneak up. He finds the other. He gets the double from it. There's one more alive, and he gets that double kill. Holy moly, Doc, that was beautiful.
And now leaving it all up to 2 attackers to hold this off. And one clap from Tryhard. Can he connect one more? Oh, so close. Oh! What was that? And Liz!
Tryhard?
What would you all do without me?
And welcome everybody back to GLG for the Pit of Valor. I will be one of your hosts this evening and casters this evening, Ravishing Ravish, the most ravishing man on the internet. I'm joined here by my side for the very first time by Evil Cat, the gargantuan and absolutely fantabulous Valor caster as well. It's how you doing, Mimi? You good?
I'm doing good. Hi, Ravish. I'm really happy to be here. Happy to get in on some Great Lakes gaming, and what a better time to hop into this. What is this week? What, 35? It's been going for a year. It's been going for a long time, but now, for the first time, we're hopping into.
Exactly, and I appreciate you being out here to joining us on this absolutely amazing journey that we've been able to see so far. Right, it's been just over a year for us, so I believe in about 2 hours it'll be exactly that point. It all started with a dream, 3 people, and an idea to make some great tournaments and have good production value and put the color purple on everything possible. And most of that is accomplished right here today, and I couldn't be more happy with how far we've come as a whole, Mimi.
Yeah, I mean, it's grown so much just a year. I mean, Valorant as a game has grown. Valorant as an esport has grown. I think one of the great things, besides seeing GLG as a tournament organizer and as the production putting together, but also seeing all the teams grow. A lot of these people come back consistently, have had these kind of legacies and grown to bigger and better things. And seeing that progression over such, I mean, it's a year. That's a long time, but it's also so short in some way. But I think that it's really cool to see that progress and to see just what can keep going in maybe another year, another couple after that.
Well, we do hope for the best of GLG, and as you do hope for the best of Valorant, because as they have evolved, we have evolved as well, come a long way. But you know what? End of the day, here we're not here to talk about rifting about how far we've come, how far the game has come. We're here to talk about how far these teams have come, right? Because yet again, the Pit of Valor is all about what we got going on tonight. That, of course, our Pit of Valor for the last 2 weeks have been sponsored by Nation United for giving us an extra 50 bonus, giving us a total of $100 prize pool, Mimi. So it's you feel a little bit good about all that guap going in your pocket, if you will. I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's exciting. More on the line, higher stakes for everyone involved. And of course, thanks to Descent for getting the money to make that possible, to bring out some better competition, bring out some teams. They can really hopefully put on a show for us.
Absolutely. But you know, of course, we're not here to see me the entire time, right? Because for now, friends, it's I know, like I know definitely Mimi definitely feels this lack of presence. I know I do too. But somewhere out there in the ether, Mr. Max Kaglanek does hear us. He knows we're here. I will reach out to him soon
Pull them
and
in.
make sure to pull them back. Max, if you can hear us, brother, stay strong. I'm sure we'll be with you soon. But for now, you are unfortunately stuck with me, so let's make the best of it. And
Not
let's talk a little
unfortunate,
bit
but,
about.
you know.
You right. But let's go ahead and shy a little from the positives and look at a bit of the other even greater positives, which mean those teams that we got tonight with the best names possible.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be a bit of a tongue twister for us because, no, it's not an error at the bottom. It's attack mode and defense mode. Thankfully, they're starting out on the proper sides, but that is going to be a fun time to try and deal with. But both these teams, I mean, I think we've seen a little bit of attack mode before in some of these kind of tier 2, tier 3 kind of tournaments, making some showing. Never any huge runs, but defense mode, I don't really know a lot about them. I don't know if you do, Ravi.
Well, from what I understand is that two teams came together one day and decided, what if we just made the casters just confused the entire time? And I believe that's why these two teams exist honestly today. Attack mode we've seen through and throughout into all these GLG tournaments, and Pit of Valor's, they've been a solid contender for so long. But defense mode on the other end, I haven't seen a ton about them. But what I do understand is this: is that it's going to be so much fun to have y'all consistently attack mode or defense mode or attack, and I'm happy that I'm not in that position. So, which is okay, which makes it all the more better. As I don't know if Max can hear us. Max, if you can hear us,
You
give
there?
us a shout. Max, you there?
He's
Max,
here.
you there? Oh my God, your voice sounds absolutely horrible, and I hope you're able to fix that immediately. But
Yeah, I
that was
can.
that was terrifying. Wow.
I think
But ladies and
I
gentlemen,
need to like take off the headset or something.
yeah,
Oh,
I feel deaf. I don't think I can hear anymore, and my vision is completely blurred. But what matters is that we know he's alive and well, so we'll make sure to bring him in as soon as we can, and as soon as he stops sounding like a demon that's been possessed, maybe. But on the other side, we've spoken about the names of the teams, right? What do you expect to see? Considering we're going to Ascent right off the bat.
Ascent right off the back. I mean, it's tried and true. There's not that many maps in this game, so everyone pretty much plays everything. But this is one that not many teams are going to be getting rid of. It's a comfort pick for many. And well, personally, I haven't seen either of these teams play on it. I'd expect to see some, I don't know, kind of what's to be expected with a map that's so usual. What I'm excited to see is will we see any like variation, anything special? Astro's in play here, which is exciting for this Pit of Valor and for every tournament. So maybe
Mhm.
some teams can pull out some new creative stuff because I think every time I see her, every time I cast her, you learn something new that people can get creative with and people can try. So I'm excited to see if we see some creativity, maybe something a little different.
As I believe we are in going to game in just a couple of seconds, but I believe that'll be all it for me as of right now. So I'll leave you friends for now. But I promise I'll see y'all soon. But it was a pleasure and honor for how long we could work together. I'll catch y'all later.
I'll see
Peace.
you on the other side. All right. Well, with that, I think we're into the game, and I think Max is here. Keglanek, Max, can you hear me from the other side? Oh
Yeah,
no.
I sure hope so.
Oh,
Hello.
he's back, and he's no
I
longer a
fixed
demon.
it.
How are you, Max?
No, I'm good. I de-demonized myself. I gave myself a quick little exorcism, and we should be good to go. But I'm a little sad. Put on that Hawaiian shirt just for this whole cast, and looks like we're not going to be seeing it just yet.
You'll
We'll
get
have to
to
wait
see it
till
at the
after.
end. You can pull
True.
it out.
Very true. Very true. But also, Mimi, welcome to GLG.
Yeah, I mean it's been running for a while. I don't know how it took me this long to get in on things, but happy to be here with you, Mac. Happy to be here for Great Lakes Gaming, and I'm happy to see 5 Vipers, maybe a Yoru getting in the mix, a little
Oh,
bit of
typical
bait up
comp.
from attack mode. Wait, they all have attack in the. This is gonna be so confusing.
That's okay. Well, we'll get through this together. But So unfortunately, no 5 Yorus. It's gonna be the future meta, maybe in a patch or two. But unfortunately, now we only have one maybe in play. But not even that. It could be a more standard composition. But one thing I really see immediately is gonna be this interesting dynamic of the Reyna in the Jet.
Yeah. I mean, it's a classic kind of that double duelist setup. You'll have to have that synergy going.
Choose
With
your
going
agent.
aggressive, with working together on it. But what I'm actually a little more than that interested to see, Max, is the Sky up for Maddie. Yeah, we see
That's
Breaches
true.
often, we see Sovas often, but Sky, she's powerful here, but she's not always the character that's going to be picked in. So I want to kind of hear what's your take on them bringing it out here on it.
I'm happy to see that they're starting off on the attack. I think it's gonna be good to get as many attacking rounds as they possibly can with that Sky, because I think once they go over into the defense, attacking mode's gonna struggle a little bit. Sova is so good on this map. He's practically a third duelist if you want to bring him out. Use Sova trick on B, have those recon darts go down. It's practically a free sight in of itself. But without that in play, that's I might have a little more trouble.
I mean, they might just have some issues working on that. But I think that what's strong about it is the retake potential, being able to go back into things when you do lose that sight, when you do have to gain ground, and also getting aggressive. We talked about the Jet Reyna setup, and when you pair that with the Sky, and when you can just do that very aggressive, very quick hits and pushes to take space, to take information, that's huge. And talking about the information game, Sky's also good as that. She's not like Bree. She does give that information when your bird does hit someone, that call for blinded, can do a lot to tell you what's going on if you are on the team.
You definitely need a little bit more coordination with that, though. You get those birds down, if you're able to have their reaction time and time to know, hey, the bird's going off, we know kind of their approximate location. Getting the Odin off, it's no problem. The problem is, though, in those split-second thinkings, you don't have that visual indicator like the recon bolt can give you to really confirm those kills. So it's kind of a give or take, you know?
Scanning ahead.
Yeah, and I have a little insider information. Well, we'll have to wait on that because they're early out onto site now. And Sheriff not doing much because she's getting bullied down by the utility. That's the first find the first, and Recto's on site, but the trade's through. And it's even odds here for attack as they make their way onto site.
Last player standing.
Coming in, blazing speed down the stairs. It's a 2 versus 1 for Maddie. She can't quite muster. So it's a pistol round going the way of the defenders, which I think that's defense mode now.
I believe it's defense mode, and I mean, they did a pretty good job defending. We talked so much ad nauseum about the Sky and the Sova, and really at the end of it, we didn't see either of that utility used. We didn't really see much come out in general from it. But maybe perhaps going forwards, now that we can see a little bit more artillery from the side of the defense mode, maybe perhaps we could, especially with that Ares already coming out. I'm expecting a lot of nastiness.
Yeah, I am too. It is going to be the investment up, and I got a little bit of information. So this is kind of mixed teams. There's back in defense mode, and I mean, we're going to see the mop up really quick of defense. It is the Santiago, but they're both teams from the same org, so it's kind of a mixed bag of players. So I'd imagine these people scrim together often. They know how each other play, so that's going to be interesting how we see into things here. But as we're chatting about that, defense mode, as expected, has been a little bit dismantled, and now the last two players are themselves in a rough spot.
Kind of like Mario Sunshine with Mario and Shadow Mario. That's kind of how it is right now. But look at what the spike is. We saw almost not really quite a default in play here. In fact, because it wasn't a default, they're going to be punished for it. KJ pushing up towards the back side of the spawn, trying to trap everybody in. Yeoman slowly encroaching forward right down below. See the recon bolt to make them look away. It's the perfect time for Rex to peek on up like a whack-a-mole. He doesn't do it in time. One enemy shots, but stolen away by the Sova, but they're still able to make it 2-0.
Yeah, great little anti-eco there up front attack mode to find their lead into things. I know it doesn't say it up there at the top, but it is 2-0 up for attack mode after they picked up the pistol and that conversion. Now, as we look into things here, they're going to try and play the bonus. Notice how Soul has been saving thus far. He's also flawless, so I expect an operator to play very quickly, Matt.
Oh no, and it makes me wonder, what is Rika Bonkers gonna do? Usually 2 jet ops on the board, especially on Ascent, kind of nullifies each other, kind of cancels them out. And we usually see more or less the attacking jet go for the rifle pick. And with them already going for the rifles, it seems like it's gonna go that way. But I'm expecting to see a little more aggression coming up in the attack.
Yeah, speaking of that aggression, they're early. Here mid, that's some away for now, but there's a lot of control being given over without much information for defense mode. Crossfire setup, but we're gonna do with the big thing. Great for Defiant is a 3-1, but the Skybird's coming through. He's still alive though. He's still making himself troublesome. Sounds like he gets another. He will before the trade is good. So 4v3 is where we find ourselves.
One enemy remaining.
On trees, able to find another one. One left alive now. It's gonna be down to Alita. Last one alive. Luckily, though, the site's completely clear for them. They can just get onto the site and plant. Everyone on attack mode is expecting it to be a site hit. But they're going to be wrong about that. The plan's going underway, though. It's going to be a 1v4 with the jet possibly in their possession as well to be used. Probably not worth using here, but Alita going into this practically without any options.
And notice how she's playing top here. Not electing to fight her.
Revealing area.
Sounds like they can just crunch in on her. Tough dig of things. She needs to pick
Turret destroyed.
Quickly now.
Swarm grenade
Work
out.
with. Now spots out one on the stairs with the double kick in. There will be that cleanup for defense mode. Big conversion now. She's around. Probably should have been the chance for attack to come back into things.
I really feel like how they put the tiles into middle or mid. They had a great chance in marketplace, but it looks like they just didn't check their corners, especially with the entry. There was no flashes, there was no cloud burst going through, and they got punished for it heavily by Deviant.
Yeah, they really did. But now, I mean, if we talk about the implications of the round, that's going to reset them onto an eco. And because Soul saved for so long, the ops in play, as you mentioned. And that's going to be huge because look at where he's positioning himself. He's over towards the B main, and that's probably where attack looks to at least get things started here on this eco.
Oh, Soul could have the chance to go for a collect here. I'm already bracing my lung. If I blow a lung right now, you're gonna know why, because Soul might be able to get something crazy if they all push up at once. But looks like we're at a bit of attack pause right now, trying to figure some things out. Looks like one player may be AFK to an extent, but that's okay. However, I'm very excited. Now, production is wondering if the cameras are on. I am happy to confirm that they are. And we're going to have our
Hawaiian
esports
shirt
dog
time?
cosplays on. Yes, I made sure to
Yes.
change.
I mean, we
evaded
even
the
had
police,
Ravish
speeded
get in
home.
there.
That's right. Yeah, the triple whammy. The sugar
Yeah.
spice and everything nice. We are the 3 Powerpuff Girls of GLG, and we might just have to show off what our Hawaiian shirts look like. I didn't realize when I bought this yesterday, it's almost like a crop top. So it's like everything you can see on camera is the shirt, pretty much, and it gets cut off.
No way. Wait, can
Oh.
you go up so we can see the crop top potential?
I'm on my tippy toes. Hold on, I got
You're not
you.
tall enough.
I'm not tall enough. I wonder how long this tech pause is going to take. I can get on.
It's long enough for you to stand on your chair and show off the shirt.
Oh, this is a great sponsorship for Secret Labs. Woo! Oh, I'm
Oh,
gonna
that's
fall.
not really that low. It's not that low.
No, I guess not. But like my T-shirt was like down to here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you gotta call a fire department. I don't know if I can go down.
You,
like a
you're
cat
like a
stuck in a
cat. You're
tree.
just stuck in a tree. Yeah, there it is. All right, Max. We have to coax you out. Someone needs to come over to your house with like some cat food or something to
Can I
to
have some
coax
meow
you
mix?
down. Are
I
you
like to
actually
get-
struggling to get out of the chair?
No, I'm good.
There's no shot. Okay.
No, I was afraid
There's
I'd
no
fall over on my
way.
PC. That'd be a whole mess. Be like a crying, blubbering mess.
Too much risk to Max today. He almost killed himself
Right?
driving home to make it here in time after class. Now he's dying, falling out of a chair. There's so much
I had to
drama in your life.
survive a physical college class too in 2021.
no.
That could be a
What
death
class
sentence.
did you have?
The history of Rhode Island.
Oh, I love Rhode
Riveting.
Island. There.
Oh,
What
yeah.
history is there? Like, is there even enough space for like a history book? Like, it feels like there's just going on now.
No. It could probably be summarized in like 15 pages. It's
Hmm.
founded on religious freedom. Then they got it all taken away. And that's
Then
it.
what? You're gonna. I don't know if
and
that's
then
enough to pass the
That's
class.
like 1635,
Okay.
1835,
He has the dates.
2135.
All right, I respect it.
Nothing happens.
My question is, how did it take you long enough to get home that we needed to pull poor Ravish? I'm not complaining that we got to talk to Ravish, but like, how big is Rhode Island? Like, I didn't think there'd be enough space for you to take more than 5 minutes to get home.
You would think, right? Normally it
Yeah.
doesn't. Like my grocery store is 5 minutes away. The liquor
Really?
store is in walking distance. But you
Oh,
would think,
that's
yeah,
troublesome.
right? But I had to go practically halfway across my state to get home. That was a whole 15-minute drive. Usually when
Halfway
I go to
across your
school,
state. For reference, that is
exactly.
not. That's not
15
what it
minutes?
sounds
For
like.
15
Yeah.
minutes, I had to pack like a boxed lunch. I have to make sure I have like a little picnic set up for myself.
Okay.
I mean, that is a day trip.
Yeah, I mean that's tough. It's a hard life being a Rhode Islander, I guess.
Oh,
I
yeah.
mean, put some respect in the chat for all the poor people who have to endure.
The Rhode Islandness. Ugh. The worst.
At least like in the Midwest, we have fields where there's no cities. It's not just like one small. We probably have just as many people, but at least it's a little more spread out. It takes more than 5 seconds to drive. So.
Wow. Do you go like a horseback or something?
Yeah, we're all Amish here. I'm actually. This is like my
Where's
my
your-
rat
where's your
is
view?
running the internet to be able to broadcast this to you guys today. So it's tough. I really hope he keeps going before. I hope the tech pause ends before he kicks it, so that we actually are able to stay going.
I'm crying. I just imagine a tiny little rat.
Poor guy. Poor guy. Don't. It's legal, all right? Barely, but it is legal.
Like
and
he's just
it's what we have to do.
He's just squeaking
God.
out. Please help me.
Please let me out.
It's
Please end the
fiber
tech pause.
internet.
I don't want to keep running.
It's 100 down.
No, fiber internet is like made out of like actual horsehair. That's like the DIY version. That's how I got my 100 up, 100 down, the upgrade. Yeah,
Like
before
good for
that,
wiring.
it was smoke signal. Like each frame of my camera was sent via smoke signal over to the producer, and
It's
then
like a
he sent
telegraph.
it up. You've
Like
got to
some
tap out the cast. Just oh my god, what a play! Just tapping
It's
like
a Morse
crazy.
code.
Yeah.
And Ben's on the other side yelling at us in production. My God! Mimi's just set another play! Fantastic color!
It's just like you have someone whose whole job is to just transcribe it live. Just like, oh my, everyone has to talk in like the what's it called? Like the accent that all like the old timey.
Oh, I don't know. I think that's just cigarette. That's just the language. It's just cigarette
Mid
smoke.
Atlantic. Producer confirms it's Mid Atlantic. Thank you.
Oh. Yeah,
That's
that's
what
like
I
Elton
was looking.
John.
That's like Elton.
Are we gonna cast this whole round now in Mid-Atlantic?
Yes.
No?
Max, I know I've threatened to do this, but I think I'm actually gonna do it because I forgot a pot. Don't watch.
That's some real tea, sis.
You gotta keep your throat nice. Excuse me. All right, continuing.
I haven't done anything with my throat for like throat exercises. Like when I first started casting again, I would chug honey before I
Really?
would cast. Like I would just like the whole thing,
I don't know if
like
you
all
should
like
do
whipped
that on
cream.
stream, but go crazy.
But it's just honey. But
Okay.
I mean, ever since then, it's been like I don't know. I think my throat is just so beat up already. It just kind of
Mhm.
accepts where it is. I'm
You're
so
gonna
mad
die
though.
before 25, but
Oh
at
yeah,
least you'll maybe make some progress.
yeah. No, I'll be like the Marilyn Monroe of casting.
Yeah.
I wish I was
Maybe
as
you can have
beautiful.
an affair with JFK too.
Ooh, true. Very
Oh.
true.
Was it JFK? Am I making
Yeah, it
that
was
up?
JFK. No, it was recorded and everything, and like a private collector bought it and decided never to show it.
Really? Someone bought. How much did you pay for like the JFK Marilyn Monroe content?
I think it was like it was like more money than we'll ever see in our lives, like 50 grand or something.
Oh, okay.
I'll
Yeah,
never
that's a
see
lot
50 grand.
a lot of.
A lot of money. Marilyn Monroe has such a fascinating story. Her and like Judy Garland,
Mhm.
who played, oh my god, what's her name? There's no place like home. There's no place like home.
Okay.
Am I really forgetting who the main character of Wizard of
I
Oz
don't know.
is?
I'm not like 90 years old like you are, Max, I guess.
I guess
Back in
so.
my day, we had to wind up the film to watch the Marilyn Monroe content.
Oh yes, my favorite VHS tape. Were you even alive for
Yeah.
VHS tapes?
I was.
Okay.
I'm not that much younger than you,
Okay.
right? You're
Because I
21?
grew up.
Question mark?
I'm 22 in 10 days.
Oh God. Okay. Yeah. No, I was alive for VHS. I'm like on like the cusp between like like the kids that are like the iPads at the restaurant. I'm before
Yeah.
that, but I'm like after it was like no computer.
I wanted to bring that up mid-cast. There's a player here named Maddie. My sister's name is Maddie too, and she's an
Really?
iPad kid. Well,
She's
she
an
was
iPad
like
kid.
she was born like the year before
That's how they get good
iPads.
aim though.
That
Like the
is how they
iPad
get good
kids.
aim.
They've probably been like tapping away at Angry Birds since they were like 4 months
Oh,
old.
like Osu?
So that's where all the ranked demons come from.
Oh man, and here I am. My wrist hurts every morning when I wake up. But speaking of hurting wrists, it looks like we're gonna be restarting the game. All right. We're
I
gonna
feel like
get
we've
back
already
into
seen
this.
this.
I think we have too, but at least we got a prelude of what to expect. I'm wondering though what Maddie can do with that Sky again. We saw a very aggressive loadout from attack mode side, and they did a pretty good job getting onto the site each round, but they weren't able to go for those retakes.
No. I mean, it was 1 round. I'm not gonna pass. It was 2 rounds. The second. So I'm not
2
gonna pass
rounds.
judgment on it yet. See what they can do with it, but I don't know. I find it interesting. I stand by that. Was
You know what's weird?
wait, since we're talking about it, I just really quick, was Marilyn Monroe like the potato sack woman? That's the same person.
I think so. Like when she was Norma Jean, I think she was
What's Norma-
Potato Sack Girl.
Okay.
That's her real name.
This is the film degree coming out. This is the
No, this is
the
my
high quality
obsession
Rhode
with Elton
Island.
John coming out.
I
'Cause
haven't
he has
heard
a whole
about this
song.
before.
Really? Or like the
No.
Elton John song, or
You've never
Norma
talked to
Jean?
me about Elton John.
Oh,
You
I
know who
love
Elton John is? I mean,
You don't
never
know who
talked to me
Elton
about it.
John is?
No, I just said I know who Elton John
Oh,
is.
okay.
Please.
Okay.
I thought
One
I was about to
time-
just get shot. Ravish will get pulled back in after you just kick me off.
I remember one time I did a cast a long time ago where I casted in nothing but Elton John lyrics. I was never brought back.
Never.
Never.
Honestly, that's kind of deserved. Feels bad though.
Well, on the bright side though, my person may have burned out, but the legend never did of that cat.
Hmm.
Like a candle in the wind.
Pop, please. Oh, CLG's gonna fire you with this.
Yeah.
I don't want a solo cast.
It's okay. I'll stay in. I'll stay in. For now. Forever.
This is different than the first pistol round. We're both trying to segue back in, but this is a different setup. I like the retake posturing from Zexo, and then they have the KJ here, so we will get to see their retake potential, as the site take will come out.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see this. We saw it before on B, but already a
Spike
shock
down
dart is going
A.
to take down Maddie. The flash potential is almost completely gone for the attacker side besides the Reyna, but a plant goes under, and where are the defenders to be seen? It's going to be a double flank coming on through. Looks like the Reyna and Jet decide not to go for it, though. They're going to go for tree instead and have a Jabba-wide pinch. Is that going to work out, though? It sets up more time for attack mode to go to A.
Does not much time to work with. They'll have the dart up momentarily, but what they don't have is advantage. Here will come take for now.
Oh, but look at this, though. Double kill comes out from
remaining.
Rag, taking over the site completely. These defenders just drop down onto the site, and the KJ's just left alone. Kind of like what we saw before the reset, except even quicker. Defuse underway. That's the first round, again, going to the favor of defense.
Yeah, really nice round there out of defense mode. You know, having that set up to be able to just play for the retake, to have the confidence to do so, it all came off of that opening pick. They found one initially, pulled away, had great discipline to not keep fighting. And that's going to allow them to, well, that's a second pistol round. I don't know how much we're going to count into the first, but I guess we're sticking with the script, you know?
Yeah, these tiny dancers, we got to see what they can do. Sorry, I did put one more in there.
More. That's your last one. Cutting
My
you
last
off.
one.
Gonna have
My,
an intervention.
You're obsessed with Elton John, Mac. Oh, but look at this, though. We are seeing a tiles push again. Last time we saw this, it was going to market, and it got expelled very quickly.
Yeah, it is up towards mid. Notice how no one's playing here. It's a Killjoy alarm bot to forward some information. The defensive side, but they've ready for it. One player and Cat can push out off of this to B. Still, getting out, attack mode, ready. I say attack mode, that's defense mode, but Soul, he has a shot onto Maddie. Great early advantage for me and Zico.
And look at this. Defenders already on site. It's going to completely sandwich all of attack mode. They're stuck inside Marketplace. Doesn't matter. Frag gets 2, cleans up the kill feed.
Enemy
2 left alive. Maybe make it a 3K for Frag, but that's where it ends. Defense with 2.
Yeah, great little double up again, and this feels like exactly what we saw before. Not too much extra to talk about, but in the round that we didn't have the pleasure of viewing before the break, it will be attack mode with a chance with Rifle. Just to see what they're going to work with this, especially going up against Soul, because he's decided very early on to invest into this operator. And it's a risky play, but if he can find early advantage, get that snowball rolling into the favor of defense mode, could work great. He's the man to watch in this.
Ooh, I'm curious to know what you think here. We have the Marshall wielding KJ on B side, but there's also an op in hand.
It's like set up towards Cat. Heading
And
their
the
way
op's gonna
towards
back off?
mid. That scans went out too. I mean, where are they taking the op here? Still holding on towards A. Up towards Cat, but look at the setup map. They seem very ready for this.
Yeah, they're ready for Jenny. I'm not sure if they're prepared for Tree. There are 2 bodies there to, make do without the op. It's gonna be the doggy going on 5, but they don't check their corners! Check your corners, attack mode! Another one falls again! Maybe making a double kill for Damien. He's the corner master. It's a complete wipe away. 1 left alive now. See the Reyna pushing up, able to find 1, no longer flawless. But what do you do now? Single Reyna needs to push on forwards, able to find yet another one. Tree control in the favor of the attackers again, but no, they're rotating around on the defense. Recon Bolt might be able to find this Reyna. It's going to block it in time. Knows approximately where the Sova's at, but they have those angles. It's going to be a double wide peak. Able to find the shots. Could bring this back. A 1v2 is incredibly doable, but the op's on top of heaven. Need to check the angles. Perfect timing for Saul. No. One pre-fire misses too. And this could be their chance to get over to the site. They're trying to bait it out here. No spike in hand. They have to go for all the kills. Soul, though, is not paying attention to up in heaven. They have no idea. Headshots
No
in play
way.
for 4K. Could we see an ace? Lurching from behind, though, is going to be fragged. They got a 3K last round. They could do it again, but they only have a Sharp and a Marshall. Now, if you're Reyna, you have to get the spike. There might be no time, Mimi.
There's nothing left.
I
This
don't think
could
they
be an
can.
ace clutch. This could be huge. It's over. Too
It
far
is
away.
over.
Unless there's a huge mistake made, there should be no chance. 5 seconds. KJ just has to sit tight. Nothing he can do here. Munda loses it. That's heartbreaking. Almost needs touch, and he might just die for it as well. Maybe not. Trying
Oh,
for
they
it.
pick up the op,
At least
though.
that's the op. That's huge.
Oh, no!
Never mind. Okay, Frag. Never mind everything we were saying. How did they... Okay.
Wow. I don't know if we have replays, but I want to see, did Reyna jump at the very last second?
Yeah, she did. Popped up at the very last
no.
second. No, but I want to talk about that because the way that defense mode played that round scared me. Because they had man advantage. It was a 1v5. And they all split up. Even when they started losing people, where most of the time you're gonna be like, okay, never mind, guys. We gotta regroup, we gotta play together, play this trade game. They were still split up. If Munda had had an extra couple of seconds, very likely he would have won that. So that's
Absolutely.
scary. That's not discipline. That is not the best form for defense mode. But they win the round regardless. Now Rax in a tough spot here. Paranoia up, swings out, and Munda's there, the executioner. And now he's looking for more as he pushes onto the site maps.
Oh, but talking about getting more, devouring everyone in sight, having full control of it. B, it's going to be the way to go. But look at Deviant again. Quartermaster, like we mentioned, having go for maybe some wide peaks, taking over the site. So 2v3. This could be the first chance attack mode takes a round. But we have to see what happens next. DB and company pushing up slowly. Have plenty of utility to work with here. But everybody else on attack mode, they're waiting for those corner peaks again. They don't want to go wide swinging like the other team did before. That's where they got the 4K from on DB side. Now Muda waiting patiently. Huge
They just
stall
want
game.
exit.
Yeah, I think they do. I think the round's already in the favor of attack.
Yeah, it's pretty much done here. If they get exit frags, though, that's huge. Especially if they can take this off boy. What can they do with it? There's a peek, one spotted out, a double lineup for Deviant. Looking for some more. He'll get it. That's 3 for the man. With just 1 left remaining, it's a Jet. He will stay alive for attack mode. But Deviant, that's great work to put some damage in. And remember, Max, that was a thrifty round. That was down to the save. And forcing that much reinvestment from attack mode is going to be huge, especially when they're on the teetering edge. So I loved what we saw there from attack mode. They really need this round. They need to get the momentum rolling here.
I do like how they rush in. They're able to usually overwhelm the defense. We haven't really seen a lot in the lines of a huge defense coming out from defense mode. They've also worked really well in the retakes. But if attack mode has that body count, there's no chance for them to do that.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a tough spot for them to be in, especially with this op still in play for Ricka Bonkers. See, what can he work with it here? We do see the mid play early out from attack. They don't. If there's aggression towards a main out from
Muda?
defense mode. That's so much information. Look, it was
Oh,
close
Muda.
corner. Stinger,
Going for the wide view.
ready for this, and oh no!
I'm so surprised Muda got that. Maybe almost make it 2, but the trades go down instead. Deviant again holding these corners. We're seeing so many wide peaks, and Deviant's taking advantage of it. No one else is going to be pushing towards Cat, though. It's all a big distraction. They're all going towards mid. The Sova has his back turned. Oh, but he's holding logs now. He might be able to find one, but it's an eco round again. Sheriff in hand might be able to find one, and no, he misses the shot. Pivotal ones at that. And that could be the site already taken over, but there's still one body waiting inside the Omen smoke. It's frag.
Swarm grenade out.
Might be able to find one across the corner. Quick draw, McGraw has to hang up his spurs. It's gonna be 2 left alive. Double up go down on the defense. And this was on a save again, except for Deviant picking up 1 weapon, Empress in hand. A 1v2, Mimi, this is entirely doable.
Very, very doable. 1 in main for him. That's the op of Ricka. The peek's out, great timing, but he misses the shot. Another Lear gonna come up. Really take the shot. The timing for Ricka doesn't hit. He's still in main, but Deviant has snuck his way up. He has these duels isolated.
Oh, their Cloudburst hurts so much against Ricka Bonkers. 3K now for Deviant. Might be able to turn into a 1v1, maybe a 1v0 if he's lucky enough. Drops down. Has no intel to work with, no utility, really having to check the corners out of the Empress, though a big red block still lives!
That is heartbreaking again. These Reyna's always getting it so close, and in fact, this game is interesting because every one of these rounds that's come down to the wire has been a save. Attack mode got that so close on there. Eco defense mode did the same before them. And now we're going to be able to reset ourselves into a round where both teams have a bye up. I want to talk about why we've gotten it so close. It's because it feels like both these teams aren't really positioning themselves perfectly for the trade game. They're not set up really well, so it's getting close here. And well, I like the setup a little bit better, and that one still came down to the wire. Could have been a bad outcome, but thus far both teams have staved off that possibility.
It's these wide swings, Mimi. We're seeing both teams go for these really aggressive swings here, and they just don't work. Deviant's the only one really holding these angles. Oh, speaking of holding things, lockdown in place. This could be another rushing maneuver again. Frag already had to back off a little bit more. Doggy's been put down. But with the undercover shadows in the way, there's nothing you can do in terms of pushing. It's all going to be down to the Omen already on site, though, to hold things down for the attack. There's no defenders in play.
No one really on the table here. They find at opening death, and Soul has another look. They can give the site. They're happy about this because not only they have the lockdown, they might not need to use it, but they have this heavy man advantage. Ricka and Main still fighting. He's looking for more Max.
Oh, but this is so odd. Attack mode have already lost so many different bodies. Penetration shots through the boathouse. He can't through solid snakes down. Knives in hand, able to find one, almost 2 trades go through. Deviant though pushing up with the company, trying to find one behind green. Blinded out, trying to push up. Might be able to find the shots, but no, 1v2 immediate trade again.
These retakes are so great. Congrats to attack mode for getting that to a bit of a closer affair, but what they excel at is in those man advantages, being chilled out, knowing that they can just play their way back in, because they seem to have a read on where everyone's playing. And the main player I want to talk about that was found out was Ricka. He's continually had this op in hand, but has really struggled to find impact with it, Matt.
Yeah, we haven't really seen much impact with his op. In fact, those 2 cloud bursts that we saw at the clutch of last round, that hurt my soul, Mimi.
Yeah. it's just getting traded back and forth. Now Soul has it in his hands again, so that's a good buy up. And because these teams have kept it so close, everyone's on the teetering edge. Even if you're doing damage on these ecos, keeping it close, you're still in a really good spot.
And we got to give it to Deviant too, right? 11-2. Even if it is an eco round, we've seen them also play against the team's economics too. That's why they're kind of in a weird spot, but they've been able to make it work.
They have, but look at that. The op brings through this time, but it's not Rika, it's Soul. Hunter's Fury is off. They're pushing right into him. No dash in the picture, but how is he alive? Still chilling out, still alive, but they're pushing it even more. This is chaotic. As everyone's running forward, they want this op back in their possession. It won't be given over as we fall to a 5v3.
That's right, 5v3, trying to jiggle peek it. Soul having the strong angle for the flick in hand. Misses it though, not able to find the caps of that. Reyna tries to go for it again. Jiggle peek works for the Sheriff. A minute left on the clock now. 2 left alive for attack mode. They're going to skedaddle out of there. They might have to rotate around or try to even bait it if you're Moda.
I up towards mid here. Could reveal some information. Look, won't right away. Side zoning one still there. They're cutting noise. They want to re-exact, but look, defense mode hasn't fallen for anything. Still
That's
ready for
right.
this. Even if he gets aggro here, he could lose his head. Whoever wins this fight with the Reynas could set the pace for this round.
And Moda has no idea about Deviant on the right side of them. The left, of course, for Deviant. Vandal in hand against the Sheriff. Really good. Not able to see through the dark covers. Paranoias, though, come out instead. Retaliation from the back. Able to make it 1. No, 2. Not going to happen. But they still clap up the round.
Op back into the hands of defense mode. And good round for them on the anti-eco. It's not clean, it's not perfect, but they make it work. I want to give a shout out to Deviant because he's so much work on this arena, leading the server 14-3. And one of the reasons he's finding so much impact because he's doing that kind of arena classic hat trick, especially on retakes. He gets one, dismisses away, and then that works so well into these retakes, which has been one of the success points for defense mode. But, I mean, if we're talking about the round ahead instead, both Jets have the op-up. We talked about Rika having some issues with it. Now he has a chance to prove himself. Soul forced away, dashed back, and this looks to be quickly. Approach can be made.
And a lot of these attacks have been, very aggressive too. A lot of rushes, kind of slow down in the mid-round, which is a little uncharacteristic for competitive Valorant. Soul, though, back at Boathouse, has that KJ to work with, especially the lockdown too. Could repossession the op, but Moda. Oh, this is a risky one. They're still going to go forwards with B.
You should run.
Well, looking for it. There's a lockdown applied. They have nothing that they can do to nullify this. So it's probably going to have to be a free sight. 5v3, or I'm sorry, 5v5 on the retake. Soul still holding the line, ready for one. Almost a collateral, but instead nothing. Not a single shot. He doubles down. Another
Spike
chance,
down,
another
B.
shot. And now the smoke's up. And they have the sight.
This is where things get tough, especially if you're an op wielder right now. You could be able to push a little bit more, or you might have to dial yourself back a little bit. But look at this, though. Full sight control for the favor of attack mode. They're down 1 extra body, but that's not going to stop defense mode from pushing on forwards. All on CT side. They have to do what they can. It doesn't matter when there's a whole bunch of utility all over the place. One shot card's able to confirm. One behind logs can be another. But these defenders, they've only lost one so far, and they're able to find everybody across the board. One behind Boathouse. Last one alive, they're gonna fall as well. In defense mode, they just seem to be able to read attack like a book.
I mean, it's what I talked about before. It's where attack mode, all they're really doing right now is just 5-man executes. And when they lose someone on the entry, defense mode sets himself up in a really great spot for the retake. They have the ultimates in hand, they have the shots in hand. Do it cleanly. So defense mode right now, they find themselves up 6-2, and they built a really good bit of momentum here as they will reset attack mode back onto the save.
You know what we haven't seen yet? A single default.
No.
Not
And
once.
it's hurting them.
Yeah. Absolutely. We've seen rushes every single round. Now, granted, they have changed every single round too. We've seen tiles to mid, A and B, but that's just one of 3 strategies they've had.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like there's that much depth to it, right? And that's what they need to grow if they want a chance. Because it's kind of fighting, like, they want to be that kind of style where you just fight, you rush, you take aim duels, you kind of smeag it, but they haven't been able to find those duels. And I feel like the utility synergy hasn't been on that perfect point either that you need for those types of executions against a team that does have really heavy hitters. The likes of Honda, the likes of, I mean, practically everyone on defense mode has had their moment to shine. Attack mode this time, though, it is a bit more of a default. Now, presence towards B main, that's punished with some information in the way of defense, but mode, tough, big He's alone, kind of lurking up this way. And his team has found space in mid, but it seems like it's known. And now it will be for sure as Soul finds that pick.
Suddenly, everyone gets aggressive now. Opening pick goes under. It's going to be another trade, though. Muda with the Sheriff's able to find one, but a Perez is going to clap up and find yet another. Going to be the kill feed almost entirely in the favor of attack mode. Make that a triple for Muda. Cowboy Bebop over here. Going to leave now one last alive. And this has been a position we haven't seen Frag in a while.
30 seconds left.
1vx situation, Phantom in hand. By now, everyone on attack mode's picked up weapons. But if you're this Killjoy, you got to act fast. Sure, you've already won this
Spike
half, and you
planted.
want to make sure you take as many rounds as you can, too, because the defense or the attack might not be pretty. Breaker Bonkers, though, holding an angle. Right on the other side of boats. Frag doesn't have too many options. Almost no utility. They do have a drone they could entry with, but no, Rika changes position just in time. They could look back,
Timing.
though. No, don't see the corner for the KJ. Look around the corner, though, sniping it away.
Not have made that easier. Great thrifty round from them on attack mode. And what worked well, Max, is what you were complaining about. No default. They run it here and it worked exceptionally well. We see that now they've conditioned defense mode to over-rotate, to over-commit. And that allowed Rika to lurk up towards A, find that pick. And it's the snowball of the eco round. As soon as you have one gun in your hand, that gun gets a frag. You have another in your possession. And you can keep spiraling out of control from there.
It makes me wonder, though, we are seeing a little bit more adaptability coming out from attack mode, Mimi, but Soul is still remaining on the op. They are 8 and 6, but again, you mentioned this a few rounds ago, there hasn't been the largest impact of ops in this game.
Much come of it quite yet. We see they're again working towards the default. This is what is well for them, but again, the B main setup is strong. Presence towards there, one step aggressive. If KJ dips, there's a little too far. Main position, be punished. Now, stays slow, stays collected.
And I'm wondering how this seal's going to break for the round, right? We see attack mode, all positioned, a little bit on every single place. This is what we call a default. And yet they're playing it so well, but look how pushed up defense mode is. Oh, doesn't matter though, they're still able to make it work. Soul, one of the two that was really pushed up, and B-main's able to find the opening pick.
Huge position. We see the Sova Jihad spotting, but now the AWP of Rika comes into play. He loves these lurks towards the A site. And it comes to fruition as he takes second control, but he's still pushing here, Max. Rexo could be ready, peek out, but there's two there. The bait in, perfect for Rexo to find the frag, and that's huge if they lose that. Because, Max, they had even odds. They had a site control. Now they lose practically everything, including their AWPer, and it falls to a retake. Disadvantage odds for the side of attack.
Oh, with the rich and crispy goodness of a rotisserie chicken hiding inside hell, boiling away as we speak, but it doesn't matter. Buddha's able to find a double off screen. He's going to hold the angle, though, wait for some of the drop. It's actually going to be two at once. Doesn't matter, though. He has to find two different angles, trying to go for the defuse, able to find it across the corner. Still one more to deal with. Turn light goes down, finds the solo. Doesn't matter. Through the wall, 3K.
Where's Sky? What?
Hello?
Clutch.
Maddie? Unlucky, really.
Let me call my sister. I'll ask.
Yeah, can you get her back in the game, please? What?
Hey,
That's so
Maddie,
sad.
get back in the Valorant game. What? What's Valorant? Oh, come on. You're not that mad. Alright, she's not coming back.
He's not coming back.
This one might.
Hopefully another Maddie can sub. But talking about that round, I mean, it looked really good for attack mode. They had a good crossfire setup. They had themselves positioned well down into hell. They had the perfect position. It was just that they have Maddie. That was the position that could have won the round. But even if we considered her a non-factor in that round, which she really was, got a little overzealous there. Way too aggro up into ramps right away, and that would have been a really tough. Because there was really no way in from there. And that's going to kind of keep the ball rolling. Defense.
It's tough, right? Because I really did like Rika's position up until they peeked out of heaven. Because having at least through the box up in the heaven, you had that power position where none of the defenders could be able to push up really effectively without taking bodies. But then they overextended and peeked into backside into CT spawn, and that's where everything fell apart.
Yeah. It's an interesting run of things. I mean, if we talk more overarching, what I want to see different from attack mode is I want to see this off play be a little more effective. It looks like we might be back into this, but I'd
Oh,
love to see the off
hello.
play have a little bit more high again. Might have a little bit more into it, have a little bit more power shown. Because right now that feels like it's been a struggle. It's just been that one glitch pop up, going back and forth and back and forth. No one really finding a huge play with it quite yet. And maybe having an individual pop up, someone kind of just show up big time for attack mode could be big, especially if they're kind of struggling with this fifth player kind of dropping in.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I think one thing interesting about this matchup, though, is that we haven't really seen too much of a reliance on
Yeah.
ults. Of course, we did see the double KJ ult come out a few times, which you would think would, kind of get rid of my point, but it doesn't because
Mhm.
we've mostly not seen any ults. We haven't really seen much up action. It's been just straight up gunfights the entire time.
Yeah, it really has been. It just it's interesting to see because that's not normally what you'd expect, but it's of course
On
some of these
Ascent,
open
too.
tournaments you're on Ascent especially. In some of these open tournaments where you're going to expect some teams to be a little puggier to switch things up a little bit and try things out because neither of these teams are like the full fleshed out version of themselves. When I was talking to Bemi, it was like for attack mode, it's some players from their female roster coming in, some from their secondary roster. It's a big kind of smorgasbord of who's playing for what team. So I think I'm not gonna rag on them too much for the style they're playing because they haven't obviously haven't had time to prepare with these set five.
I'm wondering, is this Bemi's idea to put them together in GLG? Because that is a tactical genius move. Combining your forces, pit them against each other on a place where they have to have a VOD?
Yeah,
That's smart.
big brain.
That's very smart. But going back to the game though, I'm curious to see how things are gonna go in the second half. I'd be a little surprised if we don't see attack mode even things out here. I'm expecting overtime, to be honest with you.
You think?
Yeah. I think we'll see overtime.
Call
Because
me
they
a
know all of each
doubter,
other's
but
really?
yeah.
Come on. Alright, what's the final scoreline?
Final scoreline?
Right now.
13-7 going to defense.
Really?
Yeah,
See, I would have agreed with you if it was like 13-9 or 10. I think we can see overtime.
yeah. I don't
A
know.
lot of
We'll have to
it's
see.
gonna come
We'll have
down
to
to that
see.
Sova. That Sova's gonna be the make or break.
Yeah. But I mean, speaking of things we can see, we see Maddie in the
Oh,
lobby again. She's back. Maybe the phone call worked and she's back into the throes of things. But from where they're set up, it looks like they might be trying to take things quickly. I want to hear what's your read on what kind of Rick has been doing with the op, like this lurk up A. Because yeah, he's gotten some kills with it, but I don't know if it's been effective in kind of the bigger throes of winning rounds.
no, I don't think it has been. We kind of touched upon that too when we were on camp. It's Rika kind of overextending a little bit. Could have been great had they just gone on top of heaven. And just allowing people to push on through. But by putting himself in that position where he didn't have any intel, peeking the 3 different bodies where they're almost guaranteed to be, it was frankly a little silly, and I'm expecting to see a little bit more of a subdued opera come on out. But speaking of subdued, though, Soul, right able to find anybody, someone inside a marketplace, immediately jetting back. Gonna have the first knife kill, trying to find one from mid-side. Rika Bonker instead is able to find it instead. That's gonna be the op that we need to see. But this is just a chaos.
Yeah, it is. Rika dashes Undersphere into his teammate's face, so one falls. Because of that, now Rexo has his double setup still in catwalk. Rika could peek right into this. The bait in would be perfect, but Rika's falling away for now. The line, duel one side, no one peeking out, no one aggressing. All that information given over. Swing could be out from the rain. That doesn't even matter because Zexo, he's got this in his hand. Shock Dart huge for the frag. That's 3 in the round for the Sova. And just 1 left in mid will get sprayed down. No, Lydia still alive now in Fridge with the Shock Dart. Might just do her in. And it will.
It does.
Rexo just doing a masterclass in Sova utility. I think he only killed 1 person with an actual gun there.
You're right, and it was the opera too, no less.
Yeah.
Holy! I mean, what we saw was just so cool, right? We've seen Rexa. How many Shock Dart kills? 4 now this match.
Yeah, a lot out from him. 2 just in the round.
That is very impressive. But now look at the economics for defense mode. It's a little hairy. If they lose this round, it's not going to look good, except for maybe Rax.
It's gonna be an interesting one. It's one that they really need, right? Because going down 9-3, that might just be that 13 to a lot of rounds kind of scoreline I was talking about. It might just be again. Soul finds an entry, and they're pushing out so quickly, but Soul doubles down. Now the Reyna up top getting frags. Deviant for 2. Now the trade's in from Lydia. It could be too little too late. She's pushed, dinked, spam through the wall. Soul finds it, and they will pick up yet another round. This defense mode, they continue on this tear.
You miss it. Defense mode wiped everybody off the board going into team main. That's what happens when you don't go for a default.
Yeah. Oh, that's going to be tough. Now, if we talk about this 9-3 at the half, this has to be a pistol round win for attack mode. And thus far, they've really been able to do too much there, right? Like, in a very tough dig of things. Trying to pick up into this, trying to get that pistol round going is going to be so important, because if they don't, that's down 10-3 immediately. The conversion brings you to 11, and from there, it's just death door, just knocking to pull you out of the game.
Look at the different spread, though, of weaponry that we see. Some Sheriffs, some Frenzies, and some Ghosts in hand as well. Rika Bonker is going to be pushing up a little too much, realizing they're not immediately going to be pushing up A in retaliation. They're going to back off, thinking it's B. Here's the problem, Mimi. It's not B. It's not B at all.
This is a tough read. Matt is still here, but is she leaving too? No, they're heading towards heaven, but look at the way attack mode's playing this. They're so slow, so quiet, but what scares me is that attack mode, they're not getting aggressive into this. They're not finding anything. And I think we're already getting mixed up by the names, but it might not matter, because defense mode has to be ready to attack, and it's 5-man posture towards the safe side.
It's one of the modes. But
One of the modes.
Holding back inside hell like a little demon. One heaven as well. The angels in play. Pushing forwards. Might be able to find one. Soul's able to open up the second half, though, finding Rika Bunkers. But the plant's going to go down anyway. So many bodies on the board. So much chaos could go underway. And Rax pushing up, having full control of heaven. Sees Moto with the Sheriff in hands. Not going to be able to find the trades, but still, bodies going to fall everywhere. Rex has to make it through. Able to find another one that's alive. It's going to be down to Fright. No, Alita, excuse me. Alita's in heaven now. A 1v2. Might be able to find some word. Having the turret to find some intel. Is it going to be a turret fest? Autobots roll out. No! Classic's going to miss both ways. This could be a great chance for a rotate. Rex peeking up. Might be able to find it. Has the angle. Frenzy in hand. Has to wait for the drop. They're going to drop down. Jenny doesn't matter. Hold it down the line. Going to bring it back to a 10.
Great pistol round there from defense mode on their attacker side, pulling themselves into a great advantage. And what I loved about the post-plant setup there is that they didn't totally turtle up inside. They were ready to continue fighting towards that heaven area, keeping the pressure off and isolating the duels up against attack mode's retake. Worked really well to find them this round. And Max, because the scoreline is so far, this forces attack mode to try and buy into things to attempt this round. But if they lose this round, the game could be all but over.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with that too. Spectres in hand. This will be a great way to duel things out, because the only time we saw attack mode really win rounds was when they had all Vandals.
Yeah. And even then, it was never really a close affair. Only 3 rounds found thus far. Here's the first chance, though. Rotisserie close. Good for 1, maybe more. Looking for a second, but the trade coming through. No, Rotisserie, another. No health, no problem, Max. Rax has a trade back, though. So a 4-on-3, and Rotisserie somehow still alive. Pulls away. Is their team possibly in this? The heal up, too. It's huge.
Oh, that's going to be such a good heal opportunity here. Now, everyone on attack, defense mode, excuse me, is essentially stuck. They have to go through cat, into tree, get into A, and plant. But they're already rotating around. That's going to be the scary part. Look at where this Omen is. Number 8 there on the board. It's going to be Rax. How works this? Excuse me, trying to find one. Gets the dig, but it's not enough. They're going to fall down anyways. Plan goes underway. 1 in the undercover shadows, 2 in hell. Great penetration opportunities, but where's that spike? It still hasn't gone down just yet. Of course, as I say that, it starts to make its audio cues underway. They have so much opportunity. They have so much intel, and these attackers, they have to capitalize on it right now. Now, when Muda's on the board, able to find 1 Sheriff's in hand. This is like the wild, wild west. Rex trying to find another Spectre in hand. Doesn't matter when you have Rex. Be a triple now. Last one alive, though. It's almost a 2v1 with this turret. Trying to find this KJ. Stifling the defuse. Making sure what's most important, but it doesn't know. Oh, the sneaky snake comes on by.
Olivia, no way she pulls that off. In the closest of odds, pulls her team back into things. And that is such a massive round to find because like we kind of forewarned at the beginning of this, if they lost that force up, the amount of investment they put in, that would have meant it would have been 11 rounds, could have spiraled way out of control. And now they have a chance to get the ball rolling here. Defense mode reset onto a save, but attack mode, I mean, the economy is not looking too much better. Any damage done by defense mode here in this round is massive, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, if you're in defense, or wow, this is confusing. If you're in attack mode's position right now, you have no choice but to just keep buying and buying and hoping for the best. Things are just not looking great right now. And Mimi, we're seeing a little bit more disciplined pushing from B side here. Is that going to be enough with Deviant finding the opening pick?
Just B, because now the pressure is really on for attack mode. Despite those better odds, have that advantage.
They're rotating.
I mean, they don't have to commit. The pressure is completely on the defensive side. Attack mode, they have to make the move. They have to get aggro. And Maddie in mid should be in for a treat. 4 players ready. She spots him out, but gets away. That's huge information garnered.
Is that going to be a blind on everybody? I guess not, but the pre-fire is already connecting onto Maddie. Dark covered inside mid. The entire team is stuck in a pit of death. They have to find a way out. They have to claw their way out of it. And look at that. I think their solution may have been Cat. They're going to push where Maddie once was. Might be able to hold those angles still. She's deep into A, but look at this. The other Reyna pushing by. It's Muda with the Vandal, holding a very deep angle. This could be a fantastic opportunity to find maybe 1, perhaps 2, the only duels on defensive side. They have to worry about A main as well. Spike is on that side, though. So it could be a dual band effort.
30 seconds left.
Could try to find some success. Time is running out, Mimi. They have to make a move. Things are getting a little bit more tense. This could make or break the entire game. This very next play, but it doesn't matter. All of that set up for a single flick from Soul. Now the spike needs to go under. 14 seconds left. Dark cover again, the same one that took down that Reyna, having to play against the both teams. But no one's able to find any success. It trades back and forth, and defense mode's able to make it work. They're one off with a flawless.
I don't even know what to say about that round because attack mode just nothing worked for them. They had the gun advantage, they had everything they needed, but it was just some great individual performance. Soul and Deviant popping off with the sheriffs, finding early impact. But then the mistake I think that attack mode made is that once they were at the man disadvantage, they tried to get aggro, but it was all fractured. Everyone went alone. No one was in a trade position. And so the individuals, the really strong individuals of defense mode could just pick everyone off one by one, find their way to 11, and force attack mode onto a really tough economic dig. This could be match point very well, Max.
I'm inclined to agree with that.
I think it is.
Underway.
Yep,
We're
probably.
1 on the battlefield already. Deviant with a triple.
You gotta feel bad for Maddie.
There was no utility used. Maddie, oh no. Classic in hand. They have flashes. They have 1 flash. That's gone. What are you gonna do here? You might be able to find the lucky kill against the Sova, but no. They don't even get that.
Oh my god. I was just trying to set the storm that this could be the final round, but before we can even finish our sentence, everyone is executed in the middle of the map, and that's confidence. Straight up, that is just confidence. That just having the ability to just have not a care in the world, hold W into mid, and take it out, even if it's an anti-ego. It's still
no, Mimi.
Still impressive.
That was Deviant. That was Deviant.
It was Deviant.
So walk me through this. You're Deviant right now. Point of view, you're Deviant. 23 and 9. Are you gonna go for it again?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna hold W. I'm gonna get more frags. I'm going for the 30 bomb. Guys, don't win yet. I'm going for the 30 bomb.
But it is a slow play coming out from attack mode here, or from defense mode.
Horrible.
I know. It's like a palindrome. It's like a Turing machine. If you can do it, you're a robot. But Rika Bonker's gonna go for the Cloudburst, gonna find some one-way potential outside of A main, but no one's pushing up through it just yet. They have to play around the KJ, trying to find some pop shots, able to find one before they get confirmed traded out. But they're still gonna go for it anyways. This is a great opportunity for defense mode. They've lost 1 body, but both teams have. Emperor's underway for Muda. Spike goes down.
Lockdown.
Oh, there is lockdown potential, you're right. Plus, on top of the Empress, we do see the Blade Sword coming out as well. So much potential on the elevation to worry about. But instead, they go down like a mole person. They're in deep under inside hell. Burst in hand, safely getting their way to A main. This is already over. Mimi, attack mode. There's nothing they can do here. They have to go en masse. They have to throw a body to the spike. They're trying to
They're
get
on
denied.
it.
One confirms.
Oh.
No, it doesn't confirm. This could be their chance. 1v2. Muda has to push up. Find
Remaining.
both of them. He has
Last
all the
player
intel.
standing.
A 1v1. KJ versus KJ. Molly, that could be the confirm right there.
Oh,
Is it over? I think it is.
time.
I think it's too
I
late.
don't know if there's time. There's another
No,
volume
it is
play
too
too.
late.
She has to hold this, and she can't muster. Frag finds the frag necessary to pull us all the way to 13 rounds and close out the game there. Wait,
Wait. Oh, I guess this is the encore. Okay.
what?
All right, one more song, guys.
One more. Get a round of applause. Bring them back in, guys. But
Woo!
I think the game is over, right? Screaming, I
think so.
guess. Someone says in chat. All right, sorry. We'll reset ourselves, but really good showing from defense mode. These sister teams had that sibling rivalry to brawl it out, to find the frags onto each other. But I think that it was just kind of, yes, some of the strats were cool they pulled out, but it was mostly just individuals popping off. The pop-off factor of Deviant and of Soul just being able to run in, find entries, not just that, but create so much space for their team. There was never really a solution, and there was never really a coordinated front. It felt a little, I guess, disjointed would be my word.
Yeah, disjointed. I would say also fractured a little bit at times
Yeah.
too. Once there was some pressure being put on how these pushes were going to go under for the attack, it didn't quite work out the way they had hoped. But we did at the very end start seeing some more default plays. Most of them did come from defense mode side, and I thought those worked pretty well. There was some adaptability from both teams, but at the end, when they started doing so, it was too little, too late.
Yeah, I mean, there was a chance, but it never quite came to fruition. So for that first game of the groups, we'll be up to, oh god, it's defense mode. That's the one of the two practically
Only have to worry
identical
about one
names.
now.
Only have to worry about one. That's we can be thankful for that. But with that, they'll take control of this first game. But we're gonna throw it to a quick break. We're getting switched out with Reish coming back, Kura coming in. We'll be right back with you with Great Lake Gaming, Pit of Valor in a moment.
And so now, trying to get themselves into a better position, Blast is just going to teabag, seeing that Owl come out. But here we go. Now it's the slow push onto A, as one is holding up mid. Deluxe's going to find the first kill onto Deluxe, and that opens things up for AU. They decide... Oh, they get the pick onto A. They make Thrifty think they're going towards A, but now they...
See, just 2 on target, 10 HP. He's gonna get peeked. He's gonna get not found out just yet. Footsteps are stomping. There is enough. Deluxe picks up 4 and even gets the dink, but Killa securing it. 2 HP. What? 2
Not even
HP?
close. Not even close.
Not even close, baby.
Midnight
That's
and
actually
city
pretty
lights
massive there
on the
for
other
himself to be able
side.
to take
You're
so
calling
many-
me
excuse
up
me, from
at the
Deluxe
same
to take so
time.
many-
I'm in the daylight, calling to say hi, but your words they cry. If there's something that you need to say, I know it ain't easy living inside your brain for sure. You keep telling me that it's all okay, but I know, yeah. Your silence speaks so loud. Your silence speaks so loud. And I hear you calling out, yeah. We're talking about nothing. Then you said something under your breath. I can't take it, I know what you're thinking. I wish I could fix this, yeah. If there's something that you need to say, I know it ain't easy living inside your brain for sure. You keep telling me that it's all okay, but I know, yeah, your silence speaks so loud. Silence speaks so loud. And I hear you calling out.
that they lost.
Exciting Call of Duty here for you tonight.
Your mic's muted, but you know what?
So I knew once I turned up, it was over.
Where's our names?
Hello?
Yeah, I don't.
He has a chance. Welcome back to another week of the Pit of Valor.
And welcome to the Valium.
Welcome everybody. Here we are.
And welcome everybody.
The play through mid.
On the way, we'll get this round.
Piece. Why not an ace? Absolutely.
Trapped completely by the sea. They put themselves in a chamber.
Connect. Oh, next.
That's a collapse. Pick up all the frags.
The next best of 3 is coming up, and here's our sock.
Bon appetit.
Definitely.
No.
Thank you and good night.
And we can't wait to see you tomorrow.
And stay safe.
Peace.
Every week at GL Gaming Lounges. If you're not there, what else are you doing?
And welcome everybody back to GLG. I'm Ravage joined back again by a different and equally as absolutely fantabulous and gargantuan female caster, that being Miss Kura Haneko. Joe right by my side. How you doing, Kura?
Doing real good tonight. What about you?
Oh, doing freaking-tastic. As always, appreciate you asking. Now, I know y'all had Max and me for a little bit. I'm sorry to take that away from y'all, but you know what? But you'll try us out for a little bit. I promise we'll be just as fun, if not more fun, because I know for a fact Max has more hair than me, but I'm taller than Max, so I already win.
All right, fun facts today.
That's what matters, right? So but past all that, we're almost ready to get into the next game of the day right here on GLG. The 1-year anniversary, nonetheless, between Titan and AG. I'm just calling it AG because like our goal makes me sound like I got something stuck in the back of my throat.
All right. We'll just go with that. We'll go with that.
But have you heard of any of these teams before here, Craig? Do you know anything about them?
I only know a little bit about Titan. I believe I've cast them before, but I don't know anything about AG. So it's going to be really interesting to see how they actually, play against each other.
Speaking of which, I believe we're almost about ready to get into the game at any second now, too. So y'all will be seeing that map, and it will be Bind. And thank God, I am very happy the teams have chosen to pick up Bind and not Ascend for the very first time in my entire life. The first map I'm actually casting is not Ascent, and I thank you for it, right? Thank you for looking outside the box, you could say, and choosing something different. I'm still sad it's not Icebox, but I understand because Bind has been a staple since the game started, Kurt.
That is true, and you say thank God it's Bind. I'm like, oh man, it's Bind. I have casted a lot of Bind and a lot of Ascent, so I too was hoping for a little bit of Icebox, but that's okay. We got 3 more games tonight, so we could see that later.
I genuinely would hope for absolutely nothing more. I'm gonna will it out and push it into the universe that one of these teams likes to get a little bit cold and frisky out here. So I'm gonna be putting on my jacket if that does happen, right? Winter coat on, Took and Beatty ready to go. If we go to Icebox, for now, we will settle for a bind. Speaking of which, the bind is a map I find is genuinely a lot of fun because teams pull out what I can only describe as a slew of different personalities, experiences, and especially it all comes down to that pistol round, right? How you started off right at the beginning can really set the pace for what you want to do going throughout the game.
That is definitely true. And, with the resurgence of Viper right now, I feel like Viper is just so strong on Bind now. I think the other day I did see a Viper and Astra hold on Bind, and the attackers just could not get through the defense at all. I believe this was actually last night. I think it was the NSG, like, summer tournament open qualifiers or something like that. Because that was crazy. But unfortunately, looks like we are not going to be seeing that Astra or Viper today.
Sadly so. I'm sad. I know that Dog outside is too. He was hoping for a bit of an Astra, but it will not come to fruition as it'll be standard comps across the board, except the breach on Bind coming in from Tight, which let me just say this straight up, Kurt. I love Breach. I'm a Breach main, and I think Breach is a very, very underutilized agent on Bind, especially on the defense and both on the attack. You can set up your fault line in really creative forms, being able to enter and disengage your flashes, and plus that little explosion you do through the wall can clear out so many of those tight angles that we know are present within Bind itself. But as you hop on into the second game of the day, you're looking to Lighter with Gog and how they set up their early pushes to make sure that they can try to catch Titan off guard, because as right now, we Titan are quite favored in this matchup.
Yeah, and it seems like both of the team comps look a bit standard. Again, different because there is the breach on the side of Titan, but I feel like I've seen Spencer outplay it before, and they were pretty good at it. So I'm excited to see how that fares on Bind against AG. And they both have those typical one Sentinel setup. Sage on the side of Titan, though, compared to that Cypher on the side of AG. And it looks like AG right now are posturing for that B hit, and Titan here do have 3 members set up, and this is going to be a pretty aggressive hold. Gonna just spot the head, though.
So right now, no one moved it as of yet. What interesting I wanted to point out, too, is it looks like it'll be pretty much a solid full rotation coming out from Titan, as they don't see any hits coming out. There were a couple members in the back, but they actually don't move in at all on to try to possibly rattle up against the members of a Gog. But as of right now, we see AG backs all the way out. They decided because they can't work their way in order to get a pick. This golf is a complete fake. A side is empty, Kura.
It is completely empty, and because of that paranoia coming out from Zoe, I think Titan just thought that they were about to come in, so they rotated everybody over. But now with that dark cover watching Heaven, AG is just going to get a free plant here.
Right now, it's already moved in, like you mentioned, plant down though, and now it is out to the member of Titan. It's a 5v5, so not a completely impossible situation. They do have a lot of util and a solid amount of flashes too. They could possibly use to move it in sight. To moving down into Hookah, as all is going to be a giant cluster, but it's already flashed. But as soon as it dissipates, they get 1 to 2 across the board so far. Back and forth. Inside actually misses the first record, but it gets the second. It doesn't matter. AG get the first round.
AG there, as we said, able to juke out Titan during that first round, get that free plant, and just hold it completely off. They were playing some members in U-Haul, and they were able to catch out those members of Titan, even though they had those breach flashes that I feel like can be so impactful on any map, and in Bind in particular, because you have some of those really close angles, right? And then when you blind, you're like, I have nowhere to go. I had to saw that a little bit.
It makes it so tough, right? Because you're thinking, Valorant is a game that acquires sunglasses at this point and nobody's wearing them, which is absolute tragedy, but at least Cypher got a hatch he can manage. But really did come down to whoever landed that right click first. And now with AG having the initial econ advantage, Smiley holding what is one of my favorite spots in hookah. This super tight angle, complete suicide angle right beside the boxer, peeks in and that's a free kick.
That is a free pick, but AG are still gonna go onto this site.
Yeah, just slowly moving in. They're planting us right now, but Titan actually have a complete stronghold on side as of right now. The spike is now going down as finally AG are able to get some shallow control.
Standing ahead.
Members of Titan are still alive here, Kurt, as they move away through elbow.
Yeah, and both of those members of AG right now are a little bit stuck on site. They're playing near tube while the last 3 members of Titan are coming in through CT. And JSP is going to take the peek here, and Lord FaZe is going to be able to pick up 2. 1v1 situation.
Woo! But Spencer's patient gets a nice little flick onto Lord FaZe's head. Really close call there as well. Considering with a spray down with the Spectre, it's such a close angle, all the double peak, man. It was just a gun advantage, just too much. Really clutch play there by the end by Titan to make sure they at least get 1 round back. And now there's even across the board, but because AG bought last round, Titan got the econ advantage.
Dude, and I feel like right there, it was just Smiley in that hookah position, that close position you were talking about, and able to get that initial pick off on the member of AG and pick up that Spectre. So he was just able to do so much damage to those members of AG on that site, and left in that 2v3 situation. Not great for AG, therefore they were losing the round, but there is 1 rifle though coming out on their side, so they could potentially find something with that hero weapon. But here we actually have seen that Sage Wall from Titan go up quite often in showers just to get that free orb. Seems like 4 Gozo right now, as they are 1 ultimate point away from getting that resurrect, and they've left a short completely open. I feel like I have seen this quite often as the double showers play, but usually they push out of showers, right? They don't actually wall that and kind of like cut off any semblance of retreat they have. But AG, they don't know this, so they are just chilling at short right now, still trying to get some information about those members in showers.
Cage trigger.
Into the site, they've established some shallow control. We see AG does this a couple of times now too, but immediately that breach disrupt will allow them to push back a little bit further, just delay the plant for a little bit, and Spencer using the window absolutely beautifully. Delay the plant for as long as possible. Now all that matters, landing the shots, which is being done by Titan and honestly almost nobody else. That advantage way too good.
And it just came down to that showers position, right, that we just saw. Those 2 members right there. I feel like AG should have known that there were some members there, especially with that Sage Wall up, right? Maybe they thought that Gozo ended up backing off completely off the site, but they just had that advantageous position, and AG were just not ready, and so they're taken off guard. And now it is going to be 2 rounds in favor of Titan, and they do have that operator right now coming out of bait, and that will be holding A. So we'll see if they are able to get any picks off that.
Again, too, Gozo holding the same sort of shower position and putting up that initial wall, but everybody from Titan is everybody from AG as moving themselves over to B here. Curtis is switching to the scythe every other round. Paranoid actually will not hit Smiley, but it takes a big chunk to the face. It's a little bit dangerous for him, but at least using the setting up both smokes on both sides would allow it to move around freely, and that was such a big drone to catch out so much of AG moving with the scythe.
Yeah, and now AG here, they pushed on a lot faster than they have before. But they still have a full minute left, and that is going to be the Hunter's Fury coming out, and that's going to tag up 1 member and stop the... Did not actually stop the spike plant. But Mask here has already moved up into elbow.
Yeah, Fury actually just got almost about 2 tags on both sides now. The Master's waiting for everybody to push into elbow, but everybody from Titan is moving it onto the other side, and all the Metas landed their shots, but Cycle moving it through bunker gets a 4K to clear out the round. Massive from Cycle.
Everyone from Titan just ended up perishing on that site, and that is also the operator gone. So I don't even think we saw it get any initial picks because it was posted on A and the members of AG decided to move toward B. And now going into this round, Hunter's Fury was used on the side of Titan, so they will not have that. But they will have that res, which they have been saving up on Gozo, getting that shower orb every single time. And they will have that rolling thunder as well. So that could try to stop AG, try to get that member advantage, as we know that AG do not have a Sage. They do have Hunter's Fury, and they do have that Showstopper, which, you know, they could use to break the wall. They're just going to use the guns, though.
Yeah, seeing wall setup yet again. They should have noticed this in Hey. Man, it's like, I've seen the same angle be taken by so many just every single time,
Right?
along with the Omen. But ultimately, you never actually expected it, considering they also invested in the previous round, and with Mask going down as well. AG stuck in a bit of a tough position. And now as they slowly move in, they've taken over Hookah at least, so they get a bit of control. Spencer still at the back. He also has an op. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, and that is going to be that member advantage from Titan. The members of AG do have those ultimates available, but they do not have the spike. Paranoid is going to come out, and they're going to start moving in.
So what you pretty much stuck right at the back of Hookah. It's actually pincered though. Now all JSP needs to do is look for just initial pot shots he can get. But honestly, Titan can just chill and wait this out. They just have to waste 35 seconds more of AG's time. They do not have to move at all for their position.
30 seconds left.
AG are the ones who are stuck in a really bad spot. No spike, no spike, 2 members.
Last
They could
player
possibly clear them
standing.
out, but that's 1 member left for it.
Yeah, but we do have JSP. They have gotten the spike, and they're actually going to follow them here, and they need to get this pick, and they will not be able to. So that is going to be another round going over to Titan. And honestly, right there, they just held the spike for a really long time, and AG just didn't have that utility to try to get over it. I kind of expected Scythe to actually use that Showstopper there just to either try to clear out Heaven so that some of that pressure was relieved from JSP so that they could go get the spike and teleport just a little bit earlier. So that situation in the 1v3 wouldn't have happened.
Tough calls all around the board to be able to make, but now we were tracking the alt econs, the economy for a lot of these players, and as of right now, AG's is absolutely lighting up. So if we don't see a single one across the board, it would be tough. But first knives out immediately put out. So now back as she changes his position, does get spotted out by the dart, but initial pick misses the shot. Repositions.
That is unfortunate. AG, they really do love this B site right now. They are pushing up once again, 3 long into Hookah. That is going to be spotting them out though.
But Bobby doesn't miss a shot this time, though. Just BSP missed the knives, though, unfortunately. Just a little bit off kilter for that. And now it's up to 3v5, though AG have stuck too far out of sight. They've completely committed. They cannot get out. But now it just remains just 3v4. They consider the pincer one of Titan's members right at the back, so at least able to get the spike down. But now they have to hold it, which is the hardest part. Here comes the rolling thunder.
That is going to come out, and Nova will be able to pick off Busy here, but Zoe's still holding this. They will be able to get one, but not the other. And that's all the members of AG just perishing in an instant.
They just walked in one after the other. They were like, la 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 la, that's it. Bro, because I know retake's supposed to be coordinated and like really played it off flashes. Titan just walks in and takes back the site. Shout out to y'all. Already 4-2, they've been able to take a 2-round lead so far, but let's see if they keep it. On the other end, also look at AG's economy looking a little bit rough as well.
That is looking a little bit rough, and they do really need to win this round, or else they will be going on that save. They still have those ultimates available, especially that Showstopper. I want to see that used to get those initial picks, maybe even take the op off of Bape right here, as once again, they are going to be peeking long, and it's going to be up to these 3 members whether or not they can pick them off. Scary.
They eventually get spotted out too. They put the Cyphercade initially, is not able to move out.
I know exactly.
Because the darts, that was big. Does not respect the amount of information that AG has gotten. And just like that, a lot of ultimates committed to go in onto the B site. And they run it back this time, but at least Spike's planted securely. B firmly in AG's favor.
Yeah, they really just needed to use the ults there because it is, again, a do or die situation there in terms of the economy. So if all 5 members of AG are able to stay alive, that would be amazing. But they still have to deal with these last 2 members of Titan. There are still some flashes, Fault Line and Aftershock available on the side of Spencer. A Spencer Al. Seems like they're gonna try to go for this a little bit.
Yeah, they just want to get a couple pot shots to at least make sure that they ruin one or two of the economies of AG. But now it's just Spencer left. They're gonna at least try to save the rifle. Maybe look for some exit frags, but everyone for the side of AG is going all across the other side. Spencer will live. Last one to do so. AG, a much needed round.
And and they're able to pick off Spencer Al. All right, so that does put a little bit of a dent into the side of Titan, especially since they have been buying that operator every single time. And Babe, once again, seems like he's not gonna buy it this time, as the rest of his team is looking pretty broke. So they will be on that save round, and that should allow for AG to catch up. They don't have any of those ultimates to go onto site as we saw before, but it should be relatively okay, as the gun advantage should help them out here. But once again, it is going to be this double push into showers. Not going to be able to catch anyone out yet, though. Okay, that's one.
Oh, he has to wheel it at the last second, so the trades come out too. Really good job, because honestly, getting 2 down at the beginning for Titan would have been so big. They just completely shut down what AG wanted to do, though. But so 1-for-1 knives out, and there we go. That's the rifle down to at least 4 guns to the side of Titan, means they can possibly look for the retake. It goes down to a 2v4 between these two, and hard to figure these pop as well. AG in a bad spot.
Ooh, that is gonna take down AG quite low. They can't really get onto the site now because there are just 4 members of Titan holding this. The dark cover goes down. Fizzy is going to be in a little bit of a dicey situation.
Last player standing.
Looking right, but Bobby peeps out with the knives, and considering if you breathe on Zoe right now, he's gone. Like literally all you have to do. But the question is,
30 seconds
who
left.
is it going to be? Correct. And looking as of right now, consider they got 25 seconds left to go. He takes out the dart. He's probably just going to try to save the rifle at least. This is such a tough spot. He has the TP. He could probably go over to B if he wants to fully commit to this take. But in a 4v1, yeah, he's gonna die. Bye.
Yeah, I think they were like, okay, maybe Titan have just rotated off this site because they haven't seen anybody for such a long time, even though it is that one person. But I do agree. I think they could have used the From the Shadows to go to B and get that plant off and get just that extra money. But it's okay. They still have money to buy this round, so not as important for them. And that is going to be some ults that were used during that last round from the side of Titan, so they won't have those available. We will see that Resurrect hopefully coming up once they, take the free A showers orb, as it's been happening every single time. And it looks like the executes on B for AG have been a lot better than those executes on A. But Babe right now could change that if they are able to get that initial pick.
We heard Ultra being taken, I believe, right outside of B as well. So at least able to get one online, and considering where they were looking, yep, I believe Sagewell peeked in through. So that res will be available, at least on the side of Titan, giving them a little bit of insurance based on what kind of push they make. But still, AG in the rest of the position. Spike position outside of B, though, but not going to commit to any site considering long is smoked out. Question is right now what they could possibly do, considering Babe is actually holding down Hookah with the op and immediately shuts down Scythe.
Up in AG there, we're just playing really default, trying to see if anyone from Titan were going to overextend and greed, and that just did not happen, as you said, Babe was able to pick off that initial person. And now there is no showers hold coming out from Titan, so it is going to be a 3v4 onto the site.
Able to move into the dispenser left. You got spotted out initially, though. Let's push some shots down. Gets a lot of damage right away, but ooh, nice use the breach usual to make sure that the spike doesn't go down yet. And now just Zoe peeking in through Hookah, might be able to get one though, but now AG have been able to at least take control of the left side of B side. Nice shots down, but the paranoia, he was blinded, actually did not see. Gets one back, looking back near the spike holder, Sova. But Zoe with such a good position right outside of Hookah, at least able to get the spike down.
Yeah, when we see Babe coming all the way over from B, we had that from the shadows from Smiley just to take out one of those members of AG, but unfortunately, they were just taken out soon after. And this is going to be the operator right now. All utility is available, but there are no knives, and that drone should be able to spot them out here. But this is still very doable.
Is puts the pre-fires in, he knows they're there, and Zoe with the rightly timed peek takes him out. Babe in a very, very tough position. That's taken out ultimately. Now, with the AG are on the rise, they're able to catch up, but these rounds have been so back and forth. Titan only have a 1-round lead, and considering, although guns across the board in their hand, I think if AG, if they keep playing a little bit slower, those keep going a lot better.
Yeah, I think, well, it seems like if AG are able to get on the site, the retake, the hold seems pretty good, and Titan's retake mostly just depends on if they have members in those advantageous positions, right? If they have those members in showers, because at B, I feel like they don't have the flanks very often, and if they flank through hookah, that's when they are more successful, as we saw last time when Smiley was just hanging out there. This time it is going to be another B hit, and there are only 2 members left on this site. It is going to be the Sova and the Omen. Should be able to get some information here with the drones coming out, but it's still going to be really hard to hold them off.
There's still 2 members on B here, covered from Shadows used very early on to try to catch a little bit of early information of the reposition at the back, but now as all of Titan move on over, they're all stuck in the back of the elbow, so now it depends on how this side is moving through. No real major ultimates available. Having a Roll of Thunder as of right now would be key, but considering that is not in their arsenal, it just depends on being able to get some early picks and playing around the paranoia. But GSP actually peeks in the side and it clears. Our Sight was stuck here before, but dies. And yeah, that's going to be... Wow, that's everybody. That was quick.
That was really quick, and they just all came in at the exact same time. Unfortunately, their Sight's position in box, you know, it works once is not going to work again. Okay, maybe it worked more than once. Maybe it worked like twice. But, you know, you can't keep playing inside the box because at that point, Titan just kind of expects it, right? And they will just check it. And, you know, if you're stuck there all alone, it's not going to be too great for you. So that is going to be Titan extending their lead up to 6-4. And again, Operator still on the board. And now it is going to be going against the saves for the side of AG. And they do have the Blade Storm on JSP, which could be pulled out this round, and the Hunter's Fury. I don't know if they will use that this round, as you know, it is that save, and it's going to be quite an uphill battle.
They also put up in the to get the early wall right outside of showers and get to block it all off, but they're trying to break through because they got 4 layers of ice to move through here. Kura, but actually it goes down. That's just the wall is broken. The PK, but Spencer with a nice trade, but cannot deal with all the firepower coming right into his way. Now it just depends, at least now with one gun in hand for AG. Does move it on to A pipe. Yet again with the off 2 shots down low Fizzy, and they're all centered around in showers.
That is going to be the spike going down. Babe here is holding from heaven. With that Operator, not able to find anybody, but Nova will pick off Zosel. Still going to be it's going to be a 3v2 situation right now in favor of Titan.
It's close. Because their side is the back with only Sheriff though. But Smiley comes in with a really nice fight to catch one though. Now it's just Sight left, although he responds back. Oh, that was a nice flick. I thought he was Dunzo Bunzo, but no. With that flick, he also gets a gun in hand. But actually, Babe is actually sticking. He's not looking. Opshot will be able to do it. He's a back and forth. He spots the gun. C4 goes to reposition. He doesn't have enough time. He has to stick it. Oh no, they will both die to the spike. At least he gets the kill. But AG with a beautiful call.
Yeah, and they were just able to take off so many guns from the side of Titan there. That's the op gun. That's all the rifles gone. And they're going to have a little bit of a scuffed by coming into the last round of this half. And I really like how actually AG decided to challenge them showers, right? We didn't really see them try to break that wall, try to, you know, take out those 2 members. But because they were on that save round and, yep, 5v2, pretty tough situation for those 2 members, even though it is a rifle. So I'm glad that they took that opportunity to push onto a site. And now going into this, it is going to be that Sage wall just coming up again, and the wall this time is going to get immediately broken. So they're not going to be able to get that free orb. Not that Goza really needs it right now. They do have that Resurrect available. But AG here, they do have those 2 offensive vaults, right? They have the Showstopper, they have the Hunter's Fury.
Yeah.
We're going to need to see it pop to try to get on this side, as Scythe right now is posturing around A short. And this is where Gozo is. So if they can take out Gozo, that would be huge here.
This is so tough right now for AG, right? Considering with the way they're posturing so far, they would just need just one solid just go button for them to enter onto the site. But Shadow Control does not given over. Either they just take out the dart, but no information gained from that, which is key. So they're not able to see where Titan is posturing around the map, and with them setting up another one way for the Omen, it is going to be tough. Just one good peek could spell the difference between living and dying. Speaking of which, they have the res available, so Sage can't die this round. That would be really, how you say, the opposite of good.
The suboptimal. That's the Hunter's Fury, and that is the showstopper trying to get them on the site.
Yeah, to get it. Oh, remember this thing goes, you can't die. No, he's a bit too far up in Lucas, so let's res down as well. 40 seconds left to go. The spike has to go down now. Hunter's Fury is back. Traded off to make sure the spike cannot be planted. They just have to delay it long enough so it doesn't go down, and they're able to do so. Smiley with a massive flank in the back. Takes on everybody. We deny the plant, and they keep their 2-round lead.
That was crazy. It was looking so good when all those ultimates came out from the side of AG. Picking off Gozo, as I said early, that's going to not allow the Resurrect to come back. But unfortunately, those members were just picked off there. I believe it was the Aftershock that ended the Spike Planner's life. And so then they just ran out of time because they were waiting for such a long time. And that was really good on Titan. I thought it was going to be really difficult because those 3 members on B were just not moving for such a long time. And those 2 members of Gozo and Spencer out just able to hold off A for Titan, giving them that lead. And now going into this round, it's going to be interesting to see how each of these teams play. Will be the Cypher actually playing on a site, but they're not going for that aggressive showers control that Titan had in that last half.
Yeah, they take a bit of a different setup too. Considering they have both the Omen and the Cypher just set up around A, so already a lot of just defense util start for them. The camera right outside of Shower doesn't spot anybody as of yet, but see the trip on A short as well. If they're possibly moving right before the TP here occur, but with them getting smoked out, so now Titan playing is really slow and carefully. They do actually force the rotation over from the Sova to use the initial flash to possibly move in. Cypher Cage pop, AG know they're coming now.
They're coming, and that is going to be information gained from that camera on that site.
Yeah, Gillian's able to find one. Though Smiley goes in, no picks as of yet, but they're all just waiting, and the grenade starts it off. Right with the side of Huge. It's util kills back and forth, and that leaves just 2 members of Titan left for us.
And that is going to be the spike drop there at A short. Last 2 are coming from Showers, and they're going to get picked off by JSP. So that is going to be AG putting on their 6th round, and they are closing the gap once again. It has been really back and forth in the last round and this round, but AG will now have that gun advantage going into round number 14.
And we see it too because with the previous rounds as well, it was quite back and forth between these 2 teams. We saw it was both 1-for-1 previously, but now on the side of Titan, right? Considering they also didn't have the econ advantage last time either. It will not heavily depend on if they're able to get those early picks again, which last time was lucky because of all the defense and they held the really aggressive angles. But now with AG, right, they're gonna get postured up in neutral position. They have a couple flashes they could possibly use to enter onto site, but Jet is waiting and ready with a frenzy to possibly go into Breach's face.
Yeah, now Titan have taken shower control for themselves. That is those 2 members getting that free orb once again on Gozo. Right here, they're actually going to spot out Nova, just scoping out Showers. And that won't be a pick. But Titans still have not committed anywhere. I do like their comp a little bit more for attack because of those breach flashes coming out. We only had that paranoia from AG to get onto the site. And I mean, they didn't really need it that last half, right? Because I think Titan were just giving up that site for free and mostly just playing for that retake. And now Titan has pushed up toward A. So they have the shower control, which means they know nobody is there. But Zostal is going to be holding off short, and that's going to parry the paranoia coming out.
Milius gets pushed back to Flash yet again once after another. Zoe immediately has to reposition in almost outside of Hookah, but still able to get one of the members chasing him at his back, but tries to go back and forth. The spike being planted on site for not able to delay it, but will put a little bit of damage down. At least onto AG now. It's Titan to control the site, but the most important thing being Hookah control, which is where so much of AG's position. Like his site, if I can get the back, you could do something here.
Yeah, no, AG there just have to clear showers because they don't know if anybody's there, and Gozo not able to get one.
Last player standing.
Trade one back now is just leaving Nova. Although the flank will come in for him, so he only has a classic. And just like that, AG 4 on site, get the plant off to and clear everybody off Titan off to go along with it. Really well done by them and really solid holds.
And that was the weapon advantage as well, so it was crucial that they won this round. But now, because they are on that bonus, if they win this one, that would be even better for them. So we shall see. But we don't see any ultimates online just yet, as it is only the 3rd round in this half. I mean, unless like somebody went and took the B orb and took the A orb and had like 5 frags, then you can probably get ult. But you know, that's pretty rare. So not gonna happen right now, as Titan once again are going for more of that default with that initial showers control, but Mask here has pushed up a little bit further than they have before. Smiley could be in trouble if the dark cover dissipates at just around time.
He's fine. But I believe getting 5 frags is called an ace.
Oh,
that
happens. That is true.
If that happens, the round is over. So we're not going to use the ult just yet, unfortunately. But Master is spotted out by the drone as they get initial pick. Outside of Titan, the Titan genuinely need this round to regain some control back for themselves, not only score-wise, but also economy-wise as well. And Bay do exactly that. So Clara Mask has a really aggressive angle. Now falls to a 5v3. As they're just positioning themselves to possibly watch out for any potential flanks as Fisty's at the back.
And that is going to be those 3 members of AG coming in through CT side. Babe has just this high angle right now. Not able to take full advantage of it though. As I say that, there we go.
Liar. It's he took full advantage. I mean, Big has been absolutely exerting his supremacy. This angle too, we saw before with Yapi. You see it again with the AR. Gets out 4K. And the last has the ult up this time. And Titan with a much needed round to gain back some stability.
Yep, they will gain back that round, but they will be faced with JSP's operator in this round. So we will see if that operator from the opposing jet had the same impact as Babe's op on the defense in the last half. But again, it is going to be, if AG do not win this round with that operator, they are going to be absolutely broke. So they have to be very careful to try to get those early picks now. And JSP is going to be holding this and will pick off Babe. There we go.
Bye-bye. Initial big picks yet again. Same pick down B long. Super common setup from all Jets who pick up the op as well. And now, with it resulting in a solid opening pick, now the least Titan in a bit of a tough position, whether or not they still want to commit to this, or possibly might want to move the resources over to the A side. But A has not been very favorable to them, considering even though they're able to move in, get a little bit of control, they just get picked off because Shower is not in their favor, and the ult is kind of stuck in Hookah. Now he just gets slow with the top of peeking in, gets knocked up, has 5 health. Actually, this is a little bit of trouble.
They are in a little bit of trouble indeed, and JSP will still be able to pick off one.
It does not matter because his peak is way too strong. Smiley literally has to walk up to him to kill him at this point because he's paranoid. Flashed again. He's so blind for so long he doesn't even know what happened. But at least not AG with a 3v2 to 3v2. At least the spike is planted, so not in a bad position at all. Now falls over to Titan to see if they can possibly go off the retake. They would need a good opening pick to be able to do so though.
Yeah, they are a little bit stuck on that side, but Nova is able to get out. They do have those 2 shock darts that are still available, but no paranoia. That's going to be the recon thought. That is should spot out Nova, but it doesn't matter.
But Mask comes in at the end, at the side though at least, but now it's just not Nova left here. Trying to defend, picks to the wall. Here's what Committer's. He doesn't see, breathing diffuse. Okay. with the final wall bang, getting some clutch shots, or else it was going to be all over. Man, I have to hold my breath for that one.
I had to too. I saw the spike moving up and up and up. And I was like, please shoot it. Please shoot it. Try to wallbang. You got to do something here, Nova. And he was able to give it to us. And that is the 9th gun going over for Titan. Still quite expensive though, but that is okay. Their coffers do still have quite a bit of money remaining. That is going to be AG going on the defense and going on those Deagle buys not Deagle buys, Sheriff buys, because this is not Counter-Strike, for this round. And Mask here is going to try to catch out that early member who, they love Showers Control. Titan loves Showers Control. Unfortunately, not going to be able to fully get it right now, but
You know what? Just go. Let's go like a different game with it. Call it a revolver. Let's pretend this is Overwatch, right? And everybody's playing McCree at this point. Let's just try to incorporate every single game that we can. But like you mentioned, right? It's a tough call right now for Titans, and I would look for them to play a bit more aggressive than usual, considering they are the same. We'll be able to buy next round, but GSP, nobody sees him. No, his headshot knives out on both ends, but he wins the trade against 2. That's all down as well with a beautiful flank from GSP. Just shots down all Titan. Big Sin gets the 3K, cannot get the ace, but the 4K is his with the knives only. Give me those back.
JSP just pushing out from B site, completely uncontested. Titan did not know it was coming. They were all just bunched around A short and Showers, and they were just not cognizant of their flanks there because they don't have that cipher. So they don't have those tripwires just to catch out those members of Titan who could, or those members of AG who could come out of those sites. Not that we have seen too many flanks. We have seen some of that TP usage, but you can like really hear that, right? It's not like the silent flank that we just saw. And now Titans have to be really scared for that flank because it happened once, it can happen again. JSP here will be holding Showers, just making sure that Titan will not get this for free. They've actually stacked 3 members here on this A site, so it's going to be Zostal holding again in elbow, but
Actually missed the flash. Yeah, because you saw it come through the wall, so he's able to read his position. So now that gives away so much what they wanted to do in GSP yet again. Bro, you might as well give this name, and it might as well stand for just skewer players, players with the way he's putting knives through these people, man. But at the back, the big wrestler goes to stay alive this time. Make sure they get punished with position at least from AG, but Spike go down. Still in the 3v3, they are deadlocked. I guess for the position, Smiley. I don't know.
Oh, it's 3v3, but right here, Smiley's going to be able to catch Zoe still off guard, and Goza will take off Mask as well, and Fizzy will just fall. I was going to mention that they did have that Hunter's Fury, so as long as Nova backed off, it was okay, but they did not need to use it in this round. So now, for round number 19, it will still be available, so they can try something like that again.
The big thing that's available too is going to be that noodle theft as well from AG. So considering it was a find an early pick, which they have previously, I think that could really just dispel a lot of what Titan wants to do yet again, giving away so much of that information. But the hard difficulties on the other end is also able to spot. I would watch out for Spencer for partially putting up aggressively down B long to get that rolling thunder to actually push in onto the B side here, because looking at it, look at the way they're positioned, they might be able to do so. As I believe we're in for a bit of a pause.
And we are going to be pausing shortly, but they could try, as you said, to get that B orb for Spencer out, just to get that rolling thunder to get onto site. But we do see that Fizzy here is playing Octagon, so they will not be getting it for free. But they could have gone to A, tried to get Showers Control, and tried to get that orb, because I feel like we haven't seen too many fights around that orb for the past few rounds. Not like the last half, where it was basically just Sage Wall, get the orb, and peace out. They don't have that same thing in this round. They're not gonna use a Cypher Cage or anything on it. I feel like that'd be a little bit of a waste,
Yeah, because honestly, when you're doing that too, when you move up there and you put on a Cypher Cage, you're saying like, "Hey, don't look at me. I'm just standing here, not doing nothing." no pay no attention to the man behind the smoke is, and instead you hear like two small things like, "Are you taking all storm?" Nah, no, come on, that could be me, man. Relax, bro. It's so definitely not the most optimal thing to do, which is why I find Sage works so well because you know exactly what to do, but you can do nothing to stop it, which is what matters.
I mean, they did kind of shoot it down a few times there at the very end, so
area.
it did stop it a little bit.
You're right.
Yeah. Well, it looks like they're going to be pushing up B here, and actually, Fizzy has backed off from Octagon, so that should be that free orb going over, but actually, Spencer right now is in Hookah instead, and they're coming onto the site.
Actually, the George doesn't catch any information about the Parano will go through nobody either. So everybody can see the light, but the question is who will see the Vision of Darkness when they unfortunately fall and have to view through their other players' perspective. Correct. Now it all just depends. Spike goes down, 4v4 on site. They're also positioned around right near the bunker. But I know AG is knocking at them saying it's not Y2K no more, but you gotta come out of there. It's tough. It's tough, Carter. It's tough.
So that's going to be the initial paranoia coming out right now. And Gozo will be able to pick off one and another. And AG have just been completely decimated trying to retake that site.
My bad for asking y'all to come out the bunker, bro. Like I know y'all think that you stay safe in there. You know what? Technology is dead. Stay close because with the way they perform right now, AG have done this so many times. I believe that going on almost about 4 are just having 1 to 2 players just peeking back and forth between elbow and who's coming in through garden and just picking them off one by one. This is just genuinely impressive at this point.
Yeah, it is crazy, and we did see a really late rotate coming out of Scythe from A, which did not help the members of AG at all. And I feel like both teams on the defense just have extremely late rotates, but here, JSP is going to need to catch out somebody here, and he does get that trade.
But yeah, of course he's stuck in the middle of the reload, so Mate will catch him, and just like that, a sight is there. Catches them on a little bit of unfortunate timing in position. So now, AG, we've seen them come back from this before. They are 11-8, but consider they don't have the most advantageous buys. With the Judge Gang, nonetheless, Lord Fizzy is absolute mad lad. And that's a triple kill by the enemy, picking up the AR. And they take the site back.
They take the site back, and that was the Judges coming through U-Haul. We just saw it be so devastating in those close corners, and I really liked how AG actually provided that flank coming in from A short as well. So they're just able to pinch those members inside of elbow, and they could not go anywhere else. Now going into round number 21, we will have that Resurrect coming out from Gozo in addition to the Rolling Thunder and Hunter's Fury. So this could be quite good for them, either trying to get on a site or trying to hold off those defenders. But on the other side, we have Showstopper, we have Hunter's Fury, and we have Neural Depth, which could provide them with a lot of information. It is going to be that early Octagon hold from JSP, though, just picking up those knives. So they will have that for this round, as Titan are still looking to push B right now. But AG, they actually have early rotated over.
They push really aggressive through reload with at least 1-for-1 goes down in Hookah. But now it just depends on how they can hold. The GSP still has those knives looking to skewer some more players. The question is going to be able to get spot one though, but Hunter using the spots, clears a Smiley out of Hookah, and now just stuffing down Titan at the back. But at least the Garden Peak from Maple will be advantageous. Spike is still in their hand. As goes on the other end, I imagine they're likely look to rotate or maybe catch some exit frags and gain piece back in their favor. It's still 3v3, correct?
Still 3v3, and they do have 50 seconds remaining. That is going to be the Resurrect coming out from Gozos, and now it is going to be that 4v3. The Showstopper immediately going to get popped, but not going to catch out anybody here. And now, Titan are just going to be rotating toward A, but Fizzy here is sitting in U-Haul, so it's going to be critical. If they are able to get these initial picks, then it would be massive, but we are going to see.
Fizzy just slowed down, knocked up. He is concussed. He knows he can't take the shot right now. But now, as his body recovers, he's slowly waiting for one more. And there it is. He completely splits on Titan back and forth. And now it is getting it back to a 3v3 at least. Spike planted, but Sage is stuck on site trying to find a little bit more cover. And now one more peeking at the back. This is Bubba's waiting for Gozo's peek out.
One enemy remaining.
Luca is still just back and forth. The site gets one, and AG that's stuck in a 1v2 currently.
And this is going to be really difficult for Scythe here, as he does need to kill both of those members, and that is going to be the Hunter's Fury coming out to delay that spike defuse. Scythe here actually will be able to pick up Babe.
He has to stick it.
He doesn't have time. He doesn't have time.
He doesn't have time. No, he does not. No, Nova, no.
Oh, Nova. It's okay. That brings them to match point.
point.
I think they're satisfied.
They most definitely are, and how could they not be, right? Considering the Titan, they've somehow managed to consistently maintain that 2-round lead that they've had right from the beginning of the first half, no matter the shenanigans that have gotten in back and forth. And now if you're looking across the board, they have the knives here for Vapi as well, which we make along with From the Shadows with one more pick, although that won't make much of a difference. I want to pay attention to see, because the neural theft still has not been used on the side of Max. They've not been able to get any early picks. We'll see how Titan decides to push.
Yeah, and they are going to be playing a little bit slower now, but they will move up to get that orb. So Scythe here is just going to throw out those paint shells, but the orb has already been taken, and Titan are out of there. So they have gotten what they wanted for that Showers control, and it will be 3 members of AG right now holding on that A site. With the Cypher now on B, so they are still going to be scoping it out. They, again, don't have too many ultimates, as that last round was quite expensive for them. But that should still be okay because of those breach flashes that can still come out from Spencer Al. Now they are going to be pushing toward A, so it is going to be a 3v5 situation with Solstal actually being spotted out here.
GSP also holding down that Judge Gaming right inside of Luka though. Although they will push him out, these flashing the paranoid all across the board. Now Bobby peeks in, knives are down, that's it, he's dead. The one-way ultimate they had on the side, Titan is completely taken off the board as AG take down one member of Titan after another. There's just 2 people left, and just that Sage Gozo, man. They tell you to stay alive, but at least he'll get one on his way out.
And that is going to be round number 10 going to AG, and they are keeping themselves in it right now. But it's going to start getting scary because the ultimate points are slowly getting charged for Titan right now. We do see Gozo is at 6 out of 7 for that Resurrect. Everything else, you know, it's getting charged slowly. But if they drag it out for long enough, maybe when it goes to 12-11, that round could be very scary. But Titan right now is on that save. So AG should be able to pick up this round and keep themselves in it. But I feel like I have seen so many just thrifty rounds that I can't put them out of it. You know, I can't do it.
But considering that it'll be depending on Scythe and how he's able to move in, Posse get one more pick that can result in the showstopper as well. Which can completely turn around the pushes with Titan. It depends. They spot them out, and there are 4 people. And sorry, make that 5, all coming in through Showers. That's where that curve is slowly moving in through the wave, through the smoke. They get walled off, so they completely leave. This is slowly drives to C4 because it also busted. They all take so much damage, and they will fall one after another. AG just leave them too, considering Titan. Like, although they're on a bit of a save, but yeah, they're just gone.
Yeah, I mean, I really like the idea of putting up that Sage wall right outside Showers to get that cheeky plant, as I've definitely done it, so I don't fault them for doing that, but you really can't do that against the Raze, against the Sova, because they can just spam behind that with the paint shells, with the shock darts, as we saw it just there. And so, because everybody is stuck there as well, they are just going to die from those abilities. And that will be AG closing the gap. And right now, none of those ultimates are charged except for the Resurrect on the side of Titan. So this is still very, very doable for AG, especially since they still have that showstopper. It is going to be playing A right now and not B, where those members of Titan are pushing in. Sova drone is going to come out, and the dark cover is going to try to counter that a little bit, but they will see those members.
He is one away from Heartless Fury, but with this spot, he got both the Sova and the Omen to be forced to reposition. They can't hold the same tight angles right outside of Garden, though, and as the smoke dissipates as well from Hookah. All the members of Titan right now just waiting in the wings for possibly one singular go button. They catch a little bit more information to be able to know what it looks, so they don't just get pincered and shot from each and every single side, but they choose to cut their losses and decide to move over possibly onto the A, where we come in through Hookah all as one.
And that is going to be that early Cypher's cage coming up, but Smiley is going to try to come out, but Spencer has been picked off.
So that's actually a lot of util, and most of the flashes going down too. But it'll depend on, we'll see how Titan decides to hold as a move in. They get 2 down immediately. Give them the run immediately in the favor, but Christy with the big dart. And a lot of information onto where AG's positioned though, and with him peeking in, he's just stuck at the back through elbow waiting for they're just trading shots back and forth, like now you go, now you go, now you go.
They are, but there is going to be nobody coming from those flanks. This is all going to be from CT right now, and Fizzy is going to try to push up here.
And he finds it. Bye-bye. Unfortunate for Fizzy. But that's a 2v4, though. AG, they need this round to stay alive in this game. Now, Titan, it's been hard fought for them. But they could possibly hold exactly what they need. A Smiley.
Attackers win.
Holding down in bunker. That'll lead them to the end, and Titan move on to the bracket.
Yep, Titan are moving on 13-11, and that was such a close game, Ravish. I don't know, like, it seemed like B site was really the way to go, as those A site hits were not working out for either team.
Not at all. It was so unfortunate because you saw that every single time they're on a site, if and this or that would consistently go wrong, a spike wouldn't go off, or just get picked off one after another. Because you do have to remember, there's 2 things that you have to have if you're going to go in onto the A site onto mine. You have to make sure that you have hookah control. You have to make sure you have shower control. Each team always had one or the other, never both. And like they say in Spanish, ¿por qué no los dos? Why not both?
Yeah, that is true. And unfortunately, hopefully they can learn from this game to have both, because Titan will still be moving on. And we'll see. If they play Bind again, maybe they'll listen to this and they'll know.
I'm hoping so. Maybe they also understand Spanish. If not, then don't worry. I'll translate for y'all. I got you. Go ahead and DM me any single time for that. But that's all though, Carl. We're gonna throw to a very, very quick break, and when we come back, we'll have our next match coming up for you right here on GLG.
I do want to say, Deluxe has snuck themselves onto the site. Dart sees the dart, gets the headshot. That's it. Chalk it up. That's gonna be the victory for Asia United. This Spike is down, just like you said. Just needs to pick up that kill to secure it. But there's the confirmation from Killa. Just as we thought we were going to have ourselves a long series, a very battled back and forth series. As you can see below, 14-12 in overtime on Bide, 17-15, and you're jumping over. You're only going to get that 1-for-1 trade if you're lucky enough. Killa will find the long range, and that's going to be very, very sketchy as Beckham is low.
From that, especially with the economy they're facing, they need a miracle play to happen.
Yeah, they do need a lot to come through. This is a great start, though.
Well, that could be it right there.
Yeah, and look at that. Sylph able to aim, trying to get another one. Here it is, this 2v1. They just got to play smart, peek together. Solid FPS tack play. But he somehow gets behind him. Deluxe picking up one. Starts to defuse. Pros don't fake. Pros don't fake.
He's not going to fake.
Pros don't fake.
He's getting the defuse. The missed timing from Sylph is going to cost him the round. The defuse comes in. And that's another round of Thrifty.
Drop the Odin out of the hands now. It's a 2-on-2 retake situation. Soupy only has one friend left. Is gonna get the nano swarm off. And the high flying knives are gonna give a triple kill to Marty.
We're gonna push through, but oh no. Okay, John did find that one, but Light able to push back through. Gonna grab the Odin. Oh, never mind. Haha, just kidding. Man, they were teasing the who
expected, but they do end up pushing as a double unit to take him down. And now it's a 3v2, 3v1 as Blast takes down Badger. Doobie will find Sylph, and once again, Thrifty put themselves onto map point.
Yeah, really solid retake there. If RKS had been able to buy a little bit more time, maybe that round goes a little bit differently, but still 6 seconds basically on that defuse still. So plenty of time. Would have needed to
Mexico finds that kill on the blast.
What a swing from Mako. Shaw's has his back to. You hear the TP, so those players on B, they got off the site to help them out, but now they have to play for the retake. Clamran not ready for this player swinging through elbow. Doobie trying to knock them off. He's going to get out with the satchels. What a flick from Doobie. The bridge going to break open with one. Defcon helps with the second. Mako going to go down. Doobie with 2 attackers. Win another one. That's going to be the 5th round. Play it for the time. 6 seconds. He's going to be edging himself closer. Just dancing around each other. Shot's going to be favoring Thrifty. They're on map point, Joker.
Beckham didn't have to take that chance. He had about a second left. He could have continued that dance around the block and won the round anyway, but took it into his own hands, took down the shot. Beckham stepping up huge. Like you said, we're not seeing what we typically assume a Killjoy should be, as the rest of AU clean up that C site, leaving only Blast alive with that Marshall just backing away there. Could try to see if they could find a kill out of this. They do find Killa, which helps out a little bit, but still getting taken down. That's round number 8 for AU. Full control of this match right now, but we'll see. Blast get himself healed up, is invisible. Try to find some more of those picks, but just going back and forth. Kill, we'll find 2. Badger has the SMG, just can't take down Doobie.
Yeah, can't get the shots on target, and just RKS with effectively a collateral. Like, he sees one in the smoke, just happens to get the second member through it as well, and that's heartbreak. That's 4.
That means Thrifty are going to get control over mid, and now try to see if they can go onto this B site. Full execute, full send on the B. This is for this map.
But Killa picking up Blast there in a good position. Self sprang through the smoke, gets 2. Can't even talk because we're so late into the night. Doobie trades back, gets 2. Back to a 3v2. Spikes going down. Defcon and Doobie. These are the big names for Thrifty. They've done so much for the squad. Can they do it again? It's looking double Nano Swarm to try and, run all the way through. And I mean, that's almost impossible. You can't survive that. Smoke's now coming out. Beckham's going to be ahead of it, though. Will they expect this? They do see get shots on target, but everybody's still alive. Teleports over the Nano, but they can't get through. 2 dead, 3 dead. Only 1 left. Thrifty pick up the first round.
Oh, that is not how AU had planned that round, especially after how they played the first half and how they played trying to get the ult orbs. It's been costing them. It's not been working for them, and so now trying to get themselves into a better position. Blast is just going to teabag, seeing that owl come out. But here we go. Now it's the slow push onto A, as one is holding up mid. Deluxe's going to find the first kill onto Deluxe, and that opens things up for AU. They decide, they get the pick onto A. They make Thrifty think they're going towards A, but now they
just 2 on target, 10 HP. He's going to get peeked. He's going to get not found out just yet. Footsteps are stomping. There is enough. Deluxe picks up 4 and even gets the dink, but Killa securing it. 2 HP. What? 2
not
HP?
Even close. Not even close.
Not even close, baby.
But that's actually pretty massive there from Sylph to be able to take so many, from Deluxe to take so.
Middle there, White will find a trade, but Akami finds another one back, trying to back up, is able to escape for now. Kame and friends gonna push up onto this catwalk, but awaits them around the corner. Could be death. Light does find one. Akami trades it out though.
Yeah, he's gonna be able to heal up as well. Tries to keep the operator in hand. Hits the final shot. 4K for the assassin Akame, and things are looking pretty good now. They've picked up a couple in a row. They've, made.
We thought we were gonna have ourselves a long series, a very battled back and forth series. As you can see below, 14-12 in overtime on Bud, 17-15 in quadruple overtime on Ascent. Asia United say, nah, let's just end this. We want to take our money and go home. And
teleports as well. It's gonna be Zine with a triple kill. It's an even 2v2 now. Where are the last two alive? Well, they're gonna be peeking out slowly but surely. It might be too late for them to defuse now. You have to go halfway. Kaplan's able to find one. That could be the final shot, but no, it's too late. PGT stays in the game.
Something that you need to say, I know it ain't easy living inside your brain for sure. You keep telling me that it's all okay, but I know, yeah.
Oh, he pushed up too much. That's gonna tell you exactly where the bomb's gonna go. And that's gonna be the plan. Sure, but you're in a 1v3 and you're already lit up. It seems like though most of the shots had missed. Paranoia goes down. You missed the up shot, and now you have to deal with 3 more. You get 1 through the triple kill, no less. Is he able to find it? No, through the smoke.
If there's something that you need to say, I know it ain't easy living inside your brain for sure. You keep telling me that it's all okay, but I know, yeah, silence speaks so loud.
That's the absolute massive success rate from them because
silence speaks so loud.
Which is why I don't want to like having Silver playing as the anchor because you can't do a ton of stuff to push. But
I hear you calling out.
Shot and he's out of there. I don't want to like play having Silver playing as the anchor. Shot and he's out of there. Yeah, like almost.
Never be seen again. This is too fucking Hasino, what are you doing? You just wasted your life for no reason. The only option would be cleaning house with a double kill.
As we're right now here, Max.
We're talking about nothing. Then you said something under your breath. I can't take it. I know what you're thinking. I wish I could fix this. If there's something that you need to say, I know it ain't easy living inside your brain for sure. You keep telling me that it's all okay, but I know, yeah, silence speaks so loud.
Would be B-side. This is already had Darby on their double kill in their favor.
Silence speaks so loud.
Striker this one. 1v3. Even 2v2.
Here comes nothing.
Off the side. Come on back and forth. See not the Ghana trim is clutching as PGT go to match point. Beautiful work overall for PGT. Bring it back. I mean, I guess so here. But here's what I believe they're doing. They're waiting for all these things to be ready. They're waiting for the start line to be off and cool down, but they're all stopped. They're way down in hell, but they started actually all the fans were great. The judge came in and he goes to the judge trying to execute the offense and bring it in. He was able to get the offense.
You made a monster.
Choice with the push on the C. Kaplan's gonna rotate around, wait for that final push, take down 7.
Sort of, kind of, because there's still 2 members at C who are simply not in a position to help out here.
Yeah, that's a very interesting play. I guess they're going to try and come for the flank, but it's going to be up to Itachi to hold this
A little bit about our sponsors, right?
Yeah, that'd be pretty important. Sounds important.
It is, and I think one I want to shut off right at the beginning is Drink Control. I've spoken about them many and often time. I love Drink Control. They are the ultimate real meal replacement. They come in all kinds of delicious flavors, and I believe there's even a special code you can use. Correct? Am I right?
Yeah, I think so, you know. What is it? What is it, Ravish?
Well, you know what? Why don't I go ahead and tell you what the special code is? You can go
All
ahead,
right.
if you go on drinkcontrol.com, that's drinkctrl.com, special code GLG10 on checkout. You can get 10% off your order of anything you order on the website. Not only are they amazing, but you can save money on it. I would have paid more money for this to get this, but that all remains to be seen as we're about ready to get into the game between Witty Roombas and Defense Mode on Ascent.
Yeah, Ben. Seems like Defense Road right now trolling us a little bit with those Vipers. Maybe we will see a Viper actually being pulled out.
Please.
Is that a please yes or a please no?
No, please. I would want nothing more than to actually see so many Vipers. I'm a big Viper stan. I've been a fan of Viper since she was before in the game. She was the first agent I actually unlocked in the beta. And I'm a really big fan of her, and I'm shocked that more people actually don't play her. It baffles me considering how strong she's got, especially due to the recent patches. But they all switch off with just a little bit of time left to go, and they head into the game, and not a single Viper, but maybe Synergy picks Yoru, please. Come on, at least something interesting. But I don't think he will, Pain. But, Jess, I understand you also do have some experience seeing Waiting Roombas, right?
I have a little bit. I did cast them once when they actually did. Ended up winning Tuscaloosa Raiders Flash Friday, I believe, a couple weeks ago. But there are some new members in the lineup, so I am not completely familiar with everybody that's there right now.
Unfortunately, but you know, such is the fate of Tier 2 Valorant, right? Because you see it back and forth again, especially with how teams change so often. If they perhaps were to lose a tournament, or if they were perhaps unfortunately something happens, somebody say you're bad at the game, and then it all goes over. As I believe, friends, it is 0-0, so fear not. We're starting over from the beginning. We are not giving any team any sort of just 11-13 advantage off the bat.
Yeah, not just yet. And it's going to be really interesting, actually, seeing that Astra come out from Synergy on the side of Radiant Roombas. And I feel like on Ascent, there's quite a bit you can do, right? Because that Cosmic Divide, I feel like acts like where you would put those Viper walls. So getting onto B, you can cut off both CT and Market just to get your team free control of that site. And then with those stars on A side, you know, put it in Heaven, put it in Garden, and then that should be able to cut off those sightlines for your team, as the Astra will be the only smoker, and they're going to be pushing really far up now, and the spike had already been taken down by Defense Mode.
Really nice opening pick for by Defense Mode too, just peeking through airlock, and they immediately catch so much of the push that was coming in from Defense Mode. Now it depends on what to decide to do right now. They put that initial drone dash, just catch a little bit of information as to where you see Defense Mode is set up, and Waiting Roombas are still committed to this push. Slow trade back and forth, but even all both sides get sputtered out, moves in through the smoke. But it looks like Defense Mode. They still want this fight. They're pushing really aggressively here.
Yeah, they are, and that is going to be the Recurs being taken down on the backside. And so there are going to be 2 members left from Radiant Roombas just hanging out in A main. Even here,
Right here.
Trying to take those 2 members out, though.
So just waiting back and forth. But now, honestly, Radiant Roombas are just kind of just killing their time. So now they have Spike in their hand. There's a 2v4, and the ace has completely locked down. It is just a little bit 2v2 against them, but as the peek in, nicely well done.
Oh.
And okay, was that what?
Yes, that was a collateral.
Well, the right did they nerf that? What do you mean? That's ridiculous, bro. Not at all.
Hey, they were so close. They were so close right there. They lined up. I could see it happen. Seems like he's actually muted his microphone a little bit. So
hi, hello, I'm back. Unfortunate. I'm dumb, but now I'm back. Like I said, you're the color, you're the 5 head. I just yell. Continue.
Alright, well, continuing going into the second round, it is going to be defense mode with those additional buys. And we're going to see actually recurs here lurk all the way at B. And that is not going to be the initial pick coming out. And they will get picked off on the other side. And so the other 4 members are stuck here in A.
Sonic actually able to move with smoke without being spotted up by Rax. So at least one trade already back and forth with a classic nonetheless, even though defense mode has the overall econ advantage along with the gun advantage as well. The firepower not giving any favors, but trying to come with a 3K by the end of it too. Will that's martial shots, and now it just leaves Rex. So yet again, in a 2v1, the exact same spot against the exact same people he was up against before.
And this is very doable because they do have that Ares right now, but not going to spot out that member that was just sitting below. So that will be a round going over to Radiant Roombas, and this is reminiscent of that last game where we had the first team win the pistol and then the other team win that second round soon after. And so that will allow for Radiant Roombas to be buying up against the save of defense mode, and that should allow them to get onto the side and hopefully an easy second round, as they are moving 3 members toward A right now with 2 this time on the lurk. So hopefully those 2 members do not get caught out, as defense mode right now, they do have Soul playing pretty aggressively in mid, trying to see if they can catch out any members right here, and they're just going to be caught out themselves.
So no, he wasn't looking. Never give your back away to the point of rule number 1 of Valorant, because you can't see what they're coming from, unfortunately. Current now, this gives away so much mid control all over the Radiant Roombas. To establish himself possibly onto B, but Saka peeks in through trees, finds out one at least with the back, but not actually ready for the peek him either. Goes for 1 or 4 ones back and forth so far, but at least Rexo gets the trade that smokes down as well for defense mode.
And now it is going to be a 3v3 situation. Frag has pushed up quite far out of B main right now. They have to be a little bit careful here. It seems like they are just going to be trying to move over to A, but Deviant here is already in garden, just waiting for their opportunity to hold them off. That's going to be the fault line coming out, which will not spot anybody. But Deviant here is going to get shut out by that door.
Oh, he spots the legs of the breach and just barely tags him, but now it'll be up to see how defensive was able to come back from this. With Spike being planted, they're all going to go up likely out to heaven. Possibly peek in, but Deviant just has to wait for his teammates to come on by and at least try to push him as one unit. As already he finds one of those peaks and able to shoot, but no one dies as of yet. But he must bust them out, and with the Ares spray, picks up one after the other.
Yeah, they were waiting there for the Silva Dart to be available before they actually broke down that wall. Unfortunately, not able to get any information about where Radiant Roombas was holding on that site. And the Ares just, when you spray through the door against 3 members of the enemy team just holding pistols, it's not great for the enemy team. It is just not great. So that will be another round going over to Radiant Roombas, as this time we will see Soul on that operator. And it looks like they are holding that top cat position. So if Radiant Roombas here is not careful, they could just get picked off early. There we go.
And Kara, you called it. They were not careful. And they got picked off early. It's almost as though you're Nostradamus. Now, but unfortunately, I think really big opening pick for the best one. It will go back. Actually, Rex was taking that. It's actually Hunter's Fury on his head, so that could have been a big pick. It's possibly denied the plant, but now as they move away onto the B site, We'll establish solid control. Spike should be able to go down if the door is closed. On defense mode, still peeking in. He gets another one on Tahima. The Spike is actually on air. They do a little bit of top turf.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting right now because the Spike is actually left alone here as A on Yoda. And he's a little bit stuck, right? He doesn't have the smoke to try to get him out. The door is closed, and this is really not looking great for them. The Astro Utility is going to try to get Soul out of that position,
Spike
and Yoda is going to
down
go
A.
down. So that is Spike on the A site. And now Synergy and Recurs have to just try to get this back. But Soul is already holding this position and will be able to take out
30
Recurs.
seconds left.
A little bit of a back and forth push for the Radiant Rumors. It doesn't seem like they were on the same page about all this. But considering right now, Synergy actually can't close the door, peeks in, and Deviant is waiting and ready to take him out. So, with that, at least, defense mode, tie it up.
Yeah, that was very unfortunate there as I said, Yoda left alone with the Spike. Recurs there. They had a beautiful fight on B, right? They were able to pick off somebody, able to provide that pressure on B so that defense mode didn't technically know where that Spike was going. But you can't leave the Spike alone, right? If the Spike was maybe on Synergy and was moving away toward that A site, maybe you can leave Yoda there in that position. But you can't do that when you have the Spike. No, you can't do that. So now,
illegal move immediately.
Yeah.
Should be arrested for that.
but now at least the Spike is going to be dropped outside of B, so it will not be in a suspicious position on either of these sites right now. As we do see defense mode have actually pushed up quite far into B. There's really no mid control right now coming out from defense mode, but Soul here is going to be holding with that operator. And Radiant Roombas is just going to get more and more mid presence, but it is going to be up to Rex right here. Synergy can catch him out, which they do. That would be a pinch onto the B site.
With yet again, though, Radiant Roombas going to pick back and forth so far with it getting Synergy. No more smokes, unfortunately. He has so much to ask you to completely gone. Especially for the post-pass setup, it is absolutely crucial. But a frag left outside, speaking behind the green box still. Able to clear out heaven, but as he peeks came through, he actually finds one. That spike down, gets a second, but it hits him between two people. The knives will skewer him like they came back.
30 seconds left.
Just but now it is all depends on Radiant Roombas. A 3v3 position. Now Tanaka's waiting. The pass able to drop it onto heaven, but Soul is on.
Last player standing.
Oh,
Spike
that was
down
very close for Radiant Roombas, and now it is going to be that 1v2 situation right now, and Recurs does not expect Rax to be on top of Generator. And so defense mode going to be able to pull one back again, and it seems like the split push just isn't working out too well, as the Spike is just in these inopportune positions. I feel like every single round.
They're just not, like you mentioned, they're not able to take advantage for any sort of small bit of space that they're able to create, because it always seems as though on the other side, Radiant Roombas are able to create cross-map plays consistently for the advantage back in their favor, if not more so. And the Astra dying at the beginning was so inopportune, like you said. So now it relies on Radiant Roombas.
Camera taken out.
See if they possibly win this back.
And there are a lot of ultimates on the board right now that could be aggressive. None of them are going to be used just yet, as Rolling Thunder right now is on this A site. So they could use this as all the Killjoy utility right now is sitting in tree. So they do not actually have anybody holding on A site proper. Rex here has been smoked out in heaven. That is going to be the Hunter's Fury pop.
Yeah, Dart spots out one, but really Rex uses that to just stave off any sort of push that Radiant Roombas might want to bring in. But instead, it just stalls them for a little bit longer. It does force the rotation over onto the B side. It is just the Reyna just chilling up in main. The Posse catcher one. There's a tripwire right outside going to spawn as well. But she wanted to push out. She would be spotted. But look at all the Killjoy util in tree as well.
And Soul here actually is not going to get smoked, and then they will pick off Tanaka.
30 seconds left.
That is going to be a man disadvantage right now for Radiant Roombas as they try to come in.
So misses second shot out, and so the door will be closed on hand and try to make it as fast as possible. So at least now Radiant Roomba's not able to establish themselves onto the point along with the lockdown team. Giving themselves so much control, but Recurse peeks in, gets a trip on top of heaven. They catch every single one of defense were trying to get away, but now he's stuck on site. He's locked down essentially, but now that'll be 2 easy frags coming in for Frag himself.
Yeah, but right now we just see this post-plant utility from Radiant Roombas with the Hunter's Fear. They are going to pick off Synergy though, so now it is a 2v2, but we see that Hema is getting ready for that Rolling Thunder. There we go. That's going to push them off the Spike Defuse. It's going to be Deviant right here, and he's going to be peeking into a Crossfire.
One enemy remaining.
He catches in the middle of the Hunter's Fury, but they don't have enough time to actually defuse. And that'll be the Thrifty. By the end of her, Radiant Roomers need to stall long enough, but they commit so much.
And we just saw that post-plant utility, as I said, the Rolling Thunder, getting them off the Spike. And Hunter's Fury, even though at the very end they were pushed by Deviant, they were able to they were able to kill the Spike Diffuser of Frag. Caught myself there. So that is going to be a 3-3 tie right now, as defense mode will have to go back on those saves. But if they are able to get initial pick, they aren't going up mid so far, and Zo's gonna get one and get another.
Oh, he goes up so aggressively right into attacker's spawn, but right on defense mode, being pressured on back through Marky. Those Radiant Room was able to get so much agency as they move back and forth as they spot one, as they get the Omen to reposition back all the way into Pizza. So they can possibly push it all the way back to the spot as well. But now it's one after another. Yoda with a beautiful shock dart and coordination for Radiant Roombas will take down everyone of defense mode. What just happened?
I mean, I think defense mode there, they were like, we don't have that many guns. We're just gonna push out mid and try to deal as much damage as we can to Radiant Roomba's economy. And we saw that happen, right? They were able to at least take out 2 members before getting taken out themselves. And I mean, the money's still looking pretty good on the side of Radiant Roombas, but it could have been better, right? If they didn't have to sacrifice those members in that last round. And now going to this, it will be the Reyna with the Empress and with a rifle this time. So that A-hold should just be that much easier. But once again, there is no presence mid from defense mode. And so Radiant Roombas can feel free to just take this. The Killjoy Alarmbot is going to spot out Synergy here. So they will know that there are people coming. They are looking toward Market and towards CT right now. But they have not committed, as the Silver Drone will be spotting out one member. They will take them down.
Solitary yet again by Radiant Roombas to get one, but this happens every single time here, Kura. It always goes back and forth. The Radiant Roombas consistently finding cross map plays to put the advantage between the players back onto them, as it falls down to 4-4. It makes that 3-3 on either side. And we're seeing both jets still come up absolutely huge. And now it'll just all stand as a testament to them how he was able to move in. Use this while they had the Speedway, but Recurse at least getting one more. 2-2 now.
And Radiant Roombas are just going to hightail it over to A right now. It was looking really good for them because I thought that they were going to just sandwich those members on B side, but they had members market. They were catching off those rotates, but they didn't push in there, right? They kind of just picked off the rotator and completely left, which it's not the worst idea, right? Because now defense mode have to come all the way over to A. It is quite interesting. We do see Frag coming in from this side, and they're not going to expect him.
No, he doesn't see them. Frag yet again with a really big flank. Right, really saw stuff at least. Putting the advantage around back on them. Now they're just left on Hema. Wants to catch up what he knows. The fight could come in out really from that side, and now puts it down to a 1v1. He doesn't have any flashes, nor does he have the fault line, but he's delayed long enough to possibly just stave off the Silver coming in. He'll commit to this, but he's out in the open, and Hema clutches.
That is going to be that 5th round going over to Radiant Roombas, and that was a great round for them, right? Because now they put defense mode back onto that save, and I like how I guess now it's working, right? They're just leaving the site that they're initially pushing, and then because of their strong post plan, they are able to hold off those members of defense mode. I was ready to like criticize that, but if it works, don't fix it. and maybe they will do that again this round. But because defense mode is on those partials, we could see them push out aggressively again, as it will be Scout right here, but they're just gonna get taken out immediately.
Really aggressive peeks yet again by the Jet, finally punished by Radiant Roombas, giving them the initial advantage. The Bossy moving on to the A side, but yes, they definitely have a very non-committal type structure to when they go in onto these sites. It's almost like they're afraid to commit, like they're in a relationship that they do not want to be a part of. At this point, man, if y'all afraid to commit, but you guys won't get anywhere. Trust me, I speak from experience. But not with Radiant Roombas. But now with Radiant Roombas, right? Still 5 men strongly moving into mid. The Sova is all the way at the back, just peeking through Pizza, but only with a Sheriff in hand. So what can you do with that Glock? He kicked out one. Let's spike down at least, but immediately recovered.
Up, and they are still going to have some semblance of mid control right now. Frag is gonna try to catch out some members, but that is not going to happen, as Tanaka right now is in market already. It is still going to be really difficult for defense mode, even though they do have those 3 ultimates available.
30 seconds left.
In the middle, as they pop on the Rolling Thunder, they'll see if they get one back and forth. So now just leaving Frag all the way at the back, let him try to peek in. He is flash, puts initial shots down, but he gets spotted. Unfortunately, he's barely just a little bit off the mark now. It just leaves Yoda all the way at the end. He has a spike. He has to plant it within the next 4 seconds. And as they hear these clicks, though, and
One enemy remaining.
Okay.
Nice shot.
1v1 situation right now. Deviant has no idea where he is. How do you be able to pick off Yoda? And that is going to be another round going over to defense mode right now. Slowly bringing it back, and that is a thrifty.
Yeah, we saw before too, and I think a lot of that starts off with, at least with Rexo, being able to get the initial pick and get the spike down. But more importantly than that, he caught so much information about what Radiant Roombas wanted to do, able to force the rotations for the rest of his teammates to at least come by and defend B sites so they're ready for what they wanted to bring out. Right, Radiant Roombas got red. Now, for the side of defense, but considering how back and forth it's been between both of these teams, I think even the initial picks don't necessarily matter. It's just being able to read what Radiant Roombas wants to do and once they want to go A.
Yep, and that's going to be that initial pick on Tanaka, and Deviant is going to go absolutely crazy here. And that is going to be the spike down at A right now. Only 2 members of Radiant Roombas here left alive, and that is the 4th A. This is impossible. Oh. All right, Soul.
So with the flick, we'll close it all off though. But we were saying Radiant Roombas was finally punishing the aggressive pushes from defense mode, but that time Dids all got caught out.
Nakata and Reina there is just so devastating. You just keep on going in. You have those orbs available, even though you only have 2. Honestly, 2 was enough in that situation, as that is going to force Radiant Roombas back onto a save. And that is still going to be the operator coming out from Solo, just watching mid right now. And it looks like defense mode have good mid control now. They have good mid control, but it's not going to matter too much, as Radiant Roombas is once again going to be pushing A. And this time it is going to be Rax just sitting in the corner right now. Will this drone will actually spot him out. He will have to leave from that position.
Pushes in, gets spotted, takes out one after the other because he saw Rexo was actually there at the side and actually gets the Jet as he jacks it onto the side, which is so big. One after the other again here. Radiant Roombas are just being picked off. They cannot find absolutely any sort of safety. What kind of push they put in, but Recur's trying to save the round, but unfortunately, he is just one agent.
But that was really close to saving the round right there. One more headshot, and Radiant Roombas would have been able to put another one on the board, and this is going to be a double op setup coming out. And by double op, I mean 1 on both sides. So we're going to see if these ops do end up hitting each other, as I think Soul is once again going to be either holding mid or B with that. Looks like they're going to take a aggressive B stance, while Tanaka here is going to try to punish defense mode if they do decide to push out A, but they are not going to be able to do it this time. Recurs once again is going to be that lurking member. That is going to be a really early Hunter's Fury. Does catch out a person though.
Every single one of Defense Mode's ultimates was online, so that is not only 1 of 5, so I'm sure many more to come so far. On the other, the Radiant Roombas do have the division from Astra, so they could have possibly used it if they wanted to set up an initial push. But Soul peeks in, and Reeker is not ready for that. We know he's usually there with the op, but I guess him did not hear it at A, and it was only soon to be at B, and him getting picked off to Radiant Roombas in a tough position.
Standing ahead.
And now that you actually mentioned the Cosmic Divide, I don't believe we have seen a Cosmic Divide come out in this half. And because it is that final round, I would love to see it used A right now just to cut off Rax right here, because they are playing on top of Generator. And sometimes Radiant Roombas just do not check this. And there we go. That is going to be the Cosmic Divide, and that will allow them to get that first pick.
Immediately as Soul goes down, that's actually op down as well. So Rax actually does not hear them pushing in at all, and he has so much to sounds immediately
30
muffled.
seconds left.
So they're able to set up at least all the way back on site. But as he's there, he drops down. So Synergy does not know. He's on the other side as they'll peek in. They put the lockdown as well. So Rax peeks out, gets one, this spots them. Oh, didn't see, gets the triple by the end of it and clears out the round.
And Rax right there, as he said, just using that Cosmic Divide to his advantage, because again, they did not know that he was there, and he just stood on top, was able to drop basically without making any noticeable sound, and then just peeking through that Cosmic Divide just to catch off all of those members off guard. And so that will put Defense Mode into a 7-5 lead going into the next half. And now they do have those, you know, the flashes from the Reyna coming through. They have the Jet just to dash onto that site. And they have the Killjoy to watch their flank. So this could be a pretty strong attacking side from the side of Defense Mode. But on the side of Radiant Roombas, I feel like I've seen Astra just be able to hold down sites so effectively, especially at B. I mean, they don't have the Killjoy this time. They do have a Cypher, so it is a little bit different. You can't pull them in with the gravity well straight into one of those swarm grenades, but I can still at least hold off those attacks from Defense Mode.
As I believe we are in for a little bit of attack pause as well here, Chris. So we'll make sure to just take it back and slow it down a little bit, right? Because now with Radiant Roombas, if they get these next 2 pistols, they'll be even across the board going into the second half. But we know just how good defense is, especially on the side of Defense Mode, who've looked absolutely fantastic. But now we're on the other end, right? Like you mentioned, Astra is really going to come down to how she sets up her util and chooses to face into the pushes of what Defense Mode wants to bring out.
And we are going to have to see how exactly they decide to play the Astra and the Cypher. I would actually think that they would split up that combination just to have some stopping power, because Defense Mode do have those agents who can go in. As I said, they have Deviant, they have Soul on the Reyna and the Jet. But, you know, at least it's not like a third duelist, so they don't have to worry about slowing like more than 2 people dashing into sight at once. But that is still a possibility. And they also do have that breach on the side of Radiant Roombas, right? So they could potentially use that breach to try to push out some aggressive angles, maybe at A long, maybe at B, and try to catch off Defense Mode off guard and take out those duelists, because after that, they don't really have too much to get onto those sites.
I imagine we might see the same sort of like initial aggressive pushes from these teams that we've seen before, right? Considering what the pistol round can be so back and forth. And this is where, in my opinion, where teams can just go absolutely full out. We saw before in the previous map on Bind, many common B long pushes where the entire defensive team pushes out as a 5, tries to catch as much as they can. I would not be surprised if I saw like a 5-man market push coming in from the attackers, to really try to go in onto A and get down as many frags as they possibly could. So, but I mean, yet again, these are all just things that I hope for, right? I'm always down for seeing some fun Valorant as you head back and look at. So, by the way, the Reaver skin is so gosh darn nice. Like, I feel as although I don't own it yet, like I feel like whenever I pick up like an enemy Reaver, I do so much better.
Okay, so because Soul has that Reaver Sheriff, Reaver buff, Reaver skin buff?
Reaver buff could be definitely a possibility. Speaking of which, if you have not entered into our GLG skin bracket, it's all done. Prime 1, nobody shot.
But right now, we see Radiant Roombas, they have pushed out of mid completely, and they are just funneling defense mode into A right now.
Take flight.
This is going to be a little bit scary because we do have right there Tanaka just tucked into Sabrosa is going to get spotted out. Uh-oh.
They're all just killing, but Tanaka gets spotted out. Like you mentioned, it's a clean shot dart right to his face. All that damage being cemented. And now he's gonna need to pay for a new hydro bill, Kura, as he's a little bit too shocked to deal with it. 1v5, those Radiant Rumors trying to move it out of the A side 4. Not closed as of yet. For them, the defense was just trying to set up a little bit of early control, but Hema getting down one, that should exactly what they need. Yoda peeks in, gets a second, but can't land the shots. All Radiant Rumors fall one after another.
And honestly, it just was that early pick off of Tanaka that allowed them to get that member advantage and go on to A. And now in this 2v4 situation right now, they do have those flashes to try to come in, which will pick off one, but not able to pick off the rest. And so 2 members of defense mode will still be alive and tack on their 8th round.
We were looking at Radiant Roombas to possibly pick it back up going into the next, right? Just go ahead, tie it up, to actually be able to be a lot more competitive in this back and forth series we've seen so far. But defense mode have been able to maintain the lead. They're not giving it up. Just say we've seen in the previous couple of games here so far. Correct, but now it'll depend on how Radiant Roombas set up. It's still, it looks to be a 4-man B stack. I have to imagine they push out of this. They have to be.
And it looks like they are. And Rags right here is going to be ready and waiting. Will be able to take out Tanaka once again. That is the early pick coming out from defense mode. And now they have full control of mid as well. Oh, that was a very scary right there. But they're still going to be able to take B site with ease.
Now there's just Hema left to get spidered and dies and leaves recurs all the way at the end. That was a nasty shot from him, but I don't think he can get much more than that. He has no U-turn in his pocket. The camera's not up for quite a fair bit. Actually, the camera's actually set up at the A site, but there will be no point of going back for trade. He'd be like, I gotta walk all the way over. But yeah, he's he'll just save.
And I think he's just going to look for any exit frags that could potentially come out because, you know, saving on that pistol is not great. You don't want that save penalty, especially if you only have that sheriff. If he was able to get some weapons, maybe it would have been a worthy investment, but I think he is just going to choose to die to the spike here, as this will be that 9th round going on for defense mode. And going into this next round, if they do... Oh! I think he actually disconnected and reconnected, so he will not actually die to the spike. And that is not going to be good for the economy right now, as he is the only one unable to buy. Will get stuck back onto that sheriff, and it's going to be that naked op coming out from Tanaka right now. So it's going to have to be really impactful because the rest of his team doesn't actually. They are gearing up to buy, but we might be going into a short pause while Recurs tries to reconnect.
Yeah, unfortunately so here. Not able to get the econ for the previous round. That last bonus will not come through. But now at least almost all of Radiant Roombas will be able to at least with full buy across the board. Except Tanaka, we can't get any shield at all. But you don't need a shield when you're out here fragging on everybody else in front of you here, Kura, as you're back on the screen. Welcome back, everybody. How you doing? Hope you missed us because I miss seeing me. I'm sure you did too.
Yeah, I'm missing me just like a little bit, maybe a bit less than you miss seeing yourself, but
That's fair.
It's
fair.
still there.
You know what? It is important to be confident in yourself and make sure that you gotta be your own hype man across the board, right? I think that's definitely the most important thing. But as we wait for the tag pause and possibly wait for the Cypher to get back into the game here, Akura, what are you looking at DCs to be able to do, especially on the side of Radiant Roombas, to possibly bring this game back?
Yeah, I think it really is just going to be trying to stop defense mode right now from getting onto those sites. As I said, the Astra is actually going to be pretty important here because the Cypher can only do so much, right? You have those tripwires, you have the cages, but if you have the jet, that just breaks your tripwire immediately, right? And you can't really do too much about that. So you're going to need that additional gravity well or maybe the additional Nova Pulse just to try to slow them down so the rest of your team can rotate back over to the site.
It's which is why we were paying so much attention to what the Ash was able to do, right? And how the Ash actually sets up the util to possibly counteract any sort of pushes that defensor wants to bring out. But so far, Ashley has not been able to come to fruition. We've seen most of the setup, coming out to trees or maybe even just somewhere around the B site to possibly stave off any pushes there. But they've really been going A. Right, that's been so much of the aggression so far, but we're only just about a round in, so I wouldn't count her stars just yet. But
Yeah, I
as
mean,
of
I
right
think I think she's definitely a lot more useful on the defense. I guess feel like on the offense we didn't see her be really impactful. With those abilities I was talking about before, she mostly just took the role of that main smoker, and we saw most of that just coming out. So hopefully in this next round we'll see, as I said, more of those other abilities to try to either stop them from getting a spike plant. I know you can can you use the gravity well to pull them off? I think
Yeah,
that's the
yeah,
thing, right?
yeah. So they will still continue with the act of actually planting the spike, but you can
Mm.
reposition them, which is
Mm.
why I'm gonna talk about Icebox again. I'm sorry, I love the map so
You
much.
love it so much.
Love Icebox, bro. It's one of my favorite maps to cast. If you're planting down a B neutral right behind the main 3 green boxes, and if you have an Astro Star actually set up right
Oh.
outside, you can actually pull whoever's planting right onto where the midsection is. So if you were to coming down there too, they'd be in the middle of planting, they pull out, and it'd be like they have no gun out. They would think like, oh no. And I can immediately stop any sort of plant they wanted to bring out, or any sort of positioning that could be possible. So yet again, only delaying what they want to do further, which is where I find it gets so good, right? We get the reposition, although it doesn't stop much, but still puts things out in the open, you could say.
Yeah, that is true. And I mean, also, I feel like defense mode do have quite a strong hold with the Astra utility, not the Astra utility, the Killjoy utility with the swarm grenades. And also, they do have those shock darts available. Well, I mean, that is it. So, as long as those two members do stay alive, they should have the they should have the spike hold down pat. As we saw Radiant Rimbos, right? They just had the breach with the Rolling Thunder and they had the shock dart, and that combination already was enough to stop it. So defense mode, should have quite a good time as long as they are able to get on site. So it is going to be, are they able to get on site? And if so, I feel like they probably have clutched the round out.
As I believe yet again, we are just waiting on one more person to possibly come on back in, as we'll see. Oh, there we go. As you see yet again, Synergy able to push out, gets caught up by the alarm, but the killer just waiting right on the other end behind the boxes. Not setting up a util. Reeker as well, holding a really aggressive angle here, Kura.
And it's going to be defense mode once again, taking an aggressive stance toward mid right now. And that's going to be the tripwire broken. And Recurse here is going to have to pick up one. Oh!
No, he misses half of his shots, unfortunately, but doesn't matter because at least he gets the one more on the other side. And Radiant Rumors are just picking off defense mode one after another. This is why B side, honestly, no one likes taking that.
Nobody does. It's still going to be a 3-4. Tanaka is just going to peek right out into frag. And Radiant Roombas are going to pull themselves a little bit back into this as they have notched up that 6th round. They'll still have that operator available, and their buys still looking okay, but the money is just really not looking great on either side right now. We are a few alt points away, from that Blade Storm on the side of defense mode and on that Neuro Theft on the side of Radiant Roombas, but none of those huge impactful alts should be coming out anytime soon, except Hema could, if he is able to get 2 of those alt points, will have that Rolling Thunder available, and that's going to be that initial pick from Tanaka.
He still got him, even with a little jump peek by the end of it, too. That was so clutch. Faster from Tanaka, and it gets a second. Oh, defense mode is falling one after another. This mid pressure from Tanaka is just actually shutting down exactly what they want to do. One more shoulder peek could be so dangerous for the Silver. But as of right now, Radiant Rumors was a really solid opening picks.
Right now, you really cannot challenge mid on both sides, honestly. The defenders just have been doing so well at holding them off when it is not smoked. So defense mode right now are still postured toward this A site. Cypher is here with that utility, but he's actually going to back off toward Garden right now. So if they move on to site, they will only have to deal with one of those positions. Looks like Valier's coming out.
Yeah, Cam is there too. The smoke up doorway as well. The Reapers not peeking in. They spotted them out. That Sova dart was so big too. With Demon already down. It's a 2v5 for us. Do the aftershock knock and actually tag just barely leaving alone. But now it is just one person left, and Rex was in so much trouble.
At defense mode, they were just stuck on that site because there was already a member of Radiant Roomba just holding in heaven. And honestly, that round was just won right there when Tanaka was able to pick off 2 or 3 members at mid. So you really just need to smoke that out, right? I think they did try to smoke that out, but he was already pushed up ahead of that smoke. So he took that aggressive peek and was confident with that up. And sometimes you just need the confidence, right? If you have the confidence, you'll hit your shot. And that is exactly what happened there as they are pushing defense mode onto the save. And that should be an 8th round to Radiant Roombas. And they are catching up quite quickly.
Both pistols still going away with defense mode though, but like you mentioned, Radiant Roombas with guns in their hand, trying to pull back a really solid stronghold, and I think a lot of that comes to the back of Tanaka consistently catching those super big opening picks. And I do hope that defense mode has learned their lesson, right? Nobody wants to get caught up by an op a 3rd time. So it looks like they will not peek yet again, because like you said, they're on a save. So a bit of a tough round. I expect defense mode to play a little more aggressively as they move over to A.
Yep, and they are moving as that 5-man unit, but they are leaving their backs completely undefended right now. And we do see that Synergy is moving up behind them. So they either have to go now or watch their backs because they are just getting pincered in A main.
Yeah, you see the Asher coming at the back, actually gets spotted up by the tripwire too, so not going to commit to it. And Tanaka immediately finding Rex on the position up right at the back through heaven. Then puts the knives out to and recurs. The spots the next. They're all just dying one after another. They've been in the situation before as well here, Kura, and likely will die for a minute. This time it is just Frank left. Gets one. Oh, that's nice. Bye.
That is a buy-in. Actually, Radiant Roombas there did expend 2 ultimates. They expended the Blade Storm and expended the Neural Theft, which I did not expect. I think at the very end there were only 2 members of the defense mode left, and I think they knew that they were in A main. So, I mean, we can use it to finish off the round, I guess, but I feel like I would have saved it for this round because they are on those weapons now. And catching off those rotates would be so much more important rather than catching it out on that save round. So, but that's okay. They do have the Rolling Thunder for this round, as we've seen has pushed people off that spike. So hopefully they can use it this time, but that is going to be on B. While defense mode once again has postured themselves outside of A, Tanaka is going to be pushing up quite far along with Synergy right now. But defense mode have left 2 members here just to hold off if any members are going to be pushing out. That's going to be the rest of defense mode moving in toward Cat though. And now Radiant Roombas could be the ones getting pinched.
Saka a little bit active back, but as Saka moves in at the back, Soul's actually ready for him, right in through trees. That's such a big pick to take down the op for defense mode. Synergy stuck now on the other side. Gonna take him down by the Molly, nonetheless from the Killjoy too. Radiant Roombas get pinched from all sides, and through the util use of defense mode, really well set up by them. Clear out, and Yoda's just gonna try to spray and pray to get any more people.
This is still a close situation though. It is a 2v3 right now, and Yoda right now not able to get one. It's just gonna be Recurse left alone.
Picks up through heaven, but there are 2 there. The double P coming out from Radiant Roombas was secure. From defense mode was secure the 10th round for them. At least now defense mode, if you remember as well here, because they've been kind of back and forth, especially within the first half. The Radiant Roombas right in the earlier rounds to look so much stronger, but now to make a resurgence, and now it's 10-8. It is definitely not all lost for Radiant, but they need this round to be able to possibly bring it back and establish a bit more of the control, because Pit of Valor is just so much about tempo.
And defense mode, I really like the play that they did there, actually trying to pinch those 2 members of Radiant Roombas that had that more aggressive stance outside of A that they have been doing quite often. This time, Radiant Roombas is going to be holding more aggressive mid, just trying to make sure that nothing like that pinch ever happens again. But this time, that leaves B pretty open. The Sova drone is going to come out and try to see if there's any members of defense mode here. Will spot out Deviant though, and they're just going to be able to get onto this site, probably for free.
Right there.
You're a big sit at the back as well because he's pushed off the doors. The doors will be closed on him as well. So at least defense will get a lot of control already. But now with the Empress pop too, Deviant is such an aggressive position. They have to know he's there. So he's waiting to peek him in, but no, he's good for it at the back. Yoda at least after he's popped, just trying to just delay the plan for as long as possible and along for the Killjoy all two. They'll delay it, but right now, man, Roomba's having a tough time getting on site.
Yes, this is still a really close situation. All three members are coming, and that is going to be the Jet dashing in, but Deviant will be able to pick him off. And Soul picking off one as well, and there we go. That is going to be defense mode, holding off Radiant Roombas and tacking on that 11th round.
2 more rounds here to occur. Will spell for defense mode as we'll be moving on to the bracket. Radiant Roombas will unfortunately be going home, and we lack the $100 prize pool that we got going on today. Response by Nation United. Thank you very much, Nation United, for being able to do so. But just talk off of that, right? We've seen this so far right now for the Radiant Roombas. They've looked a little bit iffy on the retakes, but now with the Rolling Thunder, they should look a lot better.
Yeah, they still have that was left over from that previous round. Going to be a Lear to try to get some information if Radiant Roombas is mid. But this is actually going to be Recurse holding quite far back. Once again, it is going to be that aggressive push coming out from A main with Tanaka here. But he has to be so careful right now. Soul is just going to watch this. And he's going to get taken down. And so that is going to be the operator down on the side of defense mode. And they're still at mid right now, but they are a little bit lost because they know that somebody could come from behind them right now. So they have to deal with this first.
Huge pick for Radiant Roombas, and I would say not gonna be able to punish his positioning. He's now been able to push up all the way into spawn and just waiting for any one of them to possibly go back and go in onto A. The Sova, along with one more, just looking to peek in, moving as one gets one. The Reyna repositions at the back. He sees it. Oh, man, guys cannot find the third.
I have the spike.
There's a spike still in their hand, but it's a 2v4.
It is, and Tanaka right there, MVP of that round. I feel like they still knew that he was there, but they were not able to punish that. And that is going to be Rexo going down as well. So it's just going to be Frag left alone in that 1v4 situation. Not too much utility left. We'll be able to get one, but not the other. And so that will be Radiant Roombas putting another round on for themselves. And they have the Cosmic Divide up right now. They still have not actually made use of that Rolling Thunder. And so maybe with that and Cosmic Divide, they can try to stop defense mode from trying to get onto one of these sites. But they do have that double layer and Paranoia, so they could use it through that Astro Wall, which is like a possibility. I guess you can like shoot down the Reyna leaders as well. So it could work, but we'll have to see if the Cosmic Divide is used. It's not being used too much in this game.
One more kill for Soul, and he's able to get the knives for himself. As on the other end, we see the Tanaka has popped them for himself. As now, Radiant Roombas looking to just pincer the defense sort of back into their own spawn. We've seen them display from them before. Although previously it didn't go too fairly for them. East side, they peek out. They don't catch anybody. But at least Tanaka gets spotted. The Radiant was pushing up really far here currently.
Now with that information, they know that there are a few members of defense mode postured outside of A. So that is going to be the early rotate coming over, at least from Recurse right now. And that is going to be the Rolling Thunder coming out, and Tanaka will be able to use that to pick off one.
He really at the back of the Soul. Has the off back again. He was not that this time. At least it goes for 1-for-1. But it's already one ultimate committed. Soul misses second shot, but Deviant does not. Makes it a 2-for-1 so far. Nahima just left to try to anchor the site by himself. And so we'll move back in, but Deviant taking him down as well. Rolling Thunder, but Recurse through wide. Gets one more, leaving Yoda all by himself.
That was so close for Kurz there. hit those shots or waited just a little bit longer, I think he could have capitalized on that position that much more. And Rex is just going to be able to take out Yoda for that 12th round of defense mode. And even though that Rolling Thunder was used and that initial pick was got on the side of Radiant Roombas, they were not able to stop defense mode from just getting onto those sites. And I think it was just for Curse not being able to take full advantage of that one position that he had gotten for himself. But now, it's going to be a bit of a difficult situation. We're really going to have to see that Cosmic Divide come out and try to provide at least some stopping power for Radiant Roombas, because they really can't stop defense mode right now. Even with a man down, defense mode still able to push onto these sites.
Get out of my way!
Defense mode only need this round to take it home. Our Radiant Roombas fighting for their life. And I think a lot of it we've seen, it's not decided by the earlier pick. This is about being able to find the advantageous position to just catch what Radiant Roombas wants to do. And defense mode this time are the ones getting caught out. The Hunter Fruit isn't able to find much, but Synergy finds Frag peeking in through mid with a very aggressive wide swing. So defense mode yet again left on the back foot.
And they really like playing together as this 5-man unit right now, as Tanaka will take down the Spike Carrier. The defense mode right now are in quite a sticky situation. They will be able to trade one back though.
Still only Spike still in their hand though, but now almost all a defensive position are at our A main. We see Synergy also too coming all the way back to spawn. He's at the back near Cat, so possibly watch anybody coming in through mid. Breach as well too, waiting at the side right near door. Now Synergy's 29 health. But still has all his use of not being able to set it up. The spots out one gets caught out by Rex, so that's big. Makes it 2v3, but Hema peeks in and actually gets down Deviant. Making only one person left. Rex left alone yet again.
But this is still doable. Doesn't have any of that utility left though, and that sniper tripwire going to spot him out right there. So it's going to be Radiant Roombas keeping themselves back in this, and those early picks on mid were just so crucial for them to take that man advantage. Keep defense mode stuck in B main because they do play together, and they didn't actually push that on the flank, which was interesting. I would have liked to see that because they should know at this point that defense mode do play quite together. They don't really have those lurks coming out that Radiant Roombas did with Curse on that other side to provide more information. And so I think they can actually start pushing out some of these sites when they don't hear noise.
Radiant Roombas Yoda push up to with the Oda and being able to get that one, and just so much damage. You have weakers at the back. They're just dying. One after another. Defense mode cannot block up anything that Radiant Roombas is doing.
Yeah, and there we go. That is the stop of the push that I wanted to see come out of Radiant Roombas. Not exactly with the Astra utility, but just with the pure Odin and I guess pure aim. As it's going to be the last two members that once again are going to be stuck here. But they're not going to check this, and slowly will be able to pick off one. But that is going to be Radiant Roombas edging closer and closer to bringing this into overtime right now. And all they need to do really is, again, stop defense mode from getting onto these sites. And what defense modes need to do right now, they have to be a little more aggressive. We see them kind of just staying in B main, staying in A main, and not just like 5-man, I don't know, what's the word that people use, like schmeeging, right? Am I saying
Schmeeging is one.
Oh, there's no C? Okay. Schmeeging. So this is a new word for me, all right? I'm trying to stay with the time.
That's what matters, yeah.
Onto that side, but this time they're actually going to be playing Split. They're playing one lurker right now from Frag onto this B side, but this could be a little bit scary now as Recur's is going to be able to take him out, and they are on that save, so it's not really going to look too good for defense mode right now.
Immediately at the back because they're on a bit of a broken buy. The Radiant Roombas had the complete advantage because the guns and the way they had this set up too. Now it is just Rexo left alive all by himself yet again. Peeks out, taken down, and we're going to overtime, Kura.
Overtime, I am excited and also scared for both of these teams, honestly, because both sides, the attack and defense are just pretty evenly matched. Right? You don't see one team having an overwhelmingly good offense or overwhelmingly good offense. Did I say offense or defense first? You know, they
You're
don't
fine.
have.
You know what?
Yeah.
You got your message across, and that's what matters. One team good, one team also good. Both team bad same time. There you go.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
In the simpler terms, and it's gonna be Soul actually picking up that operator for himself. Going to be looking to try to catch out any member's screens right now, but this is going to be very scary as there are 2 members of defense mode just looking at Cat right now. It's actually a star here, which not gonna allow him to pick anyone off because they have smoked it, but. Right now, it seems like mid presence is not being contested as of yet. We have Rexo here just holding them off, but Synergy pushing up, and the alarm bot once again is here.
Spots Synergy as well. That I believe the Dart as well spotted them out too, as they know it's gonna be a mid push. But Reekers pushing it through B mid. Actually, they don't spot him out, so already one down on the side of defense was Radiant Roombas. Push out one after another. They're able to plant themselves out of the B site. The first B site hold. I believe we've actually seen this entire game. Every single time it's been pushed off, but we got it. We finally got it.
Yep. And it's gonna be a defense mode on the retake right now. They have that operator on Soul, but there are just members of Radiant Roombas everywhere right now. 4 are playing on site with 1 B main. This is going to be really difficult for them.
3v5. Radiant Roombas looking to establish themselves. I think if they get this attack on the defense, it will only be that much easier. But because getting one more in the flash coordination with the breach, they're just all dying one after another. And Recurrence with the 4K will cement the round. Defense will have a lot ahead of them and hefty tasks.
Match point.
That operator pick coming out from, I believe it was defense mode, not working in their favor right there, as it's not going to be good on that retake, especially if you have those Astro utilities to try to at least smoke you out, not allow you those longer sight lines and those free shots. So now Radiant Roombas is going to have that advantage. And once again, as I said, in the last half, it is going to be, can you stop defense mode from getting onto that site? Right now, it's going to be Tanaka with that operator looking mid, and defense mode once again are doing their 5-man strat.
Immediately though, as they get fault line out, though the breach is holding down sight, but there are 5 like you mentioned. They all push all at once. It's either all of them or none of them. Though, but at least Reaper's getting pushed back to the previous round. But actually, Reaper pushing into trees immediately gets Hema. So now making a 4v5 as Spike is planted.
Yeah, but there's going to be a flank right now coming in from Synergy, and Tanaka will get taken down though, but Soul here.
He's at the back, gets one, gets a second as well. That's Odin down. Radiant Roombas, they thought they could do it to stay alive, but making a 2v1. There's one more time to actually possibly defuse. Actually pops the Empress as well, but Synergy just starts a little bit of util to possibly go for the post plant. It already gets pulled, they get spotted out by the Dart here. He has no time.
He has no time, and it's going to be those shock darts coming out from Rexo right now. I don't think he knows that Deviant is behind him. And
makes it peace and Deviant.
It is not going to work. There we go. We are going into our second overtime right now.
Double overtime. It looks so good for defense mode right at the beginning, because you thought they might be able to take what Radiant Roombas at the back, and they shut that down. It's been so back and forth, and we see it too, right? These teams have been consistently so evenly matched, so it could generally go either way, and it doesn't even depend on whether they're on attack or defense. It solely depends on, I find whoever gets the second pick is usually who wins the round. That's a trend I've been noticing. Forget first pick.
All right, so let's see who gets the second pick in this round, as it will seem like there is quite a setup from Frag here at B, so that should at least hold them off for a little while. We will get some information that there are people mid. And we made a silver drone coming out from both teams, and defense mode are going to hold quite passively here. They have nobody at mid once again. They only have that alarm bot, which is going to spot out Tanaka here.
So they know at least they give away all the mid presence just to hold on back onto B. puts us in a slow posture, but even also pushes them really far up, not hoping to get caught out through A main like they did about 2 rounds ago. And there's Recurse down as well, really forward-facing play from defense to basically catch him out. So lacing up B main remains in the control, but with mid given up, they're looking to possibly push another B side yet again.
I kind of like how Radiant Roombas was playing just to make sure that no members of defense mode were able to push out. But right here, Soul could get a massive pick because that is the
40 seconds left.
Oh, so much control immediately given away.
standing.
Radiant Roombas, it was all the control, but the spike being down. There's absolute pandemonium chaos. And with Yoda at least getting one, so it might give the back like a little bit of control, but it's a 4v1, Kura, and with 4 seconds left to go, you cannot do much at all. Soul, final shot.
Yeah, I was just praising them too for playing separate and making sure that the other team was not able to push out. And in the end, it worked against them as the spike was alone and in an unrecoverable situation. And so now it is going to be defense mode that have that advantage going into this second overtime. And it's going to be up to Radiant Roombas. Once again, I really want to see that Astro utility just try to stop them. Maybe an Odin come out, and the Odin's not going to come out this time. It is going to be that operator once again. So it is going to have to do some work if Radiant Roombas wants to win this.
Going for the really fast pushing it all the way through mid. Again, mid presence has not been a thing for really either one of these teams so far, but even with mid giving over, the Hema at the back, but not use flashes just yet. To catch out one, though, Astana still being able to hold it down. The defense will need the shot. They want to take it home. They're taking out one after another. Hema still back into market, but the clear out sight. Spike should go down as a 3v3 and Frag peeking in through B main.
This is a really strong hold right now. I don't think there are any Killjoy swarm grenades on the spike right now. So hopefully Frag is able to take advantage of this position as 2 of them are posturing outside of CT. There's going to be no operators at least, so still will be good.
One enemy remaining.
Speeding one after the other, and that is just them left. And finally, defense mode after double overtime are able to take it extremely solid hold, and they do it on B side nonetheless, bro. They waited till overtime, both these teams, to go to B, man, and it finally worked out. Really good job to both of them, and GG's to defense mode.
Yeah, it really came down to which defense could stop the attacking team. And in that instance, we saw defense mode living up to their name, able to pick off that first round on defense. And then the attack, they were just able to overwhelm Radiant Roombas on that B site and just take that home.
Exactly, going right in through mid through B. That's one thing we actually hadn't seen a ton out of either team, right? Super fast pushes, go barreling through. As you mentioned, I believe the word you said was smeaging, Kura. But and what do you know? Smeaging actually works. Turns out if you just W key in and land your shots, you're bound to win. So really good job by both these teams. But we do have one more match coming at you today, so do not go anywhere. We'll be right back right here on GLG.
I believe they were waiting for the fault line because we off of cooldown, but they all spot them like great art down in hell. But they put respawn, and actually all the fighters are going down. The Judge Gaming out of 3 doing so. This Judge Julian execute.
The op is in play though. Vecito's able to find Fluffy op versus op.
If there's something that you need to say, I know it ain't easy living inside your brain for sure. You keep telling me that it's all okay, but I know. Silence speaks so loud.
401k cashing in with no tax bracket. I think Max, that's all.
Silence speaks so loud.
Teams that weren't really just winning yet. It's freaking out Messiah. It's just a back and forth. Now they have no choice but to put it on the scene. Gonna rotate around, wait for the final round 17 and 20. Double kill from an ace from the last game. Kevin is at an absolute man, I'm just down. And now you have to get it back. This is hard. They lost full control of the fight. Win conditions gone out and murder. And murder is the other way. Now it's gonna be a defender win.
something under your breath. I can take it, I know what you're thinking. I wish I could fix this, yeah.
They're not gonna find any kills.
If there's something that you need to say, I know it ain't easy living inside your brain for sure. You keep telling me that it's all okay, but I know, yeah, silence speaks so loud. Silence speaks
But that's not gonna stop Mel looking around, having that bomb down already. Someone's gonna go for that diffuser. He's gonna get a short range, and there you go. Coming out from Mel, that's what you want to see in the Grand Championship.
You could not have written it any better. Sort of, there's no two members of the quite simply not in a position to help out here.
Yeah, that's a very interesting play. I guess they're gonna try and come for the flank here. Itachi that down, that's not gonna work, but water sleep it.
You made a monster.
Support the Jet rushing on in, but the smoke is not down as of yet. But so it's on the backside. Now, the movie has a lot to see. There is a lockdown. He used the water force now. Just cut out into the rival. Just come out back and forth. You should make it out here. Messiah. Call right in, but it's going to be right now. They started off strong.
With Nino falling, that's going to be another strong frag coming out from the KJ side. That's going to be really good. The man disadvantage down by 2 now for Lunar. And in a pistol round, you don't want to lose many numbers right off the rip.
And welcome back, everybody, to the GLG Ravishing Ravishing yet again by Korha Neko. And we're about to get into our third game of the day, I believe. And it was Titan going up against Zero Marksman, a Titan we just saw about a match and a half ago in another very close series. ZMM have been a staple here in GLG.
I know. I don't know too much about ZMM, so what can you tell me about them, Ravish?
I think ZMM are a fun team. They're a bunch of fun guys that do fun things. There you go.
Are they gonna be performing the Smeeg, or are they gonna be more default players.
I think ZMM are definitely much more speaky guys, right? We've seen that they like to go for a lot more fast pushes, a lot more aggressive trades. They're a very, very forward-facing team, and they don't know how to press CS key at all on the keyboard. So I expect to see a lot of trades as we head into the game right away. Wow.
Oh wow, and we are going to be going back to find your favorite map, right?
I enjoy Bind. It's not my favorite. My favorite map is to cast. Definitely is Icebox. To play, I would say, is Bind. Definitely. I think Bind is a lot of fun and it presents teams with a lot of options. As finally, Curl, we get a Viper on the side of ZMM. Thank you.
Yep, and I am excited to see how that is going to be used as well, since they are going to be on that attack first. It's going to be interesting. They do have
Choose your agent.
double initiator right now coming on the side of ZMM. So I guess yeah, it makes sense. I could see them going for more of a Smeeg. I feel like such a boomer. I say it and I'm like, am I saying this right? Because I really want to add a C. But like,
So
I know
essentially, it is based off of like Smeagol from Lord of the Rings, if you've ever seen it.
Oh, it's been a while. It has been a long time.
That is okay, but essentially it just demonstrates the concept of pretty much gunning it forward, right? Being very, very aggressive and not looking back, a lot like what we saw the side of defense mode in just a final round. They just gunned it down mid and didn't care about what was in front of them. They immediately just shot, they clicked heads and they won the round. That's really what it is, from what I understand.
All right. With that in mind, I'll try to be pronouncing it correctly going forward. Hopefully, as you did mention before, ZMM could be more of a team that does that. So I could have opportunities in this game to be saying that a lot more and make me sound like less of a boomer.
You know, if that is what is important to you, I respect your wishes and I understand exactly why you want to do it. I thought we were here to cast Pit of Valor, but you know what, bro? Let's just write out the dictionary of all the different Valorant terms and see if correct can say them.
Improving the vocabulary, I think, is super important. You know?
Okay.
And okay, let's get back into this a little bit. It is going to be that Showers wall once again coming out from Titan. Free orb going over to Gozo and ZMM right now. I'm going to be interested to see how they end up dealing with this in later rounds. Are they going to be breaking down that wall, or are they going to let Gozo take that orb every single time? And ZMM are going to be playing a split right now. They do have 3 members toward A. They are going to be spotting out NST, just chilling out in Octagon right now. But no moves have been made.
No, we've seen Titan was actually a lot more comfortable on the defense the first time they played just a couple of games ago right now. So I imagine they're definitely feel themselves. So far, no trades to be had as of yet. But as the Viper puts on the wall right outside of TP though, right now, like Zero Marksman are looking around A, but maybe they all go over, all TP, they go in onto B.
Yeah, right now, I don't think they expect a Smiley just to be in this corner, able to pick off two. And we are back in a 3v3 situation.
Yeah, he's just back and forth already because he gets that friends do so much work. Fair gun, by the way. But still at the back though, and now Zero Marksman are taking out the site. Now Titan just looking to possibly look on how they get back on. They have one breach flash too, but all the Zero Marksmen are holding off site. They have to spike in their view. That just depends on if they'll defuse it. Pushes out, catches one nice flash, and that's two more left.
Yeah, and I think they were playing so far back because they had all those lineups. But it's not going to matter too much, as the rest of Titan are going to be able to clean up those members and get themselves that first round.
Really well done by the side of Titan, right? We said they look good on the defense, and already they're showing up.
They are showing up, and going back to the team comp, it is going to be the Sage again, and we should be able to see that Sage wall time and time again, getting those orbs for the Resurrect, as it has been pretty impactful for Titan in that previous game. So hopefully it will happen again. It is going to be the Viper wall once again, cutting off seemingly U-Haul and allowing for any members of ZMM that do want to rotate from A just to pop through that teleporter without being caught out by anyone who is holding U-Haul. There we go. That is going to be an early bird going into Showers right now. But the wall is still going to go down, and that will still be a free orb.
Both ores picked up across the board, though coming over to the Sova is one of the last. So the Hunter Fury could be a really powerful tool for shutting out any of the pushes that Z-Man wants to bring out. Both teams still playing quite slow. They peek in, and hey, he's so nasty on the op, and the Marshall nonetheless as well. He's taking him down. Plus, with no shield, Marshall hits hard.
It's going to be that 2-man hold from Showers that we know that Titan know and love. They are still waiting, and the spike is slowly making its way toward A. But they are going to have to plant quite quickly, though, because we do see that Bape has already rotated onto this site. With that weapon advantage right now, it's going to be really difficult for them to try to get that plant off.
They put up both the wall and along with the smoke as well, quickly for them to possibly spike in. There we go. Going to use the breach tool to delay for a little bit longer. Then knocked up as well. The volley at the side. So now Zero Marks are just stuck in just a pool of util. And as the Spectres come out, there's just so much damage you put on the Zero Marksman. But still, at least move the way back onto the site. They'll look for a possible rotate. Like for the TP, but no, yeah, they're all there. They are. As yeah, there's gonna die.
Yeah, they're really good at least holding one member back just a little bit, just in case these rotates happen, especially from A to B, as we know the teleporter has been used twice by ZMM now, so Titan will definitely be at least holding one person on B if they do decide to rotate their ass end, which we did see. And now going into this round, it will be Zero Marksman with that weapon advantage with those rifles coming out, and this time Bape will not be able to get that one-shot body shot on the Marshall. He's going to need to hit those heads, as he is holding A right now. And ZMM right now have actually not really dealt with that Showers push coming out from those two members of Titan. All they've done is just let them take it for free and then wait for that sage wall to come down right now. But Bape is getting pushed and he is going to get taken out.
Oh, nice guy flash ability right out of the corner to push him off. So the Marshall won't be able to do much at all, but at least now they continue to maintain Showers control. Now goes at the back, he peeks in and whoa! They don't notice that the members are already on site. So they immediately take it over. We were saying how hookah and shot control is so important. Well, let's just take both by force. No, finds one dart, but now it's a 2v4. Your correct spike is planted.
Yeah, again, that is the one bad thing about that Showers push. If those members just all push in through short, you are just stuck there, especially with that Sage Wall. They actually used the Sage Wall against Titan because they had nowhere else to go. And it was really good on ZMM to not be breaking that from the other side. And now with this 4v2 advantage, that's going to be the paranoia coming out. But it's still going to be really difficult.
Last player standing.
Back here, they get trades go one back and forth, but Titan at the end will fall. The gun advantage is a bit too much, and ZMM get the first of the board.
Yeah, now that ZMM have actually had a strategy to counter Titan's shower wall and orb take, I wonder if Titan is going to do it again, right? Because I feel like they're going to be very scared to do that, or they're going to place another member onto the site to try to hold short. But they don't have too many other members to try to slow down ZMM, right? They are bringing the Jet over, but all the Jet has is the Cloudburst and, you know, fragging ability, I guess. So actually, they are just going to do it again. And it worked that time. They didn't push in fast enough from short.
Yeah, because previously you saw, right, because how Titan just got pinched at the back and couldn't be able to take out the Jet, but now they know exactly where they are. They hold down his short, and yet again, Titan just get pinched all the way at the back, you know, right?
Spike planted.
As the judge too, we've seen him pop off on this before. Puts us on initial shots, but now he gives away his position, so we know they know there's a judge in hookah. They're stuck. Only two left in a 5v2 here, Kara. Titan in a really bad spot.
Last player
That
standing.
definitely was not ideal right there, and I thought Bape would actually be holding more of an aggressive angle and not just holding in U-Haul. But unfortunately, as you said, he just has that judge inside, which is going to get taken down. But because he wasn't able to hold off that push from ZMM, once again, we saw those two members of Showers just being left all by themselves and just get pushed in there. So, you know, they're going to have to change it up a little bit. I really don't want to see the Jet on A site again, unless it is, you know, with an operator holding short. I think that would probably be the best case scenario, at least to try to get the two members of Showers some cover to get out. Because as we saw, once again, they can't get out of that position.
And A-side just goes over there for completely free. But so far, it looks like Titan not gonna listen to you, and Gozo gets punished for peeking yet again. No alt orb, no all wall, and enjoy. They've done this about almost 4 rounds in a row. So Zero Marksmen are ready for the shower push, and finally Titan get punished. But their position is just like that. It is just 2 members left.
Yeah, and again, they're on this save, so they're gonna just try to do as much damage as they can to the side of Zero Marksman, but they are not having it right now. Babe is that only member standing. He's just gonna get pushed right here by Enjoy, so that is going to be a flawless coming out from Zero Marksman. Once again, we're just gonna have to keep watching showers. We're gonna have to see which team comes out on top, because that has just been such a point of contention right now, 5 rounds in.
Yeah, because each and every single time, if Titan actually come out on top of the showers trade, they should be able to get at least one free pick. But every single other time, it's been Zero Marksman has been ready for the push. They flash at the breach and the sage immediately. But now, see, Gozo and everyone else on Titan have the ults opportunity to get flashed. Now to put the wall up immediately. Do not get pushed, but Zero Marksman not gonna knock it down as of yet.
And there we go. It is going to be the aggressive push A short again. And right now, they are not holding it right now, as the Overstrike is going to be able to take those numbers down.
Goes up the back, at least peeks in, and then finally the communication comes through. They were ready for the push on to A short. That is just NST. Here's the Althor as well, but nowhere close to Hunter Fury in a 2v1. And Omen taking out the very aggressive position right outside of showers, though he knows where he is. Spike not in the favor at all, just dropped in the middle of sight. Joe will not be able to spot him. Zero Marksman, a really tough spot.
Yeah, looks like Titan just proved me wrong right there, as Gozo able to pick up 3 members from showers, even though Titan was pinched back in there. And now NST. This is still quite doable. He has the recon dart available, and he needs to check, but he is not going to. And that is going to be Titan tying it up 3-3.
We saw how Titan, it looked a little bit back and forth with them, but as soon as they got guns in hand, they're able to bring it back, correct?
They are, and this time it is going to be BAP with that operator now, as I said, so that should help them hold A short that much more and not allow for ZMM to get A site for free. And it looks like this time, ZMM are not going to opt to go A first. They are going to try to scope out B, as now there are only 2 members there, and I think they should know this. But Titan push up a little bit at B long just to make sure that nobody is there. And that wall is just going to be really hard to break. Finally, does go down, but the orb has already been taken. And ZMM are more playing for information right now.
TSN. You'll use the drone though. You get smoked out yet again. Outside of garden.
I should say TSM.
TSM, I believe that's his name, but not Team Solo Mid, because it's a solo Team Solo Mid. They wouldn't have won a pistol. But now you're looking at it, right? Babe comes up big again with the optive, was repositioned, and now Zero Marksman 4v3, a member down, yet against Spike's in the control position around B side.
That is going to be the Hunter's Fury coming out from NST, trying to catch out any members of Titan, but not actually going to find anything. And now as they come at the site, Smiley here will just paranoia him, but not take out Complex.
Exactly, they're so big. One Thunder committed as well to try to clear the site. Nova's barely peeks and gets popped up and concussed now, but that was such a heads-up play from Complex. Actually land those shots to make sure Zero Marksman doing the control on the site. If he dies there, the push is done. At least not trading Hunter Fury is the back. They stopped the planet, but now just Complex left. The one who saved it out for them will not be able to do much more. It's Titan. Take it back.
Yeah, that was a really expensive round on the side of Titan, using that Rolling Thunder, using the Resurrect, using the Hunter's Fury. So if they did not win that round, that would have been devastating, as their economy and alt economy would have been in shambles. But now they are able to take the lead, keep that operator up, and they are placing themselves in quite a good position right now. And ZMM, they're not really going to be contesting showers anymore. We do have Enjoy just posturing outside of there just to see if, maybe one time Gozo decides not to put up that wall. And then he will be able to catch somebody out. Let's go. Hasn't happened as of yet, so we will be...
I doubt it.
Hey, I mean, because he uses the wall every single time there, he can't use the wall for some of, like, the cheeky things that happen, right? Say if all of ZMM are holding off, he's gonna pick off 2. Okay.
I mean, you want to talk about cheeky, bro? That's about as cheeky as it gets. Go ahead and pinch mine right now, because Gozo, bro, on both sides, double kill immediately. Something's on ZMM. They should have seen this coming, in my opinion, right? You saw they break the wall down. You still know Gozo is there, but they were not ready for the peak at all, as they're trying to actually escape. Titan take a complete stronghold at the back, but TSN, the really nice pick, spike in hand for him, Kura. But he's up against a lot of opposition.
Yeah, and he is actually alone here at B site. I feel like we saw that before. We saw the spike alone, and then it got picked off, and so the rest of the attacker team was not able to recover it. So it's looking a little bit scary right now, but he is still close to that TP. So he could still go to A, but Gozo with that 3rd pick and Bape with the 4th. And that is going to end the round, as Titan will be able to take that 5th round. And that split play right there did not work out for them.
Unfortunately not. I think a lot of it comes back to Gozo's 2 big opening picks, right? We saw before a couple rounds ago, Gozo got a triple by reading what Zero Maxim wanted to do, and yet again he finds 2 more.
Yeah, and going back to the previous point I was saying before, all that crazy stuff happened, right? With that Sage wall being put up every single time, you can't really put it in hookah or put it at B long, because we know that ZMM do have those utilities to be able to stop that spike plant from so far away. So maybe if the wall was used in that instance, it could help them a little bit. Not that it has been needed right now, as they are up 2 rounds, and Smiley only a little bit aggressive in hookah right now, but is just going to be backing off. There isn't too much on the side of Zero Marksman, though. They do have the Seekers and they do have Viper's Pit, but that is dependent on if they get onto the site.
Yeah, and there's a Viper Pit immediately popped out to try to not put a Zero Marksman, 2 posture, try to push in, but yet again, this Pit is now just so much stronger. You really drop down to 50 and more so at the back, is looking to push in. A couple of sneezes on them could immediately be control of the side, look to peek out of the side. Smiley! I think it's a bunch of pot shots now, but I'm not able to find anymore because Compass peeks out, has to reload, but it's only 9 health still to get to.
And in the service side situation right now, all 3 members are coming in from CT side. They will be able to pick off 1, but it's going to be really hard pushing in with that operator, as he will switch out for a Phantom.
Because at least, you can only put in so much pot shots on an op before you get caught out, and just as Viper's Pit establishes so much control, but I'm shaking all the way on top. It just lays bare. If you lose the op, to try to see if you can get out with it, but unfortunately not. Zero Marksman, bring it back. Very close to tying it up 5-5, almost.
Yeah, I actually really like that Viper's Pit that came out from Potato there. I did not know it could go up so high on top of the box, right? Because we saw that there was a member there, and Titan were just not expecting for anybody to be standing there, so they did get taken out, even though they were trying to push that smoke, and maybe it would have worked out if that member was not there. And now this round, last round we did see Enjoy kind of on the lurk. This round, they will be playing with their team, as Sofa Drone is going to come out and
I've got your
barely does not land. It will not scan anything. That's so close. But yet again on A short, though, this is same pull and push. They push E every single time. Big all the way on top on Heaven, exerting all that pressure. All the way want to push in. Oh, okay. Never mind. Big's still picking with the op. Push reposition. On the side, but don't catch his head. But Smiley with the short. The spike goes down.
1 enemy remaining.
Yeah, Bape right here has just been devastating with that operator in Heaven, and now it is going to be left to NST in this 1v3 situation. He does have the recon dart and both of those shock darts, but it is not going to happen, as Bape will pick up that 3rd kill for himself and put Titan in that lead.
I feel like every single game we've seen so far throughout this entire round, for the past 3 rounds, of the past 3 games, they've been a consistent process of pushing and pulling between so many of these teams. You see it here too.
Yeah, for sure. And No, I was gonna say Shower's play hasn't happened in quite a bit, and there it happened. And Gozo there, at least he was able to take out some members of ZMM, but not enough, as it will be that Resurrect coming out this round, so the orb should be going over to Spencer Al for that Thundering. I said it again, Rolling Thunder. Not
I think you're thinking of. I think you're thinking of the whole like. Remember, if you've ever seen Haikyuu, just think about what that main move is that like Tanaka
right.
does.
Oh my god, wait,
Exactly.
actually I did not think about it that way, but I do watch a lot of Haikyuu, so maybe
There
that
you
is.
go. You know, Tanaka in the middle, being that libero. What's that? What's his special move to roll all the way around and catch that ball? It's that rolling thunder.
Oh my, I'm not gonna be able to get out of my head. I feel like that just made it worse. But that's okay. They're gonna have that hold once again on that A site, and right now ZMM once again are quite split. So it is going to be up to Babe right now to try to get any of these initial picks, as the A hold still is quite strong. But the spike right now is at B, and that's going to be the orbital stretch to try to catch out anybody, but it is not going to catch out Smiley. Oh, no.
Smiley actually TPs into the ult as well. I believe he kind of mistimed it, unfortunately gets caught up right at the back of it. So an unfortunate play, but a potential heads up one back. As now Titan to the left onto the retake. Barely catches the information, but does not land the lives.
Yeah, that is an interesting angle, but Gozo here is coming up from behind and will be able to pick off one, and but not the other though.
Not much more the Spice under control for the side of Zero Marksman. So now, once again, Titan decides to retake this still in a 3v4. They faked the plant, but the Molly lineup is there too, to make sure they can't go on. They know the tool holding offsite, and is shaking as their trains moving back and forth. But Spencer out, ready for the peek of the side. Roll Thunder as well. Used to completely persuade anybody peeking through Hookah and Hatsuri as well. Used to push them all back to defuse the once, but not gonna be able to get it.
Player standing.
And that's going to be a round going over to the side of Zero Marksman.
Before the switch.
Rolling themselves back in it a little bit. It is 6-5 right now, and they could still catch out this last round, as the buy on the side of Titan is not going to be looking so great. And it kind of is going to be Titan just trying to hold off those members of ZMM, right? Because as I said, the Sage Wall, when it's used so early, you don't have it again. And the Sage being on the flank there, I feel like might not have been the best decision, as I would have liked to see it kind of on site supporting those members of Titan trying to retake. But that's okay. There is still this last round for them to try to clutch out the lead for the first half. And this time, they actually have not pushed into showers this time. We see that Gozo is holding really far back in A, while ZMM right now, they're pushing a little toward A. And they're like, what's happening? Where's the Sage Wall? Like, is showers free?
I mean, so far, but I guess so. Now ZMM, they could possibly take the 7-5 half, though, so wouldn't be a bad position to be in at all to come back from. It's considered tight on the attack, have genuinely looked back and forth. So ZMM could make this even. Definitely looking better for them going into the next. So what goes up is pop the Sky L2 to catch them all on site, but now goes to holding on to Heaven as he gets smoked out, so at least give a bit of shallow control over the ZMM.
And then the Seekers popped out early from Enjoy, trying to catch out any members of Titan right now. But that Viper Wall is really just going to separate those members of Titan, so the spike is going to go down.
Nice now, but now it depends on Titan how they're possibly playing this back though, because it's one after another. All of Titan fall, the TSM's holding back onto short. The catching the coming in out of Hookah and out of spawn. Because they have both Hookah and Showers under control, and I believe, what did we mention that was like super important for teams to be able to take it on? Wait, actually, I'm a liar. Hookah's not in control, but Spencer was just stuck at this point.
Yeah, that's going to be the showstopper coming out from Complex, just taking them out even further. And they're just going to gun down those members of Titan, and it's actually going to be a tied half right now.
The competition is fierce, Kura. And this is actually our first even half that we've seen throughout the entire day, which is the best part, because more than every single time we've seen there's always been a 2-round lead almost every single one of these teams, right? So right here we see that as you go later and later into the bracket, just how evenly matched so many of these teams are. ZMM has shown up a lot before, but not Titan too, looking quite good.
Yeah, and now they are going to have that Viper on defense, which is a lot more scary, right? You have the wall, you have the Poison Cloud. And we know, again, as you mentioned earlier today, that you get 50 health taken off immediately once you go through that. So trying to push through one of these Viper walls is going to be really difficult for the side of Titan. And because they only have that Jet to try to dash through and get any picks, but the rest of the team is going to find it a little bit hard to follow. As we see, the Snake Bite just going to come down, and Titan is going to have a little bit more of a difficult time trying to control Showers. But NST has pushed out of B long right now, and they are slowly encroaching onto Titan.
All 3 of Brimstone smokes have been used super early on just to make sure that the Titan cannot push it as of yet. But if we're looking at Showers, though, we see that they get a little bit aggressive. Viper is there and right behind the wall to possibly catch anybody who might want to push through, but still Titan are taking their time here, Kurt.
And they're about to come in onto the site right now as Unshaken is able to take the first one, and they are stopping Titan right now.
Yeah, Flash already into there to get one more, and after another. A Shower push was immediately staved off to his goals and reads it so well, and now he's just stuck. You can't put the wall down, my brother. You can't enter the altar of this time, as he's been sure to might be able to get one, but
30 seconds left.
Oh, yep. Bye. See you later. Into the next round, that is going to be round number 7, and the lead for Zero Marksman.
Zero Marksman, as of right now, like we see, they've been able to do a lot before when they've had the econ advantage here, and they decided to just like go all out, get Bulldogs. I was thinking like, because I did see an AR this time, and yeah, TSN get Light Shield Vandal too, so this could be a fun one.
This could be fun, and he is going to be the one holding Showers right now. So that it should be Showers control going over to ZMM, especially since Titan is not going to be pushing with all 5 members. It will be pushing with 2 though, and will spot him out. That is going to be the Viper wall, and that will deny them so much. And they're actually going to push in through that TP right now.
They got the back into the TP play gets red. They heard them all come through, but it doesn't necessarily matter. Zero Marksman first to the take. Immediately the gun advantage. No, I respect the play, babe, but unfortunately execution was a little bit flawed, and Titan now left with the spike. Wonder what he can do.
Yeah, that was pretty insane right there, that ZMM was able to take that TP, even though we did see Bape kind of chilling out at B long. I don't think he was pushed up far enough to just see them take that. And so Zero Marksman there with the aggressive play, able to extend it into a 2-round lead. And maybe this time they will try something similar again, as they are going to be on that bonus against the rifles. So they will have to at least like try something different. You know, maybe push out of B. This time they do have 2 members there holding long. They have the Brimstone, they have the Raise, which could be used to try to get those initial picks right now. But Titan, they have postured themselves outside of B, and it's going to be a fight here.
My switching up so far really was set up for the breach as well. I think you're able to get one back and forth, but now Flash and the coordination for Zero Marksman absolutely immaculate. Although they give up who control, Complex has the 4K. Give him the ace. The first ace possibly Smiley just stuck at the back. He's looking down B long, but doesn't find him yet. He's ready for him. Peeks. There's the ace for Complex.
And there we go. That will be the all charged up for them going into this round as well. I really like that. I said they could potentially push out B long, and there we go. Pushed out, able to get those 3 picks, even though it was at the expense of his teammate's life. Will be able to clutch out that ace at the very end there, and so that will put them into that 3-round lead. And now Titan going on to that save should extend this round lead to 4.
Tougher and tougher now. The Zero Marksman boys are looking absolutely fantastic, and Complex not even having the showstopper too. It's gonna possibly cause a little bit of damage onto the boys of Titan, but now TSN picking out to the side. He goes up, and Babs is actually has to float over the Viper pit and takes so much damage even doing so. Bit of a tough position to be in for.
Yeah, that's just gonna be Unshaken actually pushing in through that TP once again with those smokes right now, and it's just gonna push up behind, and they should just be able to clean up these members of Titan right now. There we go, easy 10th going over to ZMM, and that will also charge up that Hunter's Fury. they will have that in order to slow down that spike plant of Titan.
They also have the Seekers actually up in just one more point too, but look on the other end, right? You have Gozo, Smiley, Baps. So all one away. So the battle for Altor, I believe this time, should be a little bit more contested as we see it. And they might go for a potential shower hit too, just to possibly be able to take that away from them. But Tieson is there. He also has the Hunter Furies, like you mentioned, so could definitely counteract it if he hears it. Let's try to move in.
Yeah, right now they are not going to let
How
you
far up?
get it. And oh my god, Unshaken here is pushed up so far with Complex.
There it is. They read the push all the way up the side because casting out of showers, one back and forth, but Nova doing so much damage. They are not able to get even trades, but now Complex 2 has 6 bullets, pushes that Showstopper, peeks out, but gets pushed in a crossfire. That Showstopper down as well as so much suspended by ZMM, kind of overplaying their hand and getting caught out for it.
Now Potato is the last member left, and this is actually really doable here. He could be taking 2 1v1s right now. Oh.
Has the Viper pit, but doesn't want to bring it out. Barely catching them at the side. Spike still in Titan's favor, so they could definitely still plant this, but now they know exactly where he's coming from.
Yeah, I really like that aggressive push from ZMM just coming out, but unfortunately ending up with the member disadvantage right now. And I really do like that spike point because then you can hold in CT and you know that Potato is not going to be coming from there. He's most likely coming from short or coming from showers. So that's going to be the poison orb going down just to try to get him onto the site.
Use the wall to cut off a little more information. 1 heaven, 1 showers, none peeking out just yet. But as soon as he fakes it, Billy they puts out the fault line. And they're to be positioned. The smoke cloud could be big though, but they know exactly where it's planted here. And they put all the shots down in, but it was such a bad spot. It's 2? Actually, he's able to clutch it out, but he has no time to defuse. Potato, you absolute madman, but you died to the spike, unfortunately.
No, nope. He did not die to the spike. He's like, haha, Ravish got you there.
I've been bamboozled. Oh no.
But you will be able to at least get that weapon. Not that, you know, Zero Marksmen really do need that weapon right now as their coffers are still overflowing with money. But this is going to be a pretty big round right now. As you mentioned last time, we saw Titan be really close to getting those ultimates, and this time their ultimates are up. We have the Resurrect, we have the Hunter's Fury, Bladestorm from the Shadows. They could either use this to push super aggressively onto a site or maybe even fake it out and use that from the Shadows to get them quickly onto the other. But Orbital Strike on the other side, and Seekers popped extremely early from the side of ZMM are going to find some more information for them on where exactly Titan is. And that is going to be the early Hunter's Fury coming out from Titan, and it is going to catch out NST.
Really solid beginning early pick to just try to put ZMM at a disadvantage because they do not want to extend the lead any more than it already is. Being down already 3 rounds, so Zero Marksman is possibly take this home and Nias out. No, who you know what? If that was me, I'm thinking who holds there? I would not expect anyone to be there at all ever. Like who sits there, bro? Are you serious?
Oh well, apparently Babe sits there.
Yeah, I guess so. I'm proving wrong yet again across the board, but Nova getting his second of the round 2, just taking down Complex with the main fragments the entire game. Potato getting a collab, that was gross.
Now it's going to be a 2v2 situation. Make that a 1v2 as he's going to just get pushed from both sides there. And this time, the aggression from ZMM is actually going to do them good as they are able to pick off that 11 round with only the Seekers ult expended. And that is going to push Titan again back onto that save. And this is not looking great because that should mean ZMM get that match point.
See, and yet again, this is what I wanted to see out of ZMM before, right? Not overplaying their hand, playing a lot safer, playing a lot farther back, because as soon as they feel a bit too confident in their play, they get pincered and Titan takes them out one after another. So it lets us a lot more. Patience, key, and executions.
Yeah, and this time I think Titan do kind of expect ZMM to be pushing out really aggressively, so they have been doing quite good at holding their flanks. But this time they won't have that issue as of yet, as members of ZMM are just going to be here, and that's going to be Unshaken taken down.
Unshaken, we're stuck in such a bad spot. You pushed that way too far. This is why I prefer the Jet to be there at the end. But at least Smiley at the back, they're able to take over Hookah, and they get the one after. This is a thrifty as well for Titan, though.
Yeah, look at that. They're
Spike
able
planted.
to punish that aggression from ZMM that time. And Potato will be able to pick off one though, and Viper's Pit is still active.
Okay, so what after another study this man so far, but Flash doesn't go into the bucket, don't fight anybody as almost all of Tian. Holding it off site. Off the Viper Pit is a really good call, but NST all the way at the back too. With an absolutely massive fight, getting all of Titan, only 2 left in a 1v3. But yet again, babe, with his angles, bro, who holds there?
Again, it's just Babe, you know. I feel like we should just like ask him like, why do you hold these angles? Like, what are the angles that you hold and can I hold them? Because I feel like, again, as you said, Zero Marksman is being caught out unawares by those angles every single time. And Titan right now are slowly bringing themselves back into it as they will be able to buy, and they will put ZM at a little bit of a disadvantage if they do lose this round. But this time they have the Rolling Thunder available to try to get onto one of these sites. Looks like they are going to be putting a little bit more emphasis on this A site right now. But once again, this is where the Viper wall is. So it's still going to be really difficult trying to push through that. They do have the blinds available, which could try to catch out Potato here. But it is still going to be really hard.
Toxins going up.
Already putting on more. The Viper Pit one after another just to make sure that they can't actually push and gets caught out. Actually by the drone, but doesn't get tagged either. There's spikes left in neutral position between both A and B. But we've seen Unshaken, right? Previously, when he pushed that way too far, he was just stuck at the corner, just trying to catch any one little bit of information. That doesn't just beat anybody as of he might have caught the hilt of the gun at the last second as he moved the spike over to B.
Yeah, now ZMM have actually already rotated Enjoy here. And we do have Unshaken holding in Octagon. So Titan here are still taking their time, and more members of ZMM are just rotating over right now.
Shaking picks it at the back too. He really gets that Enjoy there. Will be the Hellfire raining down, but not going to get anybody at all. Because right now, too, half of Titan are pushing it through Hookah. Rolling Thunder used to get it onto the site, and now there's the go button for ZMM, or Titan, sorry, to know that they have to get it onto the site. They have to get spiked down, and to do so with 130 cooking at the back will delay them for a couple more seconds. Whoa. 8 to 5 as of right now here, currently, and it goes down.
And now we are in a 4v5 situation right now. Rez is still available, Hunter Spear is still available, and we see that Nova is just playing so far back in B long right now. They're gonna put it on the site.
Whoa! Good little peek coming from Zero Marks, but at least the catch of the both members down. They're holding down at the bunker, hard to use the end by Nova to just stop them from planting. But how much longer did he do so? He's pushed in, and yet again this happens. Piece to the side and just Spencer left here to stop this, and he does so. A couple more seconds left to go here. He's winning at the start, and he clutches it yet again, Spencer.
How are Titans doing this right now? I feel like every time I'm like, oh, you know, Zero Marksman's got this. They're coming back on the side through all these different angles, catching off Titan off guard. But then things like that happen, right? Spencer just pulling out all those frags, able to clean up that round for Titan. They're really just keeping themselves keeping themselves in this right now, as we do see Potato has to go on that Bucky. So if they keep this up, they're going to be pushing that economy of ZMM further and further back.
ZMM right now cannot afford to lose this round at all, or else they'll be in a bit of a desolate position economy-wise. They'll probably have to go on the save. But yeah, you guys, similar setup we see across the board, but ZMM, they pushed it really far at B, catch nobody, so they should be able to read this A push, but it's just a Sova and Viper. As they peek in, flashed out, Potato taken down.
Yep, and now NST just has to be so careful. He's actually just going to be backing off in showers right now, waiting, but that is going to be the stage wall going down, and Complex here, once again, is on this flank.
Speaking of the side here, but look at this here, the Sova. NST is waiting for anybody to come in through that wall, bro. I don't think he's able to read this. Peeking back and forth, Complex gets taken down immediately, so now 5v3 for Titan.
Yeah, they're going to be trying to push in through U-Haul, and it is not going to work as NST is the last member of Live that's coming from showers. Will get taken down quickly, and Titan have been winning so many rounds, man. That is the 3rd round in a row, and it is going to be 10-11, and honestly should be 11-11 after this, since the buy on ZMM is not great, and especially since Titan do have that Resurrect available on their side with no ultimates available on the side of ZMM. It could be really good for Titan, but Complex is one away from the showstopper. So if he decides to maybe go for the Shower Orb, as it seems like that is what is going to happen right now, they will have that available.
So Viz also picking at the side, so could possibly catch them out, but under ultimately no push to be had, as Titan had moved all the resources over onto the B sides, putting out some initial pot shots to possibly get anybody coming in outside of Octagon, but nothing yet. Though, but again, we know Titan. They know they like to slow push. They know they like to wait for it and bait a lot of util for 0 marks. And once all that is out, it's there. But Potato on the other end through Hookah gets down 2 kills. That's spiked down, Kura.
That is spiked down, and they're going to have control of that and pick up a few weapons for themselves. Now, Enjoy here with that Sheriff, not going to be able to pick out anybody. And they took the TP to A, so they are trying to flank straight back. But now the members of ZMM are looking a little bit pinched right now. They will be pinched from 3 sides right now. This is very scary.
Because look at this, right? They're literally protecting the spike that they got the president, but they come into TP. Actually, don't read the play. Out of his NST left, misses the shot, and Titan get this 0 marksman had the play, but they are able to cover all their angles. What?
It was looking so good, but it just comes down to those gunfights, right? It's because Babe is on one side, we have the TP push from the other side, in addition to the short push. So ZMM, they could not exit anywhere from Hookah, so even though they did have that advantage in controlling the spike, they were not able to finish off that round. And so going into this, they actually do still have buys available, so it is not all over for them yet. Still could be a 12-10, but it is just not looking really good right now, as Titan, they kind of know that ZMM could be potentially pushing out, and they're kind of winning on that aspect, right? They're catching out those flanking members and not allowing them to do the damage that they really want to do. And this time, that's going to mean ZMM do not want to try to push out again. They are holding B long just a little bit aggressively, but they're not going to be going straight down as we've seen them do before.
Still do we see, yet again, Brimstone. We're still a little bit way too far right in front of the TP. They haven't caught his bluff as of yet, but he's been caught out in this position before. Considering as a Jet, you cannot reposition as easily. And yep, unshaky. They're caught out yet again. They saw him push it initially, right? And I don't recommend this push. I do not like the position at all for a Brim, considering you're just stuck there. Maybe they push with the smoke, and now Raze is stuck as well. But guess what? Under Smiley, so at least now not going to say push a little bit longer. Shows number pushed out, gets the second. Almost gotta save this round here, Kura, but we immediately res at the back. Here's 0 marks now left with 1 yet again. TSN. Last one up the line.
Planted.
And he's not gonna have too much, and will just get taken down by Babe with that 4K. Now this is 11-11, and Titan have just pulled it back here so much.
Absolutely wild here. 0 marksman, they seemed like they had the initial put, they had the play for themselves, and you saw how well they were to play around each other, right? On the defense, they looked fantastic. They got the first 4 and 5 rounds in total, but since then, they've been overplaying their hand, they've been pushing aggressively, and then honestly, I feel like they're not watching each other's backs. They need to be ready. They need to be ready for initial pushes to come in to at least get a trade as whoever pick gets popped.
Yeah, but this time at least this will allow for ZMM to have a little bit more control of Octagon, as it seems like they have lost that quite a bit. Ooh, the drone right there is actually going to spot out Potato, so we'll have to fall back just a little bit. But at least that will not allow for Titan to push up B, as they're now regrouping and moving more toward that A site. But this is interesting because ZMM have actually rotated 3 members toward B right now, and they only have that 2-member A push. Make that 3, as Enjoy is going to come straight back. That's going to be the safest popped.
Yeah, as it really is the bait of the Viper pitch. They know they're going on to the A side. The Seekers don't spot out much so far. As he peek and went through showers, they can actually catch out TSN. So that is big, really forcing out of showers. So showers in the control. Titans need this round. and they take us home.
And they're getting stuck a little bit inside of showers right now. And that's going to be the shock darts coming out, which will do some damage. But it is going to be this cheeky plant, and it is not going to work out.
Not at all. Sage going down, the Spice still in control, so at least a wall at the back is just trying to protect it for a little bit more. The Hunter's Fury at least will get down one of the GSS, saving this round here, Kura. As every single one of Titan go down. This was the play we wanted to see with Zero Marksman, and finally they show up.
I feel like we saw that last game too, right? When they did try that showers plant, the wall gets immediately spammed down. And that is definitely really important in trying to stop that. And then the Hunter's Fury coming out, making sure that the spike not able to go down, or at least members take damage from that. So we will be going into an overtime again. And this is gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough from both sides. So we see that Bab has that operator available, which will be holding Hookah right now. So if he is able to catch out Complex here, that could be a really good early pick for the side of Titan.
I would have wanted him to actually hold on to B-Long a little bit more. I feel like we know more often than others that's usually what Zero Marksman likes to push from to if Titan are able to take this round back. But fortunately, you know, Hookah play yet again. There were two pushed up along the Sova all the way to the side. Doesn't catch anyone, but knows that at least they're positioned down into B-Long, but still not able to find any information on Titan as of yet.
It's going to be two members of Titan pushed up into Hookah right now, and this is not going to be that early Sage Ball coming out from Gozer trying to get that orb. They're going to play further back because, again, you really don't want to lose this defense round, so I think they do want to save that Sage Ball just in case they want to block off any of those entrances that I was talking about a little bit in that last half. And it's going to be Enjoy here on the lurk, and it is not going to be good if he gets caught out by Spencer L. So that fight is going to be quite important, but this is still going to be important as well, as Babe is going to be spotted out here.
Really good recon dart to just clear them all out of Hookah as well. You know, he spots two, so he's forced to want to reposition. Babe looking down A long, the only unshaken there. At least the smoke comes in. But right now, Zero Marksman actually rotate over to A with his slow pushes. There's go time as of right now to Enjoy as well, smokes him out. He flashes out of heaven, but gets the pick onto Gozo. And now with one more already down, though, Spencer with the flashes being gone, Titan out of 3v5.
Yeah, Spencer and Gozo, they're actually played the exact same positions as they have before, so ZMM just knew exactly where to hit. Again, the showers wall was just not there. Now in this 3v5 situation, they are trying to push in through CT. They do have that recon dart available, but this is still not going to be too great.
Molly lined up perfectly all the way to the side just to make sure they got our boil defuse as of yet, but Complex is waiting. I want to push through, gets the triple, and this round is all ZMM. Once that showstopper gets the 4K. A flawless round. If this is what ZMM doing the defense, we might only have one more round in front of us, correct?
And ZMM, why are you holding there, Complex? Like, you know, who holds triple in that situation? I feel like that kind of has been the name of the game right now. Just holding the weirdest spots you can to try to catch out the enemy team.
Honestly, maybe did it 3 different times, but I will give it to Complex. Like, I've done that before, right? Especially when you're locked in the position where you're thinking, okay, I can't really get out of this. I'm not an Omen, I can't TP. So I respect the play, even though he gets a kill out of it. Now, Zero Marksman, unshaken. If I see you be long, I'm going to yell. Thank you.
He is going to listen to you, so I will not be subjected, and the viewers will not be subjected to Ravish's yelling. But Titan right now, they're going to be pushing outside of B again, and that is going to be a lot of smokes going down to try to get them onto the site. Paranoia is going to come out, and they're going to jump down.
Onto the site, getting a little bit of shot of control, they're shaking, holding it down, holding it down, but immediately 2 go over into their favor. They're not looking exactly where they are. But out to come down to a 3v4, the Zero Marksman. Have to come out the retake, right? But they still have most of Utah under their favor. But all the flashes got from Enjoy, so they can't exactly make the way in as of yet. As Titan now hold on, so she's off site.
Yeah, they really need to get some more information, as the Hours is going to spot out some people, and they do have the recon dart as well. But Bape is going to get taken out.
But he's moving out of the site spot. He's doing a little bit of ring around the roads. He go ahead and play the better healing music. comes in for the flank at the back, gets down one. He can't find the second in a 1v1. Need to do this, but Smiley clutches it up. One double overtime.
Double overtime, and if this was like the last game, it will end in this overtime, but we will not know who in whose favor until this first round of the second overtime starts. Whew. All right. So what needs to happen here for both of these teams? I think honestly, Titan need to switch up their hold on A because it is getting really predictable. When the stage wall is not there, Sage is going to be holding Heaven and Breach is going to be holding U-Haul. And now they're going to be stacking 4 members onto B actually, as they're going to try to take a little bit more of an aggressive stance toward Octagon. But now, once again, it is still going to be Gozo in Heaven, and I really don't want to see him there, as ZMM should just be pre-firing this right now.
Just back and forth. There's still 2 flashes available to them. Wall goes up, especially to the side. Should be able to spot out if the push comes in. But Gozo, before when this happened as well, before he was smart, he did end up going down. So they don't actually know where Al is either. They just know half on the position of one person so far. As Zero Rock stole the instant way in a complex. There you go, buddy. You probably made it up. Second try.
And now we are going to see Babe here on the rotate coming in from that backside. And remember, are going to be holding pretty far back in comparison to those members of Titan pushing in right now. That Recon Dart is going to spot some people out, but NST is going to know as they are going to pick off that lurker.
Maybe we're out of the back here, so now 4-4 so far. Spike is sticking down, Kura. That's why I'm looking to peek at me to hear the previous round like he was before, absolutely clutching it. The initial shots of smoke dissipates, and 3 go down in a second. With Zero Marksman keeps it at the back. He gets 100 off that kill. He's just gonna delay for as long as possible. They actually can't defuse and gets Nova down as well. They don't have enough time, and they will both die. Zero Marksman actually do it.
Switching sides.
They do it, and that was really good to pick off Babe right there so that they did not have to worry about any more flankers. And getting that Hunter's Fury at the very end there was so important. He did have both of those shock dogs available, but obviously you need some lineups for that. And with the Hunter's Fury, you just gotta ping the spike, and then you gotta just go straight there. And especially since the time was running out on the side of Titan, they were not able to finish off that round. So now going into this, Zero Marksmen do have that advantage, and they are going to use it as they're going to be pushing out of A so quickly.
Exactly the kind of heads up you want to see out of both these teams, like you mentioned, right? Just super aggressive far up, and as Smiley goes in as well. And the pass going out of the B side so far, there's only the Omen left there. As everyone is coming around the back here, kind of look at these, look at this triple flank from Zero Marksman. The spike should be able to go down. They haven't found the Omen as of yet, but control of A side is theirs.
They need to make sure that none of these flanks actually gets picked off here. And Spencer Al, he's going to be the first point of contact right now with these 3 members, and he is going to have to win this fight. And he's going to blind one. Okay, he gets traded out. Still 4v4.
Spot down together. We see with the dart actually able to spot exactly what they're holding down at the bunker. Teams love holding down into here. So the problem is if you can get wallbangs, you know exactly where they are. And Compass one after another. It is just him left unshaken. Finally able to save us from the round, and there he is. He gets the defuse. Zero Marksman take it in double overtime.
Not the boot.
Defenders win. That is again going to be the second double overtime that we have seen today. I guess my prediction has come true. The person who does win the first round on the second overtime is the one who wins the entire game, as ZMM there are going to use their signature aggression to push out A and then push out those members of Titan that were trying to hold down B side as much as they could.
The competition is heating up, and we have one more round left to go before we get the finals down and back into the mainstream here, Kura. But I believe with one more last match, I gotta say, man, with how explosive all these games have been and with how tight-knit it is, I can feel we're in for another barn burner. So if you don't go anywhere, we'll be right back, coming at you with the final match right here on GLG2.
First on the board.
first on the board here in the second. In the overtime, they desperately need this defensive round to go their way, and it's going to be very scary because they did struggle.
Either overcommit to get to the site or undercommit and have to start from scratch again. Only this time now missing their jet. And they decided to go the overcommit route, continue to go in transition, and by the time they get to the site, it's 2v4, and now Flores not in their favor. As we see Deluxy just ripping onto the site.
That was a massive rush in coming in from AU. The run it back used well to find that information, get that kill. The smoke came out just in time so that they could. Yeah, and that's actually pretty big because AU, they really need to make sure, because of how their defense has been playing, if they can feel this offensive round now, they have a really good chance to win. Beautiful angle! It's just gonna immediately shut me down because they Deluxe getting right there. RKS, at least we get a trade kill. Wow, that was absolutely disgusting. Just hanging out. Well, it's Museum with a triple kill. Even 2v2 now. Where are the next two lines? Slowly but surely, it might be too late within the field. Wake up, was it one final? That could be a final shot, but no, it's too late. The EGT stay in the game.
I can take it, I know what you're thinking. I wish I could fix
Honestly, if I was Kaplan, I'm thinking I have to protect this man with my life
If there's
and my body.
something that you need to say, I know it ain't easy living inside your brain for sure. You keep telling me that it's all okay, but I know, yeah, your silence speaks so loud.
Now you have to deal with 3 more. You want to spark a triple kill no less. And be able to find it.
Silence speaks so loud.
He's gonna switch to the fan.
Too confident.
You calling out.
I love that, man. But yeah, that's absolutely massive because this season opening up, because why I want to is the anchor, because you can't do a ton of stuff to push, but Fluffy immediate shot and he's out of there. Which is why I don't actually like having Silver play as the anchor, because you can't do a ton of stuff to push, but Fluffy immediate shot and he's out of there. Yeah, it goes glittering away. And again, the Jaguars against this still fucking too. Hasino, what are you doing? That doesn't make any sense. He's just wasting away for no reason. The only option is being close to the bubble. This, of course, already has Darking on their double kill in their favor, but will that be another triple no less? Can
tournament.
Man, I mean,
And
a spike down.
the spike is down, and now you have to get it back. This is a horrible position for PGT. They've lost full control of the spike. Their win conditions gone other than murder, and murder is going the other way. coming out from the KJ side. That's going to be really good. The man disadvantage down by 2 now for Lunar. And in a pistol round, you don't want to lose. Plant still taking away Ravish. You see the recall. contested. Run for A, and there you go. The Omen with the spike goes for the down by Mel. That's gonna be a strong opening double kill, but now Striker's gonna help clean up the mess a little bit more, but maybe not. Urban's able to find Striker instead. Fluffy's able to take down, what is that, 18? Doesn't matter now. Turn that to 0 on the defenders again. 8. Smoke still not going down, just
Walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky.
Welcome back to GLG. We are already on screen and we're in for the last game of the night between Zero Marksman and Power Mode. Ravish shown here by Kuraha Neko-chan. And and NECA, I gotta say, we've been for an absolute barn burners of a game. I have a sneaking suspicion this is also going to be another super long game.
Yeah, let's not jinx it too early, Ravish. Like, gotta we can only hope that it doesn't go into like triple, quadruple overtime. And now as I say it, it's probably going to go into quadruple overtime.
Definitely. So excuse me while I just choke my water as you just said all those things. Just trying to make sure to stay hydrated through these desolate times. By the way, for all my Hydra homies out there, bro, y'all make sure you get your water out beside you, man. Take a drink and join along for the ride with us too, because we know we're gonna have a great time, and you're gonna have a great time. And as if you're hydrated, we're all gonna be a-okay inside and on the outside. Yes, as we're going back to Ascent, we are locked in just a domino effect where we're not allowed to get any other maps at all ever.
Yep, that will be the case for tonight. Maybe next time. Maybe next time. I had hope Looks like they have all been dashed.
Indeed so, but let's go ahead and dash our hopes some more as we move on into the game. I believe all teams are ready to go as well. All that remains is just for everyone to pick these ages and sides, which so okay, take your bet. Do you think we'll see either the Sky, Viper, or a Yoru this game?
Can I say none of them?
Really?
Am I allowed
Okay.
to say none of them?
You're allowed to
I
say none of them. I don't
I
know.
I don't think we're gonna see a Yoru. I don't know if we're gonna see a Viper because I feel like Viper is just really good on Icebox. So I feel like a lot of the picks happen there. I mean, we did see it on Bind just now, and I don't know, it's possible, but I don't think so. And I don't know if we'll see a Sky. I think Sky is the most likely out of the three. Let me put it that way.
Considering ZMM actually did play last round, but you said none of them, so we have to lock you in for that answer. I'm saying we at least see Sky within the game, as I believe was waiting for them to hop on in, right? All the players just warming up with the keyboards, right? Just stretching all the fingers, as ZMM have been playing all these games all day, as have we. So I'm saying Sky, we more than definitely see. Because I think Sky's actually a pretty solid pick going into Ascent, considering you're able to angle in all your flashes, and plus the Seekers, considering such a small map, can go across the entire map.
Yeah, I think so too. It is quite possible. I mean, I personally don't play Sky. I think, just the Sova is fine as initiator. You got the information.
Initiator.
Okay, control. Listen. Sometimes I'm like, I don't know which one is which. So,
So you telling me that as your Sova, you're propping up your dart and moving into the site as you have your recon dart out, yeah? You're the bravest Sova I've ever seen, bro. Shout out to you.
Oh my god.
You move into the site with your bow out, no gun. I'm ready. Let's go.
I'm ready. I'm ready. Honestly, like, I feel like sometimes I've definitely done that before. You're like, just have the bow out and suddenly you just snap onto somebody and you're like, oh, like shock dart coming out. And then their lives are over, Hey, it's possible. Don't dash my dreams, all right?
You know what? You'll find I'm not no dream crusher, but to make my dreams come true, I want to hear your best Sova impression. I want to hear you say shock dart. It's all about okay, what? You guys let's hear it. Let's hear it.
Shock dart.
All right. You know what? I respect the attempt. I like the
my voice does not go that way.
Yeah, you sound a little bit like Kermit, like which is funny because consider, look, Soul was from the motherland, so you have to be able to take this voice real down deep low, like you're talking about drinking down by the Iceland, everything cold down Serbia. So when you say Sova, he say shock dart. That's why.
I'm telling you, my voice really just it doesn't go down that low.
How deep can it go? How deep can it go?
Maybe only
Maybe
this
a
low.
little bit. Okay, all right, fine.
This low. It's hard, man.
So go ahead and set us up for the round in that deep sultry voice of yours, Kura.
Yes. Ravage is making me doing all of these things today. All right.
This goes here.
Anyway, all right. So ZMM right now they're gonna be posturing outside of A, where Cypher has set up his utility, and that is gonna be 2 of those tripwires on that site with the camera. And no one's actually going to be holding A site proper. They are both going to be holding garden. I'm gonna get out of that voice now because it's gonna hurt my throat.
Thank you very much for that. Kura and Neko, ladies and gentlemen, a performer, a caster, an all-around fantastic human being. That's power mode right now. Look at the possible retake on the defense, but as all of ZMM already made the way onto the side. With this close onto the dreams, a spike should be planted, but at the side, the copy is a nice little pick. Is he peeking through mid? Should be able to get another one. Look at him. He just takes down blues at a really aggressive angle. Kura peeks in. As he missed the shot. Oh, you guys.
Oh, and that would have been really good for Zero Marksman. But now we are in that 44 situation once again, and Dark Curve is going to go down.
Do one at the back here. Okay. Now, Fierce one. Fierce getting 2 kills across. gets the third, peeks in, Floor gets the other. There's just him left, and he will get the defuse as well as I'm being requested to be able to do a Cypher impression as well. So here's my best Cypher impression. It's because so Cypher is Israeli, from what I understand. So you have to pull out a bit of a Middle Eastern accent. You have to say haha American joke. You have to go a little bit higher, habibi. So Blues would probably say, one of my cameras is broken.
Why is that so good? That, oh my god, that actually sounds like Cypher.
There you go. Y'all go ahead and rate how that impression was, man. Y'all let me know what's up. I was too busy thinking about how I do Cypher to even call out the round. Good job, Pierce. 3 kills. Yay.
But yeah, now it will be Pyro Road actually getting those weapon advantages going into this round. Once again, Cypher will be holding on site, but this time Tender will be holding the site proper. And ZMM actually are not going to be pushing into A right now. They do have mid control. For a second, I thought it was Potato that was blue, but he is purple. And they are going to be pushing up Cat just a little bit. And now Powerhouse don't really have any information about where ZMM are right now, as they aren't really moving too fast. But the guy does spot out Complex.
Colors are hard, Jess. Purple is blue, red is yellow, and blue is green.
Yes.
Right now, all that matters right now is attackers and defenders. As only 2 get picked off. First side of the attackers, Fox make it 3, but no, they barely on the shot. They're able to land a second, and now it's still in a 4v3. But Zerbox on control. The spike. Let's move on in. Flo looking for a potential cheeky pick. Gets the body dashes to the fire. Complex gets burnt up alive.
I feel like that was really close for Zero Marksman. I really liked how they were playing really slow, trying to get that information. Went up Cat at the very end there and got onto site, but unfortunately, we're not able to hold off Power Mode from just completely taking over with that weapon advantage. And so now going into this, they will have those rifles in comparison to the bonus round coming out of Power Mode right now. So it seems like they have opted to stack a lot of members, 4 to be exact, at this B site. They're going to be pushing out with that Sova drone.
Talented, we can also count on stream. I am generally impressed more and more as you go throughout the day. But technically picked off, you reads the push and coming for Zero Marksman. So unfortunately a little bit caught out there again, getting a Zero Marksman to give away their initial lead. As you look at the entire rotation, all the Power Mode coming back to spawn, going on over to A to try to possibly catch them. But Zero Marksman right now mid, they haven't committed to either site as of yet.
Yeah, and it's really good that they are just keeping this mid control right now, because it opens up the options for ZMM. And they do have a full minute left, so they aren't really pressed for time right now. We do see that Enjoy is pushed right outside of A main, just trying to get some more information, not making too much noise though, as NST right here could be catching out a member. They're gonna know that he's here.
Going back and forth with people moving out of the smoke, the camera as well, to be able to see them as they're moving out to the site. But at least they molly up B main. The finish shots coming out. He's waiting. Really aggressive peek from the guy as he
30 seconds left.
goes into the smoke and goes right into Potato. And unfortunately, had no information on them at all. As one after another, Zero Marksman had to sell out the site.
Spike planted.
Yeah, that is the site all over to the Zero Marksman right now. And Enjoy is just going to be picking off that member coming over from mid. And right now, Floor is not in the best situation right now. As it's going to be a shock dart coming out from to finish off that round.
So what you're doing is you're going a little bit higher with it, right? It's like you're asking you're asking a question like shock dart.
Shock dart? Hey man, we gotta put our own flavor into these voice lines.
You're right. If you were Sova, I think you'd be confused with every single shock dart you actually put out, which I'm watching. Like this hits maybe.
Hey, I mean, I'm the one who's like running out with my bow and arrow on the site, all right? Because Sova's an initiator.
The initiator is Sova, unsure about everything, but does not matter.
Well, look at this. We do have Tender actually pushing out. We'll be able to get that Blaze Storm, but ZMM are just pushing onto this A site right now.
Still peeking back and forth. The Blues this time. I'm hoping you don't peek into the smoke, but the door will not close on them just as of yet. But now as the spike gets planted, so now this all power mode will come up for the rotation, depending on where they go. Because look at this setup. There's also zero markets from there. They're holding both in and off side, ready for any flanks.
Yeah, and we will not see a flank. Actually, they will be coming in through market right now. Then Shaken takes off one.
They get the second, doesn't run the side and clear out hell, but now Floyd actually notices them right at the side. Enjoy doesn't see them peeking behind bunker. Now it's just complex left. Locks solo peek one after another. Afraid of it doesn't matter. Complex the heal gets the clutch. By the end of it, a triple for him.
That was absolutely insane right there. He was able to trade out that first kill off his buddy right there, and then able to take out those two with those clean headshots, finishing off that round for the side of ZMM. So that is going to be forcing power mode back onto that save, and this should be a pretty simple and straightforward round for Zero Marksman, unless they get picked off with the sheriff headshots, as we've definitely seen that happen today, and it could happen again. That is going to be the early recon dart. Just coming out through B main as always, making sure that there are no members of ZMM here, but we do have Unshaken with that orb, trying to push out, and will be able to pick off Fierce.
The shoulder of Fierce has so many bullet holes through it right now. Fortunately, he was pushed them a bit too far, because remember, dear friends, if you can see them, they can see you. Golden rule of Valor you should all follow, definitely. But Alarmbot set up a BMD, the big scan, he has Ghost in hand though, but the firepower he's up against each camp, so he cannot deal with. There's one more on site, but Zero Marksman that will have to deal with as they inch their way closer to MD.
Warrior is going to be trying their best here, trying to hold off Zero Marksman, but it is not going to happen, as Enjoy, once again, going to pick off that mid player, and Blues left all alone in that 1v5 will not be able to do it, so that will be another round going over to Zero Marksman, as they are able to take advantage of their gun advantage and clean it all up.
Exactly, like Cinderella in her house. All it takes is one big sweep and a little help from a couple of rats. All right, you see how clean and spick and span the entire floor is. Not a sweep as of yet, but Zero Marksman doing a really good job of getting all the dust.
Yeah, but now going into this, it looks like they are doing a split again. Will not have that mid control, as mid control will be going more over to power mode with the guy just holding there. And once again, it is going to be that aggressive leer coming out from Unshaken, trying to get more of that B control, which they now do have. Unicorn Dart is going to come out, not going to spot anybody, but they will have that information. And Tender right now is just pushing so far off mid, and that is the spike.
Down mid.
Ooh, really nice big early pick, nice cut up right in the mid, right in the middle of Catwalk. Doesn't push it all the way back into the smoke, but Spike is very much recoverable for Zero Marksman with a nice early pick from power mode to punish the possible positioning of slow plays though. And this is how you do it, right? You counteract slow pushes and split positionings by going up really aggressive and catching them out. And power mode are doing a really solid job of that. As they spot out one all the way back, the guy might be in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, and now that they do have that member advantage, they can afford to play further back, as the guy will be able to take out Potato. ZMM are still going to try to push out mid, will be able to pick off one.
So far in the 4v3, the top the Empress with the Arthur side of Fierce not blunted out, but he is smoked out though. Has the Heart of Fury, so can easily counteract the platform going down though, but Flo is looking at the side as well. He's just stopping every single one of Powerball from going in, but he's up against 3 different people, so will not matter. Lockdown use one on the other side, and Heart of Fury use one to sponsor to take it out.
So this is actually really doable now, but now it is down to a 1v2. The spike is going to get planted, and the Killjoy ult will go down. So he's actually not going to have any more utility after that recon bolt comes out. He's actually not sure where these members are playing right now. He thinks there could be somebody still in B main, but both of them are back site.
No. If you were Sova in the situation, you have no smokes, you have no flashes, you don't have recon dart, you know they'd probably get the roll back. Never mind, you want to just Fierce to die, so the overall situation doesn't even matter anymore.
I was gonna say, I would run out with my bow in hand, recon bolt in my hand, onto the site, and there we go.
Now, there's a signature phrase that Sova also said when he finds someone with the recon dart, which is "found them."
Okay.
How would you say that in your Sova impression?
I don't even know how Sova says that, honestly. Because I mean, neither Sova found anyone that round, so
You're right.
Let's hold off on that until I hear it again. And
Good call.
Then I will give you my best Sova impression. And it's gonna be Potato holding really aggressively on top of this box right now in quite a cheeky position, and that's gonna be a little bit scary for Florg right now as he is only on that Sheriff. And it's gonna be a little more mid-control, getting taken by ZMM right now, but Tender is pushed onto Cat. They are going to have to deal with him at some point.
But now is not the time, leave tomorrow's problems for tomorrow's them. And tomorrow being 10 seconds from now, unfortunately. But as he's pushed in right on the side of a really tight angle, though, the angles he's held before, unfortunately, but he sees the one to the side and missed the initial shot, gets the second! Back-to-back beautiful headshots, has the knives up for him as well. So really well played from Power Mode, man. And on the save as well, too.
Yeah, even though ZMM got that initial pick on mid, they got 2 picks traded right back in return. Now they will still have that mid presence. The garage door is down on B, so they're gonna have to break this if they go into the market, which they will. So that should signal to the members of Power Mode that they are coming onto B right now. It's gonna be up to those 2 members of Fierce and Florg back on that site. Try to hold these off, and it's not gonna happen.
Enemy remaining.
Merely catch one more, and a Power Mode falling one after another, and what looks super solid. The side of Power Mode 2 was a really solid heads up plays the Tender and the last one alive. A 2v1. He doesn't see it. Nice. In the end, he missed the knives. No, Tender was 4 but TSN shuts him down. What?
That was really, really scary for the side of ZMM right there. It was almost clutched out. Whew. I'm a little like sweaty after that,
Yeah, go ahead, bro. Like, air yourself out, take a walk, breathe what you have to, expunge all the negativity inside you, because we're looking only at the positive side of things. As Zero Marksman 5-2 taking the commander lead.
Yeah, and it is going to be a full rifle round coming out from both teams right now. They do have that orbital strike on the side of Power Mode to try to slow down Zero Marksman just that little bit. And those shock darts are going to be doing some work as From the Shadows tries to get some more information.
Really sick volley to split off the entire push coming off the side of Power Mode 2, because they could not push it, and it's just a death match back and forth. Right in B main, the Fierce holding off. He's looking to possibly see if he catch anyone. They come to the Speedway, gets the second, and it's just one person left. It is just TSN. Zero Marksman fall.
Thought you'd try harder.
Bye.
And there we go. That is going to be the 3rd round coming out of Power Mode there. Great job for them not allowing them to get onto the site and plant, as we saw those 2 members at the backside at least able to hold them off just long enough for the rest of Power Mode to get on. And so once again, this is going to be full rifles coming out from both sides. And even though Power Mode's economy looks a little bit more sketchy right now, it is still going to work out, hopefully, if they do lose this round, as there are some members who are quite wealthy, as I would say, and the orbital strike still has not been used, so we could see that again, but he sees the key.
Fighting up against the bourgeoisie in Power Mode right now. Fortunately, how stacked they are, but Zimrox immediately put up the lockdown too, so the ice set should be there. As Tender, as he moves in, he's in trouble. It's being locked down. Yeah, he's not able to rotate out fast enough. I understood the play, but considering you're not able to smoke yourself off, but Lord comes in at the back, do his defense, he's 3 away from the Empress, so a couple of big picks could be exactly what they need, but Potato with a nice peek at the 5v2.
Yeah, and NST there, they have not actually planted the spike yet, just making sure that is safe. Unshaken right now, coming in through Cat. And that is going to be Fierce picked off as well. So Blues is going to be left alone in this 1v5 situation. He's just going to get pushed right now by all those members. Flawless coming out from Zero Marksman as they're just able to take out a site.
As they establish and hold their lead more and more, in this half here, Kurt. I'm really looking at what power mode is actually doing to counteract what Zero Bucks is bringing out, because we know they're quite good at the defense, but already taking such a commanding lead on the offense, especially on Ascent. I believe for power mode cannot spell good things, unfortunately, because what they're doing is power mode. They're letting a lot of Zero Marksmen just come into them and not able to respond to it properly.
Yeah, and I mean, both of these comps right now, I feel like are a little more attacker favored, especially since they only have that single sentinel. They have the Killjoy right on one side and the Cypher on the other, so it will still be pretty hard to hold off those pushes right now, and they're going to try to be pushing aggressive, and Floor gets that initial pick.
Ooh, who finally punished with Zero Bucks and wants to bring down and win out of the trades too. Copper Suit takes a ton of damage right to the face, so but now at least that power mode finally with a big opening pick, exactly what they need, shutting down that Reyna.
And now power mode have actually gone back to more default positions, stacking more members toward A, as I think they found out that if ZMM cannot crack a site, they will go toward the other, and that is what is happening right now as the spike is sitting in A main.
Sanders all the way up on Heaven 2 has both smokes and updrafts as well. Spots a little bit of Utah coming down. As the Molly 2 just gonna stave out the push for Zero Rocks inside. So now both sides are waiting patiently to see what they possibly move in on as they go out from A. They find nothing there, so they move back onto B. But what would be crucial for them was to get market control.
30 seconds
Ooh,
left.
actually, TSM looking around trees to find something.
Yep, and the camera will spot him out if he goes out a little too far, but right now they are pushing the site that has the stack members.
Yeah, there you go. Like he's mentioned, they spot him out. They spot a 2 legs, players like at the side, but Tender really getting one. Takes a lot of shots right to the face, out of the reposition, but Enjoy on the other end, just cleaning up back and forth. He really dashes out though, but TSM chases it down, and they don't have enough time. They actually delayed long enough for the spike not to go down. Power mode. So really heads up plays.
Yeah, and there, as you said, ZMM just running out of time. They waited a little bit too long to try to push onto that site. I liked how they were trying to get all that information just to make sure that which site was the better hit, but unfortunately chose wrong and ran out of time. So I think that's just like a double whammy right there for the side of Zero Marksman. And now we see still quite a few ults coming out from power mode. We have the Empress right now, which could allow for Floor just to hold down a site that much better, especially with a rifle in his hands. Orbital Strike still has not been used, but on the other side, Unshaken also has that Empress in addition to NST's Hunter's Fury. So they could use that to get onto a site or hold it as well. It's going to be the Blaze Storm popped out from Enjoy. They're going to go on site.
Yet again, running it back onto A, but we'll see if Enjoy can continue to maintain and plant his dominance. Here, Kura, because he gets put up for the team, peeks in nice. Right click right down onto Heaven, but still, our mode is definitely still control of the tempo overall. How's map is playing out?
Oh, and that is going to be another pick for the guy, and will actually just put out that Orbital Strike just to clear out anyone that's in Y, but that is going to be the Hunter's Fury coming out on the side of NST, trying to delay it for as long as they can.
Defusing, they get the defuse, no one sees it! They're not able to swap it around.
Didn't work.
Player standing.
I thought it was
Round
on the
in the
bomb.
half.
He was just a little bit off of his mark. That's insane.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, now power mode able to bring it back 2 rounds in a row, going into a 6-6 half. That would be exactly like the previous round we had before. Zero Marksmen losing a bit of their hold on what seemed to be their game.
Yeah, and now with all those ultimates expended, Zero Marksmen have a little bit of the advantage because they do have the Empress up. Hopefully it does get popped now, as Shock Dart not really going to do anything right now. Complex, if he ends up playing the spike, he will get that lockdown. So that will be an important thing to note, if unless he maybe goes back to A and also gets that orb to try to push themselves on A, as they are moving more toward mid right now. They have they have smoked out Cat right now, and Tender right here will need to get this initial pick, but Unshaken is not having it, and Enjoy is going to move up as well. He's a little bit doomed here. And there we go.
Yeah, he was really caught. I was also caught in the middle of the reload too. So now with this pick, they'll know that it's at least a bit safer to move out of the A side. Like exactly like you mentioned, Yakura, they take both alt orbs, and now they have the lockdown available for Killjoy. So they should be able to use it either on A or B as they move it on through mid. Though if getting down floor could be absolutely huge and could actually get the advantage they need. Where they move it onto the side as they force him back off. He'll go all the way around right near spawn.
30 seconds left.
They have 30 seconds left right now, and they need to start pushing in, especially because it is Fierce and it is Flork holding at the back of site right now. And Joy has picked off Blues coming in from Cap. That's going to be the member disadvantage. And there we go, another pick going down as well. So this should be the side over to ZMM.
10 seconds left.
Exactly, like you mentioned, Spike's not down as of yet. As it goes down now, the Molly just staving off any power mode pushing in. Is now down to just 2v5. This is such a tough spot. If a power mode 2-0 rocks in prime and ready to make it a 7-5 half, going in onto the defensive.
Yeah, there's really nothing left on the side of power mode right now. Aldrin's gonna come out, spot the member who's holding close, but it will not matter as they will just run down the last two members of power mode. Interesting because those were the two members on B side, and they're the last ones left alive. So that will be the 7-5 half going in favor of ZMM right now, and that's looking good, right? We have the 2-round advantage that we've seen in a few of the games before.
But I find, you know, with the way how some of these maps have gone, the advantage can definitely be split on one person's head, where it's a snap of a finger.
So
We've seen how exactly with the, you know, we're just a Lababa the boopy, like it's there you go, and it's just gone. But I was looking at a Zero Marksman trying to cement the lead with a pistol round and power mode. If they want to be able to come back into this and maintain an even posture, this first pistol could decide it all.
Yeah, I mean, now it's going to be the double peek here at mid, and Joy being able to pick off Tender. Oh, that is a headshot. But it is going to be an even trade back right now.
Yeah, but you see just the health of power mode 2, with 2 being down to the brimstone, the one with the spike as well being so extremely low. A little soft breeze could possibly knock him down and drop the spike as well. This spot up one though, at least now. Zero Marksman trying to play a little bit farther back, because mid control still definitely in their favor. But Copper's waiting to see if anybody pushes in at the side. They have such a nice setup here to catch out any of power mode as he's slowly moving it through. Unshaken should see them in a couple of seconds. There we go, finds one, but at least straight one's back.
And that is going to be the cleanup coming in from NST, moving in through Cat. And right there, just mid control super important with those ghosts. I think we had 8 ghosts during that round, just trying to take pot shots at each other from Arches and Top Cat. And that is going to be Zero Marksman taking it out and extending their lead to 3 rounds right now. And with this weapon advantage going into the next round, should be an easy extension to the 9th. But this time, they actually have set up a lot of members toward this B side, as they think power mode may come here. But it looks like they are gearing for more of a mid presence again, but they're going to be peeking right into this Marshall.
Spike is going in onto B here, so they definitely might have read their push right and enjoy with 2 big picks, so one right at the end to get the spike down, and Zero Marksmen are running over power mode.
There we go, a fight at mid once again, and it's just going to be that weapon advantage coming out on the side of Zero Marksman. And so this round, if they do win this bonus, it would be absolutely devastating for power mode. So they do have to do something here. What I want to see them do actually is try to get as much information as they can with the Sova, with the Cypher, and try to pick out any members of Zero Marksman who are aggressing, because we know they are an aggressive team. They don't really like to sit and wait for you. They want to do those flanks. They want to like catch you off guard. And right now, Unshaken gonna be spotted out by that Cypher camera. Gonna have to give up that aggressive stance on Cat.
So no picks to be had back and forth. We've seen how Zero Marksman consistently able to maintain a push lead by catching what power mode wants to do, and considering power mode actually no push to the mid control with Field spots out one. He actually got him with the Bucky and little jump shot. Potato, that was nasty.
And the Bucky's been nerfed too. So unfortunate that power mode has already been down a member right now, and they are down another. as Unshaken is just holding there in A main.
He dissipates at the back of the floor, not able to get out. The door was closed, so he's I bet he's weeping and crying right now because he's thinking, okay, I get out, I dissipate. He's the door closed, like, well, kids.
Last player standing.
Terrifying time. TSM takes one more, and that's just Blues left for the spike.
This is not going to be too great for him as he does have those 2 cages. Will be able to pick
30
off one.
seconds
Now
left.
we are in a now, and all right, we're gonna a little bit of a lag, but it's okay. No kills happened right now, so there are still 23 seconds left, and he will try to trap his way back onto the site, and it's not going to happen as Zero Marksmen are pulling just a little further ahead.
Zero Marksmen here,
Need a
Kurt.
draw. Thanks.
With a 4-round lead, they were able to maintain it almost the entire time. And now with power mode on the save as well, and Enjoy being able to pick up the op nonetheless, they should be able to take it to 10-5, right? They've looked
Right,
a
11 to
little bit
5.
shaky back and forth.
It's 10-5 right now.
Is it?
If you're looking,
Let's go ahead and count all the blue spots. There
you go. It is 10-5, and it could be 11-5 really soon as that initial first pick onto Tender. Operator already in use.
See, this is why you're already smarter than I am too. You've been able to count well on stream, not once but twice already. A feat that I can never hope to achieve. Correct. Just trying to anchor the site by himself too. Has to reload, but it doesn't matter because what's one more shot. Now at the back, caught right in the open with his gun down, unfortunately. But it doesn't matter because the guy will not be able to save anybody else.
Up and now he is all alone with 5 HP, 2 smokes, and some of those stim beacons. But Enjoy right here is just gonna hold him down. So this should be just an easy 11th round. And there we go on the side of ZMM. And right now, they're really not getting punished too much when they do that aggression that we've seen them do before. In power mode, I feel like maybe they can just play a little further back and wait for those aggressive pushes and try to catch them out, right? As I said, they have those 2 information gathering agents, so they can afford to, watch the flank. Make sure that nobody is coming in from behind or coming in from ahead. I think that is the way to go here as they are down 6 rounds now, and they really do need to win this rifle or else it just might be over.
But it's not going to be over until that fat op sings, and so far, although no initial pick comes in, Zero Marksman still managed to maintain their lead, a lot of dominance throughout this entire second half. Just go back and forth so far, but Spike still dropped outside of A, not being able to pick up. But look at this, still here, Jet able to move herself all the way back into wine to catch any aggressive piece coming out as Zero Marksman, but Flora being the one to be aggressive.
And now we are back into that 3v3 with that pick on the operator. And this is very interesting. So we actually have Blue coming in all the way from B and will be able to take out Complex. But we're still in a 2v2 situation right now.
So picking back and forth, the Empress is still very much alive right now. So really should just not dissipate. So Spike still in the controls and move themselves all the way over to Beats. Camera spots are nothing. And the Killjoy Util setup does not matter either. They have 40 seconds left as they pop out the second cyber cage, man. They're just waiting and lurking to watch them push in.
30
that
seconds
is
left.
going to be a Hunter's Fear available, and it's not going to be great because he is the one planning right now, but Blue will be able to catch him off guard. It's going to be a 1v1 situation.
Smokes in hand along with both up-dress knives, and but Fierce is better with the shots to enjoy a little bit off of his crosshair. See, bro, this is what I'm saying. Crouching is OP. Like, he completely puts him off guard.
Yeah, for sure. That 6th round going into power mode, something that they really needed, but that is not going to set back ZMM that much as they once again are just going to pick up that operator straight again for Enjoy, and that will be holding mid as we've seen in those previous rounds. But Hunter's Fury available on both these sides right now, so they can either choose to use it to catch out a member if they get tagged by the Recon Dart, or they could use it to stop a defuse or a plant. But right now, most of the members of Power Mode, once again, moving toward this A side. Killjoy turret is here, so they will know once that dark cover dissipates if there is anybody on that site. And once again, we have Blues on that lurk, trying to catch out any members who are from CMM, but that is going to be Power Mode once again, just getting onto that site.
So it looks like option B was used so far here, Kurt, to just stop the Rapaci planting. But unfortunately not, though. Still, Power Mode maintained their stake and claim to fame on the A site. Now ZMM stuck on the retake, but they have almost all the units left to go. They have the 100 Fury, they pop the night as well, but how will they move in? But if he uses the back, gets one tag, he immediately gets that floored. That's hell cleared out.
Yeah, now this 4v3 situation, it's 4v1 now, and it's only going to be Fierce left alone, and he's gonna get dashed on by Enjoy. Knives just shoved into his body and skewered, as you like to say, like a kebab. And that is going to be the 12th round going over to Zero Marksman, and they are looking poised to take this map right now.
I would love a kebab right now. Kurt, I don't know about you. That sounds absolutely delicious as I'm starving. Zero Marksman, brothers. Let's go ahead and take us home so I can get some dinner in my belly and possibly get a kebab as well. Because look at this too. Power Mode as well, because the lost the previous round, got stuck on the save. It's going to be broken by across the board. They're in a really tough spot. They only have 2 ults, the Neural Theft along with the Orbital Strike. So could be used in retrospect, but Zero Marksman have everything going for them.
Yep, and it's looking a little bit suspicious right now, but the rest of Power Mode once again are pushing up toward A side. They are going to pick up that orb though, but it's not going to give him that Hunter's Fury. The Killjoy turret is going to be able to spot them out here, and all that Killjoy utility is sitting in tree right now. So it's going to be really difficult for Power Mode if they decide to push in there. Spike has been dropped at the top of Cat. NST will get that information that nobody is mid. I don't know if they know that Blue is currently inside of B main right now. But it's not going to matter too much as they're going to be trying to go through tree, and that is going to be the Killjoy utility popped.
Immediately the alarm bot is saving up the entire push, which is one of my favorite setups coming up from Complex, and it's just all Killjoys too. You see it immediately reads the push, Potato all the back, holding it down.
Oh,
with the triple now, with just Blues left alive, the lockdown will tell to him, man, it is time to end the game. It's time for us to go home, and the final option, the flawless from Enjoy, we'll enjoy ourselves as well as Zero Marksman take it home.
And unfortunately there, the lurk from Blue was not able to pan out. I feel like they've been trying to do that, but they just get overwhelmed on this site, especially since it takes such a long time for that Cypher to come all the way over from B. It did work out one time when he was able to catch out some members of ZMM who were, when the some members of ZMM when they were rotating over from CT side, but unfortunately, that will not work out, and that will be ZMM moving on to the finals of tonight.
Indeed, which we have coming up for you in just a couple of minutes on the main stream right here on GLG1. But you want to say GG's was Power Mode, a well-fought game, and no double overtime for us this time. Zero Marksman showing dominance through and through. But with that all being said, I do want to thank you all for watching. I'll give a big shout out to our producers yet again, KC, and of course Mr. Lenny for making us look good the entire day. A massive shout out to you as well, Kurt and Neko. Appreciate you joining me on the mic as always. And I have been Ravishing Ravish, the most ravishing man on the internet. Y'all stay safe. We'll catch y'all later. Peace.
Exciting Call of Duty here for you tonight.
Your mic's muted, but you know.
So I knew once I turned up, it was over.
Where's our names?
Hello?
Yeah, I don't.
He has a chance. Welcome back to another week of the Pit of Valor.
And welcome to the Valium. Welcome everybody. Here we are.
And welcome everybody.
The play from mid.
On the way, we'll get this down.
Piece. Why not an ace? Absolutely.
completely by the sea. They put themselves in a chamber.
Connect. Oh, next.
That's a collapse.
Pick up all the frags.
Kill! Quad!
The next best of 3 is coming up, and here's our sock.
Bon appetit.
Definitely.
No.
Thank you and good night.
And we can't wait to see you tomorrow.
And stay safe.
Please.
Every week at GL Gaming Lounges. If you're not there, what else are you doing?
And just like that, they're going to be able to swarm this A site. But Yeji has something to say about that with 2 Spicy's health being extremely low. Yeji just coming in huge, getting 3 and 4. Make that 4 kills to
Never connect. Oh, next. That's a collapse. Collateral. Next is gonna take down 2. Gonna take down a 3rd. Eccentric's gonna take down 1. Next is going absolutely massive 4-piece.
Beautiful. Eccentric.
Oh! They went triple kill! Quad! Oh my goodness! Hunter's Fury getting a quad kill.
Where they are, but we have Jet who's got the moon boots on, sending it, taking next out with a swift right click. Can he get one more? Yes, he can. Going onwards with another one. Another way.
Able to maybe find one. No, he's gonna sneak up. He finds the other. He gets the double from it. There's one more alive, and he gets that double kill.
And just like that, they're going to be able to swarm this A site. But Yeji has something to say about that with 2 Spicy's health being extremely low. Yeji just coming in huge, getting 3 and 4. Make that 4. And just like that, they're going to be able to swarm this A site. But Yeji has something to say about that with 2 Spicy's health being extremely low. Yeji just coming in huge, getting 3 and 4. Make that 4 kills to
Never connect. Oh, next. That's a collapse. Collateral. Next is gonna take down 2. Gonna take down a 3rd. Eccentric's gonna take down 1. Next is going absolutely massive 4-piece.
Beautiful. Eccentric.
Oh! They went triple kill! Quad! Oh my goodness! Hunter's Fury getting a quad kill.
Where they are, but we have Jet who's got the moon boots on, sending it, taking next out with a swift right click. Can he get one more? Yes, he can. Going onwards with another one. Another way.
Able to maybe find one. No, he's gonna sneak up. He finds the other. He gets the double from it. There's one more alive, and he gets that double kill. Holy moly, Doc, that was beautiful.
And now leaving it all up to 2 attackers to hold this off. And one clap from Tryhard. Can he connect one more? Oh, so close. Oh! What was that? And Liz!
Try hard.
What would you all do without me?